My mom saw that I finished kindergarten and still hadn't found a girlfriend. She unexpectedly arranged 5 betrothals for me in one go. She wants me to choose one of the 5 wealthy ladies from the Su family as my fiancée when I grow up. The 5 young ladies of the family were quite taken aback upon hearing this. Because in the photos, I look dark and overweight. I look like a complete country bumpkin. None of the 5 are willing to walk into a tiger's mouth. At this moment, 3 luxury cars stopped in front of a rundown town. 5 delicate and beautiful women emerged from the cars one by one. This scene is truly a feast for the eyes. Just after getting out of the car, the youngest, Su Xiaoxiao, immediately started to complain. I can't believe what a terrible place this is. It's really dirty and hot. The 4th, Su Xinyan, also complained with dissatisfaction. Yes, it's really wonderful. How could dad let a country bumpkin choose us as his fiancé? And we have to personally pick him up to Zhangcheng. All 5 of them wore expressions of discontent. If it weren't for the pressure, I wouldn't have encountered. How could they possibly come here? They come from such places. No direct translation needed. Love dogs. The one who drove back is the eldest sister, Su Wanru. Her stunning face also bore a hint of displeasure. Xiao Xiao stepped forward to knock on the door. Su Xiaoxiao walked up to set the scene. Half an hour later, the door was opened. The man in front had handsome and three-dimensional features. His deep and bright eyes. His aura was even more noble than it appeared. They were stunned. Hello. We are looking for Zhang Yichen. Is he here, may I ask? I am Yichen. I glanced at the few people in front of me. Then I lazily spoke up. You all wait a moment. I'll go get my luggage. As I turned to leave, the few of them were somewhat surprised. Isn't this completely different from what Dad showed us? Sus' father showed them photos from when he was a teenager. I didn't expect his change to be so drastic in just a few years. At this moment, the 3rd sister, Su Luoli, teased. Do you like it? Then let him choose you as his fiancé. What good is being handsome? Neither does it live. It's not really a place. Is that so? Don't worry. I wouldn't look at someone like you either. A girl whose figure hasn't fully developed yet. My indifferent voice came from behind. Then I ignored Su Xiaoxiao's expression. I grabbed my luggage and got into the car directly. I got into the first car. The driver was my eldest sister, Su Wanru. There were only 2 people in the car. I didn't say anything and turned my head to look out the window. I was filled with mixed emotions. My mother left when I was young. My father and I lived in this small town for many years. My father passed away 2 months ago due to illness. His wish was for me to marry a good daughter-in-law. I already knew that my father had arranged a marriage with his friend, Sus' father. I have always resisted it, but this is my father's last wish. I can only agree to go to the Su family. We arrived in Zhangcheng without a word. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. I followed the 5 people inside. I saw a wealthy lady sitting on the sofa. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao got home, she started complaining. We are back. I'm really exhausted. Sus' mother hurriedly asked the maid to prepare tea and drinks. Then her gaze turned to me, who was walking last. She looked me up and down. She found that I wasn't as ugly and fat as in the photos. On the contrary, I was quite handsome. Sus' mother began to mock. You must be Zhang Yichen, right? You went to get plastic surgery just to marry our Su family's daughter. You really went through a lot of trouble, huh? This marriage was arranged by Sus' father back then. No one in the entire Su family is satisfied. But we can't go against Sus' father. I looked at my mother and said calmly. Liang. I didn't have plastic surgery. Sus' mother scoffed coldly. Then I saw the butler bringing my luggage in from the car. She immediately spoke up. Butler Li. Open the box and check it. My gaze darkened. Liang. This is my stuff. I naturally know this is your stuff. That's why it should be checked. You come from a small place. You might be bringing something dirty and dangerous. It wouldn't be good for such things to come to the Su family. After saying this, Mother Su gave Butler Li a knowing glance. The 5 members of the Su family sat leisurely on the sofa. One of them planned to come forward to help me. Just as Butler Li was about to take action, I snatched the box away. My stuff. No one can touch it. Mother Su stood up. Her expression carried a hint of anger. I see you really brought something shameful. I must see it today. As her words fell, 4 or 5 bodyguards walked over. The others put down their phones and watched the scene. They thought I would panic and give in. But I remained calm. Just as the bodyguards were about to take action to grab my box. Stop it. A deep voice came forth. It was Sus' father returning. He hurriedly stepped forward. He looked at me and asked with concern. Yichen, are you okay? I'm sorry. Uncle Su had a meeting at the company just now. He just rushed back now. Hearing this, I shook my head. Uncle. Sus' father turned to look at Su Guo. What are you doing? Yichen just arrived home and is treating him like this. Sus' mother cast a disdainful glance at me. What's wrong with me? I just wanted to see if he brought anything dirty in. Whether he brought anything unclean inside. Sus' mother angrily threw down a sentence. Then she turned and walked upstairs. Catching her breath. I'm sorry. Your aunt may have some misunderstandings about you. Uncle will explain it clearly to her. I shook my head to indicate it was okay. There are plenty of people who are biased against me. Only to hear Sus' father addressing everyone in the house again. From now on, Yichen will live here properly. You are not allowed to be disrespectful to him. And you cannot just watch him get bullied. The 5 of them were silent. They wondered why their father liked Zhang Yichen so much. After some pleasantries, Father Su took me to see the room again. The room was quite spacious and bright. Daily necessities were all available. Zinchen, are you satisfied with the room's arrangement? If you don't like it, I'll have someone redo it for you. Thank you, uncle. I really like it. Looking at the man in front of me, I felt a mix of emotions. I had seen him when I was little. He had always treated me well. This made me think of my deceased father. Seeing my expression darken, Father Su patted my shoulder and said, You must be tired from the journey. You should rest well first. I will call you back at dinner time. I nodded. I went back to my room to organize my things. After having dinner, Father Su pulled me onto the sofa to chat. Then he handed me a gold card. You keep this card. Tomorrow, let the 5 of them take you around Zhang City. Feel free to buy whatever you want. Uncle, thank you for your kindness. As soon as I finished speaking, I caught a glimpse of Mother Su's displeased expression beside me. She unexpectedly spoke up. Tisk tisk tisk. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You came to the Su family just to covet that little bit of money, didn't you? Young Wanru. Father Su shouted Mother Su's name angrily. Mother Su immediately retorted. Am I not speaking the truth? Why are you yelling at me? My mouth twitched. I don't even know how I offended young Wanru. At that moment, the phone beside me rang. Brother Chen. The company made a profit of 300 million this quarter. It has already been transferred to your account. I frowned. Why is another batch of money being transferred? It will be soon. The next day, I woke up. The company has already been handled. Has father already gone to deal with the company affairs? The 5 ladies are having breakfast at the table. Last night, Father Su had already instructed to have them take me to Zhangcheng today to browse around. I had just sat down. The eldest sister, Su Wanru's cold voice rang out. There is a company meeting today. She and the other 4 replied. After saying that, she put down her utensils and left directly. Third sister, Su Jingyao, also stood up and said, I have a performance today on short notice. I have to leave first. The remaining 4 followed suit, making excuses to leave one by one. I didn't say much either. I continued to focus on my breakfast. In the evening, my phone rang. An excited voice came from the other end. Brother Chen, did you come to Zhangcheng? I spoke coldly. Is there something you need? You came to Zhangcheng and didn't tell me. I don't care. You need to come out and have dinner with me right now. If you don't go, I'll go to the Su family to find you. Half an hour later, I said a word to the butler. I left the villa alone. After having dinner with Ji Yu Qinghan, I was dragged to a high-end bar by her persistent nagging. Brother Chen, no one is bullying you in the Su family, right? I twisted the wine glass. Who can bully me? Ji Yu Qinghan smiled. That's true. As long as you don't bully others, that's fine. Who can bully you? On the surface, this man looks gentle and refined, but secretly, he's a big devil. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Qinghan continued to ask, so you really plan to get engaged to someone from the Su family? I took a sip of the wine. I spoke casually. I don't know. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't have come to the Su family. Now I can only take it one step at a time. The 2 were in the bar hall on the first floor, completely unaware. Someone on the second floor booth has been watching them. The person is Su Wanru. She was invited here by a friend after work. After sitting down for a while, she came with a woman. Su Wanru's gaze held a hint of depth. Just at that moment, a friend noticed her gaze. Following her line of sight, Song teased. Dao, we're like an iron tree blossoming. It does look like a scene. How about I ask you for contact details? He is at GU Bar, which is a bar. Su Wanru frowned slightly. Her tone carried a hint of doubt. GU Qinghan nodded. Chat. Just that mysterious deputy box of the Guoshang company. Speaking of why Guoshang is mysterious. Because it is a publicly listed big company. Not only does it have strength, very few people know who the chairman behind it is. All these years, GU Qinghan has been handling the business affairs. But Sister Ru, you can definitely win him over. You'll surely be able to grab this handsome brother. You talk too much. Su Wanru coldly replied. Then she looked at me, who was in front of the building. There was a hint of curiosity in her gaze. This man is quite a character. How could he know the powerful GU Qinghan? Su Wanru remained silent. She picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. At that moment, GU Qinghan stood up and left her seat. Many women around were looking at me. Soon, a wealthy woman approached me, holding a wine glass. Handsome guy. Let's be friends. Let's have a drink together. I glanced at her and replied casually. I don't lack friends. The wealthy woman stiffened upon hearing this. Then she smiled and said, let's be friends. My sister is covering your expenses today. What do you think? Seeing my indifferent expression, the wealthy woman became a bit angry and embarrassed. She suddenly spoke up. Don't push your luck. I have money and power. Little Hill will make sure you won't leave today. At this moment, sitting upstairs, Fan Wanru was watching over here. On the opposite side, Song Qian also noticed her expression. She teased. Sister Wanru, that wealthy woman is not someone just anyone can mess with. It seems your prey is about to be taken by someone else. Su Wanru frowned and stood up, preparing to walk towards Lu Zheng. She planned to reveal her identity later to help me. Just as she got up, a dramatic scene unfolded. The wealthy woman raised her hand, about to slap me. I swatted her hand away. The third floor couldn't hear anything, but Su Wanru could read lips. I spoke, word by word. I don't want your face. Is it okay to take your life? My tone was arrogant and audacious. Just then, Ji Qinghan also walked out of the restroom. The wealthy woman recognized her identity, and was startled. She quickly apologized and left. I took her life. My mood was affected. I had no interest in staying any longer. I left the bar after saying goodbye to Ji Qinghan. I called a ride on my phone. I casually sat by the roadside waiting. I lit an incense stick. I looked up at the sky. I felt like the moon wasn't as round as before. Just then, a black Maybach stopped in front of me. I thought it was the ride I called. I extinguished the incense stick in the trash can. I opened the car door and was about to get in. I saw a woman sitting in the backseat. Why are you here? I then realized that the woman in the car was Su Wanru. She replied with a cool tone. She spoke in her cold voice. I hesitated and sat down beside her. For some reason, meeting Su Wanru here made me feel inexplicably guilty. Are you okay? I came here to have fun with my friends. Are you too? Su Wanru nodded lightly in agreement. I turned my head to look out the window. Su Wanru is also in this bar. Did she see me earlier or did we just run into each other by chance? The journey was silent. In the end, neither of them asked the questions on their minds. Just walked in the door after returning home. All I could hear was Sus' mother's strange voice coming from the sofa. It's only the second day since I got to Jeonchang, and I'm out having fun this late. I don't even know which woman he's fooling around with. How can such a man marry the daughter of the Su family? After the words fell, Sus' father frowned. He trusts my character, but he's worried about my safety. He was just about to call to ask. At that moment, Su Wanru and I walked in. So it turns out Wanru is with Yichin. Su Wanru didn't say anything. Denied it. Father smiled. Yichin. About marriage matters. Uncle Su plans to have you and me. The 5 daughters will take turns spending time together. At that time, you can see who you think is suitable. Can we finalize things then? I nodded a bit. Okay, uncle. Although Mother Su was dissatisfied, she knew that no one could change Father Su's decision, could only glance at me with displeasure. Early in the morning, I was awakened by a knock on the door. I opened the door with a grumpy face, looking at Ru. Get ready. Fairness. Everyone takes turns spending a day together. Today starts with the eldest sister, Su Wanru. After tidying up for a while, it was already half an hour later. I sluggishly got into the car with Su Wanru to head to the company. At that moment, the garden. I agreed to spend time with you just because of Dad, but I won't like it. You don't need to get to know me either. I raised my eyes to look at the woman in the driver's seat. She seemed a bit more energetic. Someone said with a hint of amusement, but after observing for the past couple of days, the person I like the most is you. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of depth. I don't mean to trouble you. I smiled and didn't say anything else. Company. Shall Su Wanru and I go first? For a moment, all the employees passing by turned their gaze towards us. Wow. Who is that handsome guy next to her? He's so handsome. Just by his aura, he looks like a wealthy heir from a prominent family. He and Su look great together. Time passed and everyone started discussing. Su Wanru handed the keys to the guard at the security kiosk. I had just stepped out when I suddenly froze. I exclaimed in surprise. Uncle. The elderly man in the security uniform looked up. He smiled as well. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Ru looked a bit confused at them. I directly waved my hand. You go ahead. I'll go park the car with Uncle Lin. The bodyguards of the Su family were watching my every move. I thought this country bumpkin had come. The company definitely keeps sticking to Su Wanru. I didn't expect to chat with the security guard at the booth for the whole morning. Everyone around had a mocking expression. So it really is a small place. They are all people who can't make a name for themselves. No wonder we could chat for the whole morning. Yeah, that Uncle Lin is probably from their town. What's the use of being handsome? They're still ignorant. I was completely unaware of everyone's discussions. I waited until Uncle Lin finished his shift. Then we went to a nearby restaurant together. Uncle Lin smiled. Not at all. He only found out this morning from my message. He learned the reason I came to the company. Xiao Cheng. I have met all 5 young ladies of the Su family. If you ask me, the most outstanding one is Su Wanru. Over the years, after she took over the company, she has secured many major projects. She's stable and excellent as a person. She should be considered first. I took a sip of water. Immediately, I looked resistant. Uncle, what is there to consider about an iceberg? In my eyes, Su Wanru is quite high profile. The things I said in the morning were just to annoy her, really. Uncle Lin laughed heartily. Then we talked about the other members of the Su family. After lunch, I returned to the company. I still spent the entire afternoon at the security booth. After the afternoon meeting, Su Wanru asked her assistant. She frowned slightly upon discovering that I was still at the security booth. This man was most fond of her in the morning. Now, he has come to the company but stayed at the security booth all day. What kind of trick is this man playing? Su Wanru sat in front of her desk, in front of the office. She replied in silence. After a moment of silence, she said, go check on Uncle Lin's situation, and his relationship with Zhang Yichin. By the way, also check on Zhang Chen's superior. Okay. Su He. After the assistant left for a while, I came upstairs. I took a look at Su Wanru's office. Then, I lazily opened my mouth to ask. The security guard put on a 1. You're just staying as security. Dad would disapprove if he knew. I was a bit speechless hearing that reason. 4. You called me up here yourself. If I'm bothering you, don't blame me. After saying that, I sat down on the sofa. Su Wanru ignored me. She picked up the documents and continued working. There I was on the sofa, playing a game on my phone. The volume seemed to be turned up to the maximum. Su Wanru frowned slightly. My voice cursing at my teammates came through. How can you still deliver food while doing this? Come on, bro, stop playing with your feet. I see you as just a respawning minion. Su Wanru was speechless. You're cursing in a surprisingly elegant way. The person being cursed had also started cursing back at me. Every word was a curse. At this moment, Su Wanru finally regretted bringing me to the office. This man is purely here to torment himself, isn't he? She began to doubt I was the best. It seems that you actually like her but also dislike her the most, right? The one you dislike the most should be your younger sister. Luckily, the game ended in 1 round. Ru's work has also finished. She picked up her coat as I was leaving. The two had just reached the door. The assistant came back. Ru took a glance at me. She spoke to me. You go to the garage and wait for me first. Then she watched me leave. Inside the office, the assistant started to report the investigation results. President, that Uncle Lin's identity is indeed unusual. He has many properties and office buildings in the city center of Zhangcheng. Simply put, he is a landlord worth billions. The old man is bored, so he came to be a security guard. As for the relationship between Mr. Zhang and him, I haven't found out for now. Tian's gaze. Will, how could it be just one person? Plus last night's situation. Su Wanru vaguely felt that I was not simple. However, she didn't think too much about it. This has nothing to do with her. She just needs to make sure that this Uncle Lin doesn't have any bad intentions. That's all that matters. Back home, the living room is quite lively. The other 4 members of the Su family are all here. There is a man on the sofa who is about my age. He is wearing a black suit. He looks like a wealthy young master. Wanru has returned. And Yi Chung just came back to the country today. He came straight over after getting off the plane. He smiled and got up to greet Su Wanru. Su Wanru responded lightly, and Yi Chung looked a bit disappointed. He then turned to me and smiled as he spoke. You must be Zhang Yichen, right? Hello. I am Yi Chung. I grew up with Wanru and the others since childhood. From now on, we'll be brothers. If you're bored in Zhangcheng, you can come and hang out with me. And Yi Chung just heard during our chat that I'm quite handsome. But he didn't expect me to be this excessively handsome. I had already noticed the man's hidden thoughts. I just replied casually with, good. At that moment, Su's father also returned. The Yin family and the Su family are family friends. Mr. Su treats Yi Chung very politely. The group of people are enjoying themselves happily. I casually sit on the side waiting for the meal to be served. Just then, Mrs. Su spoke up. Ah Cheng. I found out a few days ago that you were coming back. I specially went shopping and bought quite a few things. Auntie went up to get them for you. After saying that, she walked upstairs. When he came down, he unpleasantly asked Su's father. What happened to that box in my cabinet? I know. When she came down, she unhappily asked Mr. Su. Did any of you take it? Mrs. Su looked at her 5 daughters. Seeing that several of them shook their heads, and Yi Chung carefully spoke up. Auntie, it wouldn't have been stolen, would it? Who would be bold enough? You can still hand over the items and get out of the Su family. Otherwise, just wait to go to jail. No one admitted to it. Mrs. Su immediately spoke up. Butler, search each room thoroughly for me. I was playing on my phone. When I heard this, I became instantly interested. 1 hour later, the butler took people to search several maids' rooms, but they didn't find the missing items. Madam, besides the maids, there is also Mr. Yang's room that hasn't been searched. Butler Li hesitantly spoke up. One person came forward. A person stood out. We discussed yesterday that the surveillance was broken. At that time, Mr. Zhang happened to pass by. In the afternoon, I even saw. He came from your room. This clearly implies that I know the surveillance is broken. And he also went to Madame Su's room. Upon hearing this, Madame Su's face turned full of anger. Zhang Yichen. I said, why didn't you want your Uncle Su's card yesterday? Pretending to be noble on the surface while doing such despicable things behind the scenes, right? Butler, go search his room for me immediately. Su stood up and spoke, entering the matter. How could Yichen possibly be that kind of person? How is that impossible? Su Shiyuan, you think you know him well? People from such small places are capable of anything. Besides, he was home alone yesterday afternoon. He can't escape suspicion. I had a calm expression. It's nothing, Uncle Su. Let them search. Since the incident occurred, I suspected it was a conspiracy directed at me. As for who the mastermind is, I think we'll find out soon. The servants went to my room. The Su family members were still watching the play on the sofa. I looked at the person accusing me. He opened his mouth to ask. I have never been in the emperor's room. Why is this person falsely accusing me? The servant didn't understand why I asked that, but he still answered. My name is Zhang Ting. Soon, the butler came down and reported. Sir, madam, we found these items in Mr. Yang's room. There was a black plastic bag containing a jade bracelet. It was indeed the item that Mother Su lost. Everyone was a bit shocked. They actually found the item in Zhang Yichen's room. Su Shiyuan, what else do you have to say? Look at the kind of man you found for your daughter. Coming from a small place is one thing, but their hands are not clean. Su's mother had a face full of anger. It can't possibly be Yi Chen who did it. It was determined. Could there be some misunderstanding? And Yi Chung was also pretending to be compassionate nearby. At that moment, Su Wanru stepped forward. Let's have uncle and identify the fingerprints. If it was done by Zhang Yichen, there will definitely be his fingerprints on the jewelry. I nodded slightly. I called and brought an inspector and from the inspection bureau. Su's mother glanced at Su's father and gritted her teeth. If the items were stolen by Zhang Yichen, he must break off the engagement and leave the Su family. I didn't steal anything. I thought back carefully. It seemed that the bedroom door handle had a layer of film applied to it yesterday. Today, it's gone. The fingerprints on the bracelet probably came from there. One household aside from a section. The evidence is right in front of us. How do you explain your lease? Explain. I looked at Su's mother and said, I have a way to prove myself. Auntie, let me borrow this bracelet for a moment. Everyone did not understand what I meant. Only then did I see. I picked up the bracelet on the table and put it on my wrist. I extended my hand. Under the light's illumination, the wrist wearing the jade bracelet instantly became red and swollen. Itching and discomfort filled my mind. But it seemed I didn't care. I chuckled lightly and said, Auntie, this jade you bought is indeed nice. My constitution. The better the jade, the more severe my allergy. Su's father hurriedly spoke up. Silly child. If you know you're allergic to jade, why did you touch it? Quickly take it off. I looked at Su's mother and smiled coldly. These symptoms won't get better in 3 days. I didn't steal the item. My displeasure remains relentless. It's uncertain how to start singing. You might be taking a chance on singing. TMEFEOE. I smiled and said, wearing gloves. How could there be my fingerprints on the bracelet? Sudan was immediately speechless. I am allergic to jade when I touch it. Moreover, there were no symptoms on my hands before. Anyone with keen eyes could see it now. This is a frame UP against me. Then I lazily spoke up. I have finished my explanation. Aunt, now I want to ask you, why you transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Ting yesterday? Zhang Ting and Su's mother both looked stunned. What are you talking about? I pulled up a picture from my phone. It was a bill showing a transfer from Su's mother's account to Zhang Ting. I know a servant has no reason to frame themselves. They must have been bribed. Sure enough, I asked Zhang Ting for her name, and checked her account statement. Everything was a well-orchestrated drama by Su's mother. Looking at the bill, everyone was very surprised. It seemed they understood the whole story. Only Su Wanru's eyes held a hint of confusion. How did this man find out about this bill? Parole. My false bone. It is Zhang family's mother who is sick. Advance my salary. Towards dining wages. Tone of breath. I was there when Zhang Ting applied for the job. She is an orphan. Earthly time. Uncle will certainly give you an explanation for this matter. After speaking, he turned to look at Su Wanru. First, take Yicheng to the hospital to tend to his injury. I nodded. I followed Su Wanru out. Then a voice came. I paused. That's when I realized she was substituting. Su's mother, young Wanru, was apologizing to herself. Competition. I smiled again. You must be very disappointed. If this plan succeeds, I can leave the Su family. By the way, before this, do you think it was me who did it? Ruo shook her head. You look like you're in such a state. A little bit enticing. It's wealth. What does this broken thing count as compared to being the golden son-in-law of the Su family? I sold my apartment for that reason. After arriving at the hospital without a word, I took the prescription from the doctor. We went to the pharmacy to get the medication. I sat on a chair nearby waiting. In no time, Su Wanru came back. Give me your hand. I extended my hand. I saw Su Wanru take out the medicine box. She then applied it to my wound. Does it hurt? A cold sensation with a slight sting spread through my brain. Naturally, it hurts a bit. I still had a smile on my face. Su Wanru. I didn't expect you to look so graceful. Actually, you are quite considerate. It seems like I'm liking you more and more. Listening to my teasing words, the buyer's face turned red. He coughed lightly a few times. It's a way of saying, mine. I won't like you. I was just joking, of course. These 5 people from the Su family. I must observe them slowly. However, looking at my back as I stood up, Su Wanru felt an inexplicable sensation rise in her heart. We left the hospital. Meanwhile, Su and his brother had already caused a ruckus in the room. Young Wanru. Yicheng had only just arrived at the Su family a few days ago. Why are you targeting him like this? He's just a kid. Young Wanru smiled coldly. A smile. Isn't this because of you? It's a waste. Why did you bring Zhang Yicheng to the Su family? I told you long ago. I originally made a marriage pact with Yicheng's father. Young Wanru said angrily. Hat. Everything is just borrowed, right? Isn't it because you used to like Mei Hanxiao? Su Shiyuan's face instantly stiffened. He was a good friend of Yang's father at school. Both of them were talented individuals. Later, they met the youthful and beautiful Zhang Hanxiao. She is my mother. They both fell in love with Zhang. Hanxiao chose to pursue her fairly. He took advantage of the Su family's prominence to get engaged to the Zhang family. But in the end, Zhang Hanxiao chose Yang's father. She even eloped with him. Young Wanru continued. So much is hidden. Always lingering. That's why I brought him into our home. So good to him like this. I must have been hit. Su Shiyuan sighed, pulling young Wanru's hand and said, the matter of Zhang Hanxiao was long ago. Right now, you are all I think about. Young Wanru looked at him and asked, then why are you treating Zhang Yichen so well? Su Shiyuan's expression was somewhat sad. Do you know? Back then, I attended a charity event with Yichen's father. Suddenly suffered an attack. He took a bullet for me, resulting in a disability in my left leg. Over all these years. That's why I have been in town with Yichen. Yichen's father entrusted me to take good care of him before he left. Young Wanru's expression changed in an instant. Su Shiyuan fell into a long memory. At this moment, Su Wanru and I had just returned home. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw Su Shiyuan and young Wanru. I'm not sure what to say. Young Wanru actually sincerely apologized to me. I didn't hold it against her and went upstairs to rest. Just after I finished showering, there was a knock on the door. The person at the door was Wanru. I looked at her with some confusion. Is there something you need, auntie? I want to talk to you. Into room E. After entering the room and sitting down, young Wanru spoke directly. I now accept you into our Su family, and I agree to let you marry my daughter. You cannot choose Su Wanru. I paused slightly upon hearing this. I then asked back. Wanru is my best daughter. I already have a satisfactory woman. Keep your distance from her. This clearly implies that I am not worthy. That satisfactory person is probably in Yicheng. Got it. Aunt, what kind of place? Let's talk about it later. What about young Wanru? Let's discuss it later. I left the room. I woke up the next day. It was my turn to spend time with Su Jiayi's second sister, Su Luoli. Su Luoli is the vice president of the Su group. She doesn't get along well with her elder sister Su Wanru. It's said that she likes to oppose Su Wanru. As soon as I got in the car, Su Luoli asked me, how did you get along with Wanru yesterday? I was somewhat indifferent. Not bad. Hearing this, she continued. Let me tell you. The eldest sister is not a good person at all. Cruel and ruthless, lacking in empathy. You absolutely mustn't choose her. A hint of a smile flickered in my eyes. Su Luoli stiffened instantly. She gave an awkward smile. No, don't. Arriving at the company, Su Luoli was busy with work. I spent another day at the security booth. Until the third day. The one spending time with me was my third sister, Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao is part of the entertainment industry. She is a top star with tens of millions of fans. Today happens to be her birthday. It is also the day of her 10th anniversary in the industry. She spent the whole day rehearsing for the concert tonight. She was completely too busy to pay attention to me. I had just woken up from a nap and came downstairs. I saw Yicheng smiling as he walked towards me. We were planning to go shopping at the mall together. To buy a few sets of clothes. And to buy a gift for Jingyao as well. Let's go together. I thought about it and didn't refuse. I followed a few people and left. Upon arriving at the mall, and Yicheng pulled me into a brand suit store. Yichen, you are so handsome. Wearing a suit must look great on you. 4 women were waiting at the door, and Yicheng glanced outside. He immediately picked up a deep green suit from the shelf. This one looks nice. Why not try it on? I took a look at that suit. The style is quite outdated. Noticing I was silent, and Yicheng picked up another, even uglier one. How about this one? I squinted slightly. And Yicheng, if you don't like me, you don't have to put on an act. You also don't need to do it this way. I, Zhang Yichin, may be from the countryside, but my taste is not any worse than yours. Yichin, did you misunderstand me? And Yicheng's expression turned a bit ugly. Indeed, he thought that I, a bumpkin from the countryside, definitely wouldn't understand fashion. Usually, I just wear ordinary t-shirts. Who would have expected that? I casually looked at the suits in the shop, and directly asked the staff to wrap up ones I liked. Just as I pulled out my phone to make the payment, Su Wanru handed a black card to the cashier. Say, I said Dan Lee. Thank you. Hearing this, Su Wanru spoke indifferently. Don't get me wrong. I paid for her. After settling the bill, she turned and left. I was speechless behind her, and Yicheng couldn't help but clench his fingers at this scene. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. After leaving the mall, the two bodyguards behind me were almost unable to carry their bags. Xiao Xiao said with sarcasm. It's really frustrating. More stuff. Xiao Xiao was just getting back at me. She has always held a grudge against me for saying she was fully grown. Upon hearing this, I hadn't even spoken yet, and Yicheng beside me spoke up. Su Xiao Xiao, how can you say that? Yicheng just bought a few things casually. Is this what you call casually buying? I made a sound of discontent. You were the one who just swiped the card. Xiao Xiao said. That was my elder sister's money. I shot her a glance and said, yeah, that's your eldest sister's. She didn't say a word. What are you chattering about? After saying that, I got into the car directly. The little one looked displeased. The little face was quite expressive. Still complaining while sitting in the car. I rolled my eyes in silence. I have plenty of my own money to spend, but I need a chance to pay, too. It soon became evening. After having dinner, I tidied up a bit. I headed to the concert with the crowd. Just as we were getting seated, and Yicheng quickly took the seat next to Su Wanru. I didn't mind at all. I sat down next to Su Luoli. The concert soon began. Jing Yao came on stage. She wore a white formal dress. As a top celebrity, her looks were definitely stunning. There were cheers from the crowd below. I felt like my ears were about to burst. In just an hour, Su Jingyao sang several songs. Su Luoli beside me spoke up. The host slowly walked onto the stage. Today marks the 10th anniversary of Jingyao. We have prepared a surprise for everyone. Next, we will randomly select a lucky fan to come up on stage and sing with Jing. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The fans were so excited that they nearly lost their voices. The numbers on the stage were spinning. Finally, it stopped at 26. Su Luoli beside me spoke up. Amazing. Zhang Yichin. Number 26 is you. I paused slightly. The host on stage had already started speaking. Let's welcome the fan number 26 onto the stage. I squinted slightly. I glanced at a few people beside me. I saw the undisguised glee in Yicheng's eyes. I suddenly understood. Someone wants to see me make a fool of myself. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and I slowly walked up to the stage. Amazing. It turned out to be Chong. The host smiled and spoke. This doesn't seem to be coherent in Chinese, possibly a typo. May I ask what your name is? I spoke calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below was stunned. It was Zhang Yichin, who was engaged to the Su family. I can't believe he is so handsome. You have to know that half of the people here are fans of Su Jingyao's boyfriend. At this moment, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. You should see their jealous gazes directed at me. Okay. The next song we will cover is Good Night by Beiji. Beiji is a popular singer. However, he is quite mysterious. No one has ever seen what he looks like, but his voice has become famous all over the world. At this moment, the host had already handed over the microphone. I pursed my lips and spoke. I have no sense of pitch. I can't sing. I'm sorry. The crowd below was murmuring. Come down now. Don't stand next to my goddess anymore. It's embarrassing to look at. Zhang Yichin, get out of here. I squinted slightly. I know. Those who want to see me make a fool of myself must be feeling really pleased right now. I love to slap faces the most. I took the microphone from the host's hand. I can't sing this song, but I can provide the accompaniment. The accompaniment for this song is played on the piano. Lu looked at Duan with suspicion. Can't sing the song, just the piano. The host couldn't even speak. Let's welcome and Filai. Then let's be quiet. Looking forward to Mr. Zhang and Jingyao's collaboration for Good Night. I slowly walked towards the piano. The scene also fell silent. The rhythm began. The piece. Jing was a bit surprised. I thought she would be able to. She can play. She was also singing the song wholeheartedly. The synergy in our performance was undeniable. Su Jingyao couldn't help but look at me. Some fans were actually shipping this scene. At this moment, and Yicheng in the audience also smiled and spoke up. I didn't expect Zhang Yichin to play the piano so well. It seems he should be above level 8. One played and the other sang. The two looked quite compatible, even though it was said like this. And Yicheng felt extreme hatred inside. This gymnasium belongs to the Yin family. It was easy for him to manipulate the selection process. He intended to embarrass me on stage. Unexpectedly, Su Wanru listened to these words. My gaze. Under the glare of the lights, I appeared mysterious and stunning, making people want to explore. But for some reason, it felt very glaring for both Su Jingyao and me to be on stage at the same time. Does it match? The song ended. The audience erupted in applause. After I got off stage, I went to the restroom. When I walked out, I saw a woman in a black dress standing at the door. She was wearing a mask. Her face was not visible, but she had an elegant and noble demeanor. You are Zhang Yichin, right? I really liked your performance just now. This is for you. The woman handed me a beautifully wrapped exquisite tulip. I was momentarily taken aback. I took the bouquet with some confusion. You know me. The woman waved her hand and said, I recognize you. I just really enjoy your performance. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. After saying that, the woman turned and left. Her eyes were filled with unhidden sadness. I stood frozen in place, looking at the bouquet in my hands. A strange feeling surfaced in my heart. 2 hours later, The concert ended. I left with the 5 members of the Su family and Yi Chung. Mr. and Mrs. Su prepared dinner at home to celebrate their daughter's birthday. After blowing out the candles, everyone took out the gifts they had prepared. I also took out the gift I had prepared, without hurry. Su Jingyao thanked each person in turn. Then she started unwrapping. There was a property deed for a mansion, a jewelry necklace, a cruise and various other items. All of them were quite valuable. When it came to my turn, it was a box, neither too big nor too small. Everyone knew what I had bought today. They all think it's probably just some random thing to fool Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao casually opened it. For a moment, she was stunned. It was a microphone from the Lair brand, a rare sight worldwide. This microphone was once featured in an auction. It was later sold by a mysterious person for 10 million. Su Jingyao missed the auction at that time, but she had been thinking about it for a long time. She sought various channels to pay a higher price to buy it, but she couldn't find a buyer. A small doubt returned. This wouldn't be a fake, would it? But Su Jingyao could tell at a glance that this was not fake. She excitedly said, "Wow, this really is for me." I calmly nodded. It's just a microphone. So emotional. Truly lacking in experience. Su Jingyao asked with some confusion, "Where did this microphone come from?" I waved my hand. "I play the piano well. The person who took it before knows me and gifted it to me. They want me to develop in the music industry. However, I can't sing. So they just gave it to you." I casually made up an excuse. Everyone was surprised by me once again. It seems the gifts they prepared all did not please Su Jingyao as much as this one. Everyone started to view me differently. At first, they thought I was just an incompetent fool. But after these few days, I seemed to be different from what they imagined. After a moment, I replied, "Happy birthday to the country. I am a bit tired, so I'll go up and rest for now." Sunday. I got up early in the morning. Today is spent with Su Xinyan. She is a doctor. Yan looks cool and dignified. Shan Yan looks well-mannered and refined. I've been at the Su family for a few days and have spoken a few words with her. The two drove all the way to the hospital. "I have 2 surgeries today. Choose surgery today. I'm a bit busy. You stay in the office." Nodded. Played games all morning. Su Xinyan hadn't finished the surgery. I was really extremely bored, so I just left the hospital to stroll around, until I returned home in the evening. I hadn't seen Su Xinyan again, until the next day. It was Xiao Xiao's turn. Xiao Xiao. She is the youngest in the family. She is still in college now, because the driver took a day off today. Su Wanru's company happened to pass by the school, so the 3 of them left the villa together after having breakfast. On the road, only heard Su Xiao Xiao in the front seat exclaiming in surprise, "Sister Tian, I just saw the news. Someone broke your record in Death Gorge yesterday." Death Gorge is a famous racing track. The fastest record was set by Wanru a year ago. 5 minutes created by Wanru. Su Xiao Xiao couldn't express how much she admired her older sister. Now someone has actually broken that record. Hearing this, Su Wanru raised her eyebrows slightly. Xiao Xiao continued to say, "It's a person. Unfortunately, he's leading the pack. I can't see clearly. I'm still feeling a bit drowsy." In front of me, Su Xiao Xiao is still chattering away. Who is the healthy person? It has been a long time without any news on infertility. We're nearing the deadline to arrive at school. Meeath. Do you have a crush on my third sister? You aren't a fan of my third sister, are you? Tisk tisk tisk. I rolled my eyes speechlessly, too lazy to argue with this fool. I casually got out of the car. However, Su Wan, who heard this, slightly stiffened her gentle grip on the steering wheel. Xiao Xiao waved her hand behind her car. "It's grown up. Can you find out who that man is for me?" At this moment, someone who usually loves to play with cars. Su Xiao Xiao's heart changed idols again. He must be a charming and handsome guy. It's simply too cool. Su Wanrong ignored her and instead instructed, "Take good care of Zhang Yichen. Who would bully him?" Su Xiao Xiao mumbled and walked away without looking back. No matter where I go, I feel like someone is watching me. After all, he is the golden son-in-law chosen by the Su family. Naturally, he is the center of attention wherever he goes. I just attended a class. I got up and went to the bathroom. I was stopped by someone as I was about to walk out. Several boys in uniforms blocked my way. The leader of the group shot me a glance. He spoke with ill intentions. "You like Su Xiao?" I shook my head and said. The leader pointed at me. "Zhang Yichen. Su Xiao Xiao is the school beauty of our school. Don't you even consider if you're worthy?" I felt speechless. Can't these people understand words? I already said I don't like her. Does Su Xiao Xiao even know you exist? What are you even? Are you even worthy? The leader's expression stiffened upon hearing that. He immediately let out a cold laugh. "We have to teach you a lesson today. How dare they come to Xiao Xiao's school?" Su Xiao Xiao learned that Zhang Yichen was cornered in the bathroom. Thinking of her father's warning, she could only go there reluctantly. However, when she arrived at the bathroom, she was stunned. She saw a few people with swollen, bruised faces running out of the bathroom. The corner of Su Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched. The green-haired ones were all school bullies. They took advantage of their influential families and their taekwondo training to bully others. She saw me walking out unhurriedly. I was completely unscathed. Seeing Su Xiao Xiao's surprised expression, I said, "They wanted to beat me. So, I beat them. I didn't expect someone like you to have so many admirers. These people not only have poor brains but also poor taste." She shouldn't have cared about this scummy man, Zhang Yichen. No one is bothering me anymore. The last period is physical education class. I sat on the playground watching the girls play badminton. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my stomach. I hurriedly got up, holding my stomach. I rushed toward the school's public restroom. Su Wanru finished her work. The assistant walked into the office. "The president. I found out. Mr. Zhang broke your record at the Swansea track last night." Su Wanru looked up. "Who did you say it was?" Always facing everything with. Su Wanru, usually calm as still water, was surprisingly astonished at this moment. It's rather unexpected. This result is quite surprising. The campus. This man is really interesting. A hint of a smile flashed across Su Wanru's face. Just then, the phone on the table began to ring. Thigh. After finishing. MMERLA. I only realized about Zhang after the physical education class. He also isn't answering the phone. I also asked about the villa. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's expression changed on the other end of the phone. You go call the police. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Su Wanru immediately drove to the school. She adjusted the surveillance at the school and the school entrance. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw my figure on the surveillance. I walked towards the public restroom. A blue figure followed closely behind me, neither too far nor too near. This means the last place I disappeared was the public restroom. Su Wanru's expression darkened as she led her team straight to that location. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon. There are very few people passing through this place. As soon as someone got came closer one by one, they could clearly hear a man's sinister laughter from inside. Weren't you just full of energy a moment ago? Why aren't you resisting now? Go ahead and continue hitting me. What a shameless man you are. Seducing my sister Su Jingyao. Just watch, I'll beat you into submission. Su Wanru heard the name Su Jingyao. She confirmed that the man inside was Su Jingyao's secret lover. Go in directly. The bodyguard received the order. He kicked the door open. The man's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked at Su Wanru at the door. He had an unhappy expression on his face. Recommendation. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to ruin my plans? Su Wanru glanced up. Even without anger, she exuded authority. A person protected by the Su family. You dare to make a move as well? Looking at the extraordinary woman in front of him, the lackey behind him suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. This seems to be the young lady of the Su family. Su Wanru. Anyone who has seen the news can recognize her at a glance. The woman who often speaks on it. She was followed by a group of bodyguards. Everyone is strong. In contrast, the two lackeys looked as weak as chicks. Su Wanru raised her hand. The assistant beside her immediately understood. They subdued the three men. The man who had just looked crazed saw this scene. Suddenly became afraid. He impulsively kidnapped Zhang Yichen. But he never expected that he couldn't bear the consequences of this outcome. Smoke. Tea garden. I was just impulsive. Wanru's voice was cold and indifferent. Couldn't hear clearly. Just wait to bear the legal responsibilities. Upon hearing this, the little thug knelt on the ground. It's all because we didn't recognize Mr. Zhang. Offended Mr. Zhang. Please, Miss Su, spare us. Su Wanru ignored their pleading. The sound of police sirens rose. The three sat on the ground, resigned to their fate, faces ashen. After the police took the three away, only Su Xiaoxiao, who rushed over, remained at the scene. And Su Wanru, who was supporting me. This man will definitely cause trouble. I suspect he did it on purpose. Just can't let us live in peace. Just doesn't want us to survive. Child's fire. Su Wanru frowned and said, don't say anymore. Let's take him to the hospital first. If you want to send it, you can do it yourself. Write down this sentence. Su Xiaoxiao left pouting. Qin Xiaoxiao stormed away angrily. Su Wanru lowered her gaze, looking at me with a pained expression. I, covered in injuries, took me to the hospital. Relying on this connection with Su Xinyan, Su Wanru took me directly to her office. She frowned. Su Wanru looked at me solemnly. Are the injuries severe? I cleared my throat lightly. He has many different kinds of injuries. There are also some mild concussions. Unknown. A bit dehydrated. Is it financially difficult? Heard a word. Su Wanru's ears turned red with embarrassment. Good seeds. Hands need to work. You stay here with him for now. Remember to help him with the admission procedures later. His injuries won't heal anytime soon. Shu Yan pushed the door open and left. I slowly opened my eyes, holding my still aching stomach. My voice was weak. I want to drink water. Su Wanru poured a cup of hot water and handed it to me. Watching the sweat on my forehead, she took out a tissue and handed it to me. I smiled at her and said, thank you. No wonder she is the person I like. She is quite considerate. Even though I couldn't straighten my back due to the pain, I still couldn't help but tease her. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru frowned and said, Sir, I hope you won't make jokes like that again. I have already expressed my stance before. I curled my lip. Why be so serious? It's really boring. After saying that, I lowered my head to drink water. Suddenly, Wanru stood up and said, I have an urgent meeting. The hospitalization procedures will be taken care of soon. You should rest well. Got it. Just as Su Wanru left, my phone rang. Ji Yu Qinghan's voice came from the other end, carrying a hint of anxiety and concern. Yi Cheng, are you okay? I heard you were hospitalized. You have to be kidding. Didn't you see the news? You were kidnapped by Su Jingyao's fan. Su Wanru went to rescue you. She even personally took you to the hospital. The paparazzi captured it. Now there's gossip online about you and Su Wanru. I casually flipped through. Sure enough, the top 3 trending topics are all about this heavyweight news. The eldest daughter of the Su family is concerned about her fiancé Zhang Yicheng. The two have developed feelings for each other. I frowned and spoke up. Find someone to remove the trending topic. You handle the company for now. Call me anytime if you have questions. Got it, Yicheng. Ji Yu Qinghan across from me said resentfully. By the way, I've already dealt with the fan secretly. He won't get out of prison in this lifetime. I nodded. I didn't think things were this simple. Ji Yu Qinghan continued. Additionally, the Su group wants to collaborate with us. The profits are quite substantial. However, he has one condition. That is to meet with Lan Zhang's box cutter. I frowned and thought, why does he insist on meeting me? Ji Yu Qinghan then said, I know it's inconvenient for you, so I declined this collaboration. I said we could collaborate again in the future. Alright. I hung up the phone. I made a gesture. He wants to see me. Now is not the right time. Su Wanru. We have plenty of time in the future. The next morning, Su Wanru appeared in the ward again. I smiled as I peeled a segment of orange. Miss Su, the workaholic, even gave up her work to come here to visit me. I was truly surprised and flattered. The fruit is quite sweet. Would you like to have one? After saying that, he broke off a banana and asked the question. Rent. My dad sent me to take care of you. Su Wanru didn't mind the hand I extended. Her gaze shifted. I have a question I want to ask you. Su Wanru pursed her lips. You actually broke the record at Swan Canyon. You little person. How could you have the opportunity to play with cars? After washing, his gaze fixed intensely on me. This man is too mysterious. Clearly, he comes from an unremarkable background. Yet his accomplishments are astonishing. I let out a laugh. It's just something to pass the time out of boredom. Why is the young lady so concerned about this? Su Wanru was slightly taken aback. Watching him appear so carefree, thoughts in my heart gradually spread. First, there's a connection with Ji Yu Qinghan, knowing the distinguished Uncle Lin, and he can play the piano excellently, even breaking her record at Swan Canyon, a record that no one could break. This ordinary young man is not trivial at all. Zhang Chen is also in the garden. I hope you don't have any ulterior motives. Su Wanru seemed to be warning, but my heartstrings were gently tugged by one thing after another. At that moment, a knock on the door broke Su Wanru's train of thought, and Yicheng knocked and pushed the door open. Upon seeing Su Wanru and Zhang Yichen alone together, he felt a surge of jealousy that was driving him mad. With a concerned look, he stepped forward and grabbed my hand. He asked, "Why is your face so pale? You're injured badly." His grip was very tight. I chuckled softly. I glanced at Su Ru beside me. Suddenly, I understood. This man's possessiveness is terrifying, and there's no need for Mr. Fang to hold on so tightly. Those who don't know would think Yicheng is deeply in love. At the same time, a gentle breeze disrupted Yicheng's thoughts, and Yicheng's face instantly turned pale and purple. Yet he pretended to smile and said, "Isn't this because I'm worried about you? What if something happens to you? How heartbroken Uncle Su would be." I curled my lips. I haven't even become Su family's son-in-law yet, and I'm already so concerned about Uncle Su's opinion. Mr. N is quite thoughtful. Upon hearing this, and Yicheng looked visibly disappointed. "Mr. Zhang, you seem to really dislike me." I gave him a sidelong glance. "Mr. N thinks I dislike you just because of a few words. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? I rarely see such insincere men." And Yicheng's expression darkened. "I just wanted to come by and visit, but I didn't expect you to be so aggressive in your words. Maybe I should leave." And Yicheng stood up. He pretended to leave. Su Wanru frowned upon seeing this. She said coldly, "Don't be too much with your words. And Yicheng just came to see you." I frowned and waved my hand, saying, "Tea master, I'm not feeling well. You should take a break." Su Wanru looked at me with a furrowed brow. Her gaze darkened slightly. "Then we'll leave first. Take care and rest well." And Yicheng wished he could separate the two. Upon hearing this, following Su Wanru out, the two of them started. The world fell silent once again, but my mood couldn't settle down no matter what. I suddenly realized I had overlooked something important. I went to class with Su Xiaoxiao. Not many people knew about this matter at all. How did the fan know my exact address? They even kidnapped me in the time it took to use the bathroom. A bold idea surfaced in my mind. I made a phone call. I had the police interrogate that fan. Habitual practice. I looked at my phone and saw a few big characters from Yicheng. My gaze turned cold. The mastermind was indeed in Yicheng. And 3. Then let's wait and see. A few days later, Anxi inexplicably fell into a financial crisis. Some executives of the company began to sell their shares. Anxi was powerless. They borrowed 2 billion from the Su family to save the company. Su Nian became this difficult son-in-law, and Cheng became difficult to please. To reach a state of calm, matters have begun to settle down, because something happened at home, and Yicheng didn't have time to come to the hospital and put on a facade. I also gained quite a bit. On this day, Shan Yan came as usual to check my health. After the examination, she took off her stethoscope. With a gentle smile, recovery was quite fast. "It's today." I spoke calmly. "Good. I understand. Isn't my sister coming to see you today? These past few days, for the sake of the family, Su Wanru hasn't had time to come visit me. Rare. Eating her own breakfast. Her tone was casual and natural. Whether she comes to visit or not is her business. You ask someone. Su Xingyan didn't expect I would go this route. Su Yan didn't expect me to smile so deeply and ask for stability. With a light laugh, she asked, "It doesn't matter to let you interact with the 5 of us. Who are you most satisfied with?" I raised my eyebrows and smiled. "Who do you hope I would say?" Shu Yan gave a slight smile. "Since that's the case, then I won't ask anymore. Not interested." After washing up, I left with these words. In the afternoon, Su Wanru still did not show up. I handled my discharge procedures myself. I took the Su family's special car home. My body has mostly recovered, but staying at home isn't a solution either. Father Su suggested I go to work at the company. Reactions varied among the crowd. Su Xiaoxiao's opinion was the most. She glanced at me calmly drinking tea on the sofa, with a look of disdain. "He is not a country bumpkin from a small town. He is in charge of the company affairs. It's none of your business." I looked at Su Xiaoxiao jumping up and down. I found it somewhat amusing. No matter what, he's better than you. However, Su Wanru did not speak at this moment. She quietly looked at me. She thought this man had unexpected surprises for her. Father Su wore a stern expression. His gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao was full of blame. "Even if Yichen is from a small town, you shouldn't ridicule others' backgrounds like this. You don't have to eat dinner tonight. Stay in your room and think things over." At that moment, Su Jingyao drove back. I think it would be good for him to give it a try. After all, staying home all day can indeed be very boring. She developed a little fondness for the bug, because she took my microphone. At this moment, it also helped me to speak up. Su Wanru paused for a moment. Finally, she responded, "Let's check out the internship at the company. then find him something else to do. That would seal the deal. It has become an unchangeable fact. 5 little branches are uneven. The choice is Wanru's establishment. She couldn't connect. She could only quietly clench her fist. I looked at his angry, handsome face. He smiled amicably. You seem quite unhappy. MHTHED. Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and said, You, man, will only bring trouble. I don't know what kind of trouble you'll cause when you get into the company. I can't be bothered to argue with a little brat. So I stopped arguing with her. The company situation is already a settled matter. Even if Xiao Yu is unhappy about it, they can only accept reality. Early the next morning, Su Wanru called me to go to work at the company together. It was my first day at the company. I was placed in the design department by Su Wanru. I became an ordinary little employee. I greeted my colleagues around me with a smile. A pile of documents was heavily slammed onto the desk in front of me. Alright, this is the work you are responsible for. Process the documents and email them to me before 12 o'clock. Don't think you can slack off just because someone is looking out for you. The man's incessant voice suddenly stopped. Looking at the familiar handsome face in front of me, Lu Jia was taken aback in an instant. I smiled and greeted him. Long time no see. Lu Yi Quan. I naturally remember this man in front of me. Back then, Lu Jia relied on being the principal's son. Because the girl he liked had a crush on me, he repeatedly bullied me. We even got into a fight because of it. Later, I was expelled and went abroad. I completed my double degree there. Only then did I return to my country. I didn't expect to run into my nemesis. Yet, I still encountered him. The current me is somewhat different from the past. However, the stubbornness deep inside me remains unchanged. My smile turned cold. I stared at Lu Jia's increasingly distorted face. I scoffed. Do you see that I can't even speak? Lu Jia took advantage of being the supervisor. His confidence surged instantly. I warned him. Your current boss is me. Don't try any tricks with me. If you don't work properly, I have plenty of ways to make you leave. I laughed directly. So you're starting to use your position to pressure me. Then you better hold on to this position tightly. Lu Jia's anger surged immediately. He couldn't help but mock me. He began to recount past events one by one. Do you think you're something special? How dare you point fingers at me? After dropping out of middle school, I didn't know where I was hanging out. I might have been taken care of by an older woman long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to find a job like this. Hearing this, my expression turned cold. So you say I'm being supported, huh? Seeing my suddenly lowered pressure, Lu Jia shivered in fear, suddenly realizing he was powerful and influential, while I was just a kept boy. My arrogance rose again. I already did it. Am I still afraid of what others say? I'm a head taller than Lu Jia. Leaning slightly forward, I sneered. If Uncle Su knew that his future son-in-law was called a kept boy, I wonder if he would be furious. The Mr. Zhang mentioned in the news who has a marriage pact with the Su family is you. Lu Jia rarely pays attention to the news. He had only heard a little about this matter. He never could have imagined that the one with a marriage pact with the Su family, it turns out to be Zhang Yicheng, whom he has looked down upon since childhood. Just thinking about the power of the Su family, he couldn't help but shiver. I didn't want to reminisce with this old classmate. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Just knowing is enough. You have interrupted my work. Supervisor Lin. This sentence was like the final blow to Lu Jia. Lu Jia looked tense and angry as he responded. He couldn't find any words to refute. He straightened up. His voice turned harsh. Although you have a marriage pact with the Su family, and the Su family is protecting you, I tell you this. In the company, those without ability will eventually be cleared out. I smiled unconcernedly. Let's wait and see. Lu Jia glared at me fiercely. He stormed off in anger. While contemplating how to proceed, I sent the documents to Lu Jia an hour in advance. But not long after, they were sent back. There were no comments on the documents at all. There are only 2 simple and straightforward words. Redo. Lu Jia will definitely find a way to make things difficult for me. I am very confident in my plan. No modifications. I sent it again. There is no doubt. The plan was rejected again. I can't be bothered to deal with him anymore. I went directly to the president's office with the plan. Su Wanru was currently in the office. Su Wanru was in the office. She said Dan as she saw me come in. Is there something? I placed the plan in front of her and said with a light laugh. Su Wanru. Your department head thinks my plan is not good enough. Why don't you take a look yourself? She took a quick glance. As the pages turned, her eyes gradually brightened. These ideas are quite unconventional. Winning with cleverness. Some viewpoints even align with her thoughts. She asked, looking up. She inquired. Is this the task Lu Jia assigned to you? I smiled and nodded. Su Wanru informed her secretary to call Lu Jia over. Lu Jia saw that I was also there. He gave me a fierce glare. Only then did he cautiously ask. This line seems to be incomplete or unclear. Please check the context for accurate translation. Su Wanru's voice was somewhat indifferent. Is this the task you assigned to a newcomer? Lu Jia trembled all over. Su Wanru glared at him fiercely. The most important plan of this quarter. You assigned it to a newcomer to draft. Suppressing subordinates. Lu Jia. You have some nerve. I'll deduct 2 months' salary from you. Su Wanru never gets angry easily. But today, Lu Jia listened to the coldness in her voice. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. Lu Jia was in a frantic rage. I wished I could tear my own mouth apart, but I didn't dare to raise a fuss. I could only secretly compete in my heart. Lu Jia walked off. Ru looked at me. Su, he is indeed clear about rewards and punishments. My thoughts were in turmoil. The whole person is truly full of surprises. Indeed, it has fallen short of our expectations. Lu Jia has been punished these past few days. When he encountered me, he also left with his tail between his legs. But seeing his fierce gaze, I felt in my heart that he was hiding some big move. At the coffee machine, I unexpectedly ran into Su Luoli. She winked and raised her eyebrow at me, saying, I heard that Su Wanru did this for you. Even Lu Jia was dealt with. You really are an important man. Listening to her slightly sarcastic tone, I felt uncomfortable in my heart, but my face remained expressionless. How come? Su Vice Box is envious. Is it my fault for stealing your eldest sister's affection for you? Upon hearing this, Su Luoli's expression stiffened for a moment. Mr. Zhang really loves to joke. I calmly took a cup of coffee. Wasn't it Su Vice who made the joke first? I'm just using their own methods against them. An eye for an eye. Su Luoli still wore a smile. Mr. Zhang is truly interesting. No wonder he can make that workaholic Su Wanru look at him differently. But the things he says can be uncomfortable to hear. I smiled and nodded. Thank you. But Vice President Su is a bit too talkative. Su Luoli's expression changed slightly. It was the first time someone had said she talked too much. No one has ever made her lose face. This was the first time. Alright then. I won't interrupt Mr. Yang's coffee time. Su Luoli turned around with a cup of coffee and left. I looked at her back thoughtfully. My proposal was appreciated by the partners. The profits this quarter are good. The company here decided to hold a banquet to celebrate the thriving development of the company. Even though I know I don't, they think of me as some kind of bumpkin. For the sake of the Su family's reputation, Su Wanru still decided to take me to buy a suit. With the experience from last time, I chose the clothes I liked directly this time. I handed them to Su Wanru to pay. The two of us returned to the company together. The entrance was already crowded with reporters. Upon seeing the two attend together, the reporters quickly surrounded them. May I ask if the rumors about the two of you having feelings for each other are true? Can you both respond directly? Su Wanru's cold gaze swept over everyone. Everyone present fell silent. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Su Wanru took me directly into the company. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just a small business meeting. Su Wanru was the center of attention wherever she went. Sigma. There was always a crowd around her seeking her advice. I quietly slipped away to a side lounge by myself. I started eating the snacks on the table. Lu Jia walked over. Isn't this our big guy Zhang Yichen? Why didn't you accompany the tailor together? Although it seems sarcastic on the surface, the jealousy in their eyes can't be hidden. Even this inexplicable country bumpkin has a chance to be the tailor's fiancé. Why can't Lu Jia have that chance? How has manager Lu been doing without a salary lately? I ignored her. She lightly blurted out this sentence. Lu Jia turned pale when he recalled that matter. Zhang Yichen. Don't get too smug too soon. Su Wanru's childhood sweetheart is the only son-in-law the Su family acknowledges. You're just an orphan. How can you be worthy of marrying the best CEO? I smiled slightly. I never said I had to marry Su Wanru. Moreover, if I'm unworthy, are you worthy? Lu Jia knows I'm good with words, so he didn't bother to say anything more to me. Stop trying to sow discord. I'm telling you, you'll be kicked out of the company sooner or later. Just thinking about the plan for later. He smirked slyly. I chuckled lightly. What tricks do you have? Bring it on. Lu Jia can't outtalk me. He can only leave in disgrace. We are about to get into the main event of today. It's time to announce the company's performance for this quarter. Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the corner. I believe there are issues with this quarter's business. As soon as these words were spoken, it shocked everyone present. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Su Wanru shifted her gaze. Her expression remained calm. Do you have something to say? Lu Jia heard the inquiry from the boss. He quickly stood up. I report Zhang Yichen for plagiarizing the proposal. You're saying she plagiarized? What evidence do you have? Lu Jia gritted his teeth. He directly handed over the evidence he had prepared. I narrowed my eyes. So he was waiting for him here. The inspiration for this design comes from the work of Aaron, a student from a famous university abroad. This country bumpkin is the one stealing his achievements. One is a top university, and the other is a bumpkin. Who's to say which is more important? Everyone can tell the difference. Upon hearing this, people around immediately began to discuss. This Zhang Yichen is really good at pretending, isn't he? It's okay if you can't write it out. What's the big deal about plagiarism? How can someone like this deserve to stay in our company? Su Wanru avoided the gazes of these people and looked at me. Zhang Chen, do you have any explanation? Su Wanru looked at my smiling eyes. I felt inexplicably at ease. It was as if this matter. She could almost be sure it wasn't my fault. But she still wanted to hear what I had to say. I smiled and nodded. The femur indeed borrowed a bit of creativity. You're quite observant. Lu Jia felt this was already a victory set in stone. At that moment, he began to speak indiscriminately. This rural bumpkin has no learning. Now he's still looking at creativity. How can someone like him deserve to stay in the company? Box cutting. I suggest we kick him out of the company right now. Su Wanru frowned slightly, waiting for the next words. Then what if? I am Aaron. Lu Jia burst out laughing. You are Aaron. Zhang Yichen, don't be ridiculous. If you are Aaron, I'll resign and leave right now. I'd give the executive position to you. A genius boy like Aaron. A genius who completed his double degree early. How could he possibly come back to the country and work in the company, only to be a lowly employee? What you said? I asked casually. Lu Jia was determined to win. He proudly raised his chin in response. Yeah, what I said. I walked onto the stage, took out my phone and connected to the screen, then dialed a video call. A few seconds later, a kindly foreign grandpa appeared on the screen. This is mentor Andrew, who has won the Nobel Prize twice. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. I didn't expect Zhang Yichen to actually know someone like this. I smiled slightly. Hello, teacher. I'm very sorry to disturb you this way. Andrew didn't seem to be unhappy at all, seeing me with a beaming smile. Aaron, you haven't contacted me in a long time. You called me this time. I'm very happy. I don't even want to do the experiments anymore. I shook my head with a smile. Sorry for bothering you, teacher. Teachers need to work hard on their experiments. We both joked and chatted in a foreign language. A group of people fell silent, afraid to speak. Being able to enter the Su family, they mostly come from top universities. The dialogue between the two can basically be understood. But the hardest thing to understand isn't these foreign languages. It's that Zhang Yichen actually knows someone like this. Moreover, it can be learned from Andrew's mentor. I really am Aaron. Lu Jia's mood collapsed in an instant. He stared at the screen in disbelief. He looked at me again. Instantly, he collapsed. He lost. He lost horribly. I hung up the phone. I coldly said to Lu Jia, who looked pale as a ghost. Lu Jia and Lu Shang. I borrowed my own ideas. Should I still be accused of plagiarism? Lu Jia opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Su Wanru's heart couldn't be described as shocked anymore. Sure enough. This man would bring her unexpected surprises. Lu Jia. Tonight, you will go to the finance department for the meal. Su Wanru couldn't stand such arrogant people staying in the company. One sentence ended Lu Jia's fate. This farce ended perfectly. Su Wanru decided to take me home. I still had important things to do, so I politely declined her offer. I went out and got into a car. Ji Yu Qinghan had been waiting in the car for a long time. Chen, are you okay now? I chuckled softly. I'm fine now. Let's go. Let's hurry. Otherwise, it will be over soon. Ji Yu Qinghan nodded. He stepped on the gas hard. The car sped away. We're going to a high-tech computer that will be auctioned tonight. It's said to be left by a world-class top hacker. There is only one in the whole world. I absolutely love tinkering with these. I must get this computer. When we arrived at the scene, it was just time for the final featured computer to come up. The starting bid was 10 million. The crowd stirred in response. I remained silent. When the voices became scarce, the bidding began to rise. 21 million. Is there anyone else bidding? Ji Yu Qinghan slowly raised his paddle. 30 million. Is there anyone at 130 million? 200 million. My smile froze at the corner of my mouth. Looking from afar, it was a figure I recognized too well. Unfortunately, many people on site were wearing glasses. It was hard to distinguish who it was for a moment. 300 million. Ji Yu Qinghan continued to raise the bid. 300 million for a computer is already the limit. No one around was raising the bid anymore. Only the stranger woman in glasses raised her paddle. Said, 400 million. 400 million. Ji Yu Qinghan turned to the side and asked, if I should continue to raise the bid. I shake my head. I said helplessly. Then let it go to this person for 4. A final decision. Ji Yu Qinghan no longer raised the paddle. The computer ultimately went to her. After it was over, Ji Yu Qinghan sent Li Yan home. Just arrived at the auction entrance, when a group of people stopped her. The leader was a blonde, blue-eyed woman wearing glasses. Her whole demeanor clearly indicated she was of distinguished status. Long time no see. Even though she was wearing glasses, I could recognize who she was at a glance. I suddenly spoke with surprise. Senior sister, what are you doing here? The two were from the same school. Merchants came from the same background, and their hacking skills are among the best. Sha Bingshui smiled lightly. I came here to bid on this computer. I forgot. In a couple of days, it's your birthday. I know you like it. I specifically came to Long Country to bid. So how long will you stay? How long? It's tomorrow. I originally wanted to send this to you. Now it's good. I'll just give it to you directly. I'm a bit frustrated. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have competed with you. Just gave away so much money to the auction for nothing. Sha Bingshui reached out and rubbed my head. It's alright. It's only 4 billion. As long as you're happy. Shadows flickered in the corner. They quickly disappeared. The two chatted about casual topics. Sha Bingshui left early to catch her flight. I then went home. The next morning, very early, I was eating upstairs. Everyone's gaze became very strange. A household. It's really a surprising thought. Turns out you're still a novice. Ignoring her sarcasm, Su Bai shot her a glare. Alright, you should say less. Today is the weekend, so I decided that our whole family would go hiking together. The 5 girls looked a bit reluctant. Hiking. It's both tiring and sunny. They really had no interest at all. This may be a name or incomplete thought. Context needed. I have a few surgeries to perform. It might not be very convenient. Su Xinyan stood up, preparing to leave, but she was stopped by Father Su. This may be an unfinished thought or word. Context needed. Is there no other doctor in your hospital besides you? Su Xinyan smiled awkwardly. She touched her nose. Chopsticks. Now ready to come up with excuses to sneak away. Jing Yao and Su Xiaoxiao both. Incomplete thought or context needed. So it was happily decided. We'll set off in a bit. No one can resist Father Su's orders. A few of them changed into hiking clothes. They went together to the most famous spot in the area. When they arrived at the site, I spotted him at a glance, dressed in a suit, smiling broadly, was in Yicheng. Arriving at Yicheng, smiling so widely that her mouth couldn't close. In Yicheng, you actually came. I thought you wouldn't come. In Yicheng said with a smile. Aunt, you already said. How could I possibly not come? Just a quick trip. Looking at what he was wearing. Pouts. Who wears a suit to go hiking? How can you climb like this? I smirked. This Su Xiaoxiao is actually quite interesting. In Yicheng's face turned white. I'm sorry. I don't hike often. I don't know either. I looked at his face full of guilt. A bit annoying and headache-inducing. Who knows what trouble this man is up to? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Gave her a glare. Why do you care what he wears? After saying that, she pulled in Yicheng and walked ahead. We followed behind. All the way. I raised my eyebrow seeing she was silent. Wanru. Smiling more will keep you feeling young. She didn't pay attention to my teasing. Only focused on the scenery in the distance. Suddenly, I accidentally stepped on a stone. And twisted my ankle instantly. I furrowed my brows tightly. Holding my ankle. Su Wanru looked down and asked. Did you twist your ankle? Did you? I was sweating from the pain. Seeing me in pain, Su Wanru helped me up. I could clearly smell the minty fragrance on her clothes. My ears turned bright red instantly. I can manage by myself. Even with it swollen like this, you're still stubborn. Su Wanru said coldly, there's a hospital on the mountain. We can let Xin Yan help with the swelling later. Su Luoli, who was beside us, smirked with ill intent. Su Wanru. I really didn't expect that there is a man that Su Wanru cares about. The longtime iron tree finally blooms. Su Wanru said irritably. Stop talking nonsense. You're just being overly dramatic. Su Xinyan was busy handling matters at the hospital. Su Jingyao was on the phone with her manager. Both of them had no time to pay attention to what was happening here. And Yi Chung, however, noticed. He watched as Su Wanru helped me. I was dying of jealousy inside. Coming to this point, and Yi Chung's mood suddenly dropped. Su's mother noticed it from the side. She looked at him and asked, somewhat gloomily, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. And Yi Chung turned back and said, does Wanru like Yi Chung? Su's mother suddenly turned around. She saw it stuck to Su Wanru. Her face also tightened. And Cheng, I will give you an explanation. Bumpy. I was sent to a temporary hospital for treatment, taking advantage of the time when everyone was gone. Su's mother entered my hospital room. Limit. I have something I want to say to you. Since the last time the two of us cleared the air, I have had almost no interaction with Su's mother. Watching her come over, I was still wondering what was going on in my mind. I smiled. Aunt, you said, you've been getting quite close to Wanru lately. My mother seemed to bring this up casually, but I understood right away. No, not at all. I haven't done anything with Su Wanru. With a face full of expression. I have been there before. I hope Wanru's husband is in Yi Chung. No matter what happens between you two, I could never agree to you being together. This is a warning directed at me. I smiled amicably. Aunt, don't worry. I don't have any feelings for Su Wanru. That's for the best. Hearing this guarantee, I fell in love. She showed a satisfied smile. Actually, my other 4 children are also outstanding. You can pick any of them. Campus. You are a smart child. Hit. You should know what to do. This matter did not affect my mood. After Su's mother left, I started messaging Ji-Yu Qinghan. Ji-Yu Qinghan. Send me a few bottles of the special medicinal wine. Ji-Yu Qinghan rubbed his forehead. Mikan Shuchen. Why have you been so unlucky lately? I looked speechless. So mean. Just as I finished saying this, Su Luoli pushed the door and entered. Mr. Zhang. Are you feeling better? Su Luoli naturally sat down beside me. It seemed like we were very familiar with each other. I maintained a calm expression. What's the point of the second lady? I just came to check on you. Su Luoli smiled. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. I remember I had little interaction with Su Luoli. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Probably not with good intentions. If you have something to say, just say it, no need to hide. Su Luoli curled her lips into a smile. What if I said, I have a bit of interest in you? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Do you think what you said is credible? Su Luoli leaned slightly forward. Her smile grew even wider. Why don't you believe this? You make me feel so sad like this. I glanced back at her. The crow came from the house. Su Luoli said with a light laugh. Zhang Chen. I'm being serious here. At that moment, Su Wanru pushed the door open and walked in. She immediately saw our ambiguous posture. Her eyes darkened a bit. Did I hit you? Such a scene. It's somewhat glaring. Su Luoli looked at her subtle expression. She felt a surge of delight inside. I won't disturb you. Everyone is here to visit Yichin. She specifically changed her nickname. It showed that their relationship is quite special. The name Yichin. She pronounced it in a lingering, affectionate way. Could it be that Su Luoli is interested in Zhang Yichin? Su Wanru's gaze held an indescribable ambiguity. She responded with a sound of agreement, and then turned to walk out. Su Luoli successfully caught Su Wanru's attention. She felt in a good mood. When leaving, he specifically urged me to take care of myself. Everyone present had their own worries. Ultimately, the atmosphere was awkward. Injured. The group returned home in full force. Because of the injury, was sent to the hospital where Su Xinyan was. Su's father rarely knocked on my hospital room door. Looking at my face, he reminisced about his comrades from back in the day. Yichin, are you feeling better now? It's all those useless kids' fault. They couldn't take care of you properly, causing you to get hurt. This is all my own problem. Take care of myself. It has nothing to do with them. Su's father held my hand. Don't worry. If someone marries you, I will give her 20% of the Su family shares, and 20 villas in Kyoto. No one would dare to mistreat you. This is Su's father's promise. Hearing this made my heart ache. Emotion gradually spread. My hand just raised. I was drawn in by these words. The whole place. The whole person was present at the scene. Marry the park comprehensive. I couldn't believe I could get so much. Each of the 5 of them only has 5% of the shares. Marry him. Somehow, he has 20% of the shares. Father Su gave a few more instructions, answered a call and hurriedly left. Shu found it hard to contain her joy. She stood at the door and took a deep breath, waiting for her emotions to stabilize. The moment she saw me, her gaze immediately softened. She walked over to my side. She reached out and pinched my ankle. Does it still hurt here? Although I knew this was a medical check, I felt a bit inexplicably uncomfortable. I forced a smile. I feel much better. It doesn't hurt as much. I smiled a little. That's good enough. If anything happens, remember to call me anytime. Such meticulous care made me feel a bit out of place. I was taken aback for a moment. Su Xinyan, who seemed to not care much about me. Why did she suddenly change her attitude? She started to care about me so much. It wasn't until Su Xinyan left that I realized what was happening. During these few days I was in the hospital. Su Wanru had not come to visit me at all. Su Wanru has never come to visit. Recently, the company has been in a stable development phase. There shouldn't be too many things going on. After thinking it over, Su Wanru must be avoiding me because of the last incident. She's intentionally hiding from me. So on the day I recovered and went back to work, I specifically requested a full car. Having someone so nice to drive me. I hope they don't mind sharing a ride with me. I casually took a seat in the passenger seat. I even fastened my seatbelt. Why aren't you taking Luo Li's car? Su Wanru said coldly. I chuckled lightly. I just like you. Get in the car already. We'll be late if we don't hurry. Let's just buy some. It can't be helped. It cannot be helped. I can only drive you to work. All the way there. My gaze was fixed on the window. The breeze tousles my hair. There's a kind of messy charm to it. I can't help but turn back. Shu Ru still can't help but turn back or not. What's the connection between you and the road? What does it matter? After hearing this, I turned to look at her. What kind of relationship is that? Ming Wanru hesitantly asked. I smiled at her, believing only one side of the story. This is not something you, Su Wanru, should be doing based on your intelligence. My lips couldn't help but curl up. I successfully caught the smile at the corner of her mouth. I teased her with a playful expression. Su Wanru, you care so much about my relationship with others. You don't actually like me, do you? Su Wanru's face instantly turned red. That's a lot for you. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Wanru can actually blush too. This is interesting. To prevent me from saying something she would find hard to respond to, Su Wanru slammed on the gas. She left the company at top speed. Arrived at the company. I immediately noticed an unexpected guest. And Yi Chung was sitting in the head of the design department's position. When he saw me arrive, he instantly greeted me with a big smile. Zhang Yichen, you're here. Are you feeling better now? That's what he said. And Yi Chung must wish I'd never get better. I waved my hand and said flatly, thanks to Mr. N for his concern. Everything is fine. And Yi Chung suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, that's good. By the way, Wanru said the department is short one supervisor. So I volunteered to come. You wouldn't not welcome me, would you? I chuckled lightly. Of course, I don't mind. Mr. N is someone who is going to marry the president. Just a department supervisor. It's nothing. And Yi Chung's face suddenly turned pale. Zhang Yichen, how can you say that about me? I'm also afraid that you might be dissatisfied. After all, I became the supervisor right when I arrived. While you're just an ordinary employee, it's inevitable that you might feel resentful. So what if you're a high achiever? Su Wanru still cares about him. It makes him seem superior to me. I scoffed. Are you a worm in my stomach? You even know that I'm not convinced inside. While Mr. N was chatting with me at this moment, both project proposals were probably written out, right? Spend more of your time and energy on company matters. Do fewer pointless things. And Yi Chung felt frustrated inside. He simply could not argue against this man. The two parted ways unhappily. I returned to my own seat. I began to work diligently. I went to Su Wanru's office to discuss the next steps of the project plan. But I saw Yi Chung in the office. He was entangled with Su Wanru. Wanru, it's noon. Let's go have lunch together. I was standing at the door, just about to turn and leave. I was called back by Su Wanru. Come in. I pressed my lips together and stared intensely. Am I not going to disturb you here? Ming Wanru continued to speak. Let's discuss this plan. This obvious rejection left Yi Chung somewhat at a loss. He truly didn't expect it. Su Wanru, who had never rejected him before, would actually put him aside today for Zhang Yichen, leaving him hanging. He felt a tightness in his chest from anger. But looking at Su Wanru, she still had a look of grievance on her face. Wanru, it was clearly me who asked you first. Su Wanru said, I need to prioritize work matters. Is there a problem? And Yi Chung was rejected again. He bit his lip. He remained silent. After Yi Chung left, I watched his lonely silhouette. I couldn't help but laugh inside. Are you sure you want to hurt your little childhood friend like this? Su Wanru shot me a glance. I smiled. It seems Su Luoli was right. You really are a workaholic. Su Wanru didn't respond to me anymore. She lowered her head to look at the plan. The two of them revised the plan. It was already 3 in the afternoon. My stomach suddenly growled at an inappropriate time. Su Wanru raised an eyebrow. Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. Su Wanru took me to a restaurant. One that she usually loves the most, a noodle shop. She ordered 2 servings of pulled noodles. The corners of my mouth lifted. I was surprised that Miss Su would eat something like this. Even when Su Wanru was eating noodles, her every move exuded elegance. She was like a work of art while eating. Intestines. So what do you think I usually eat? Western food? Or Japanese cuisine? I shook my head. I just never expected it. I was surprised that Miss Su liked this kind of homely food. I laughed more freely. Suddenly, I said seriously. Suddenly, I mentioned. But I like it a lot too. I ate it every day when I was a child. I think nothing compares to the bowl of noodles my dad made. Unfortunately, things have changed. And we can't go back. Shu Ru silently ate her noodles. She kept her head down while eating noodles. My mood was gently stirred. This was her first time hearing me talk about my family matters. Although I briefly mentioned it, but he was still reckless. Yet she was quite touched. We returned to the office. I had just prepared to sit down and work. A colleague next to me patted my shoulder. Zhang Yichen, quickly look at Weibo. Something's happened. My heart sank. I opened Weibo and took a glance. A few large characters were glaring and eye-catching. Zhang Yichen is engaged to the Su family. At the same time, he has close ties with a foreign woman. Zhang Yichen appears well-behaved but is actually a playboy. The women of the Su family are all toyed with at his will. Surrounded by many women, who will I ultimately belong to? There was also a blurry image on Weibo. The photo was from that day at the underground auction. The scene with my senior sister. The two of us were laughing particularly happily. It really looked a bit intimate. Although both of them were wearing sunglasses, it was still no problem to recognize them just barely. I squinted, a chill passing through my heart. I could almost be certain of who was behind this. I immediately called Ji Yu Qinghan to ask her to remove the trending topic. Meanwhile, I was also quickly summoned back to the Su family by Mr. and Mrs. Su. From the company. Coincidentally, Su Wanru was also going home with us. but she merely glanced at me lightly, then turned around and left directly. Su Wanru must have known about the trending topic as well. I returned to the Su family. Everyone in the Su family was there. They immediately started scolding me fiercely. I always thought you were a good child. I can't believe you turned out to be such a person. I frowned and didn't refute. I simply said softly, it's all a misunderstanding. Comfortably relaxed. You may not like my daughter, but you promised to get along well with my daughters, while secretly dating another woman. You certainly deserve this, I know. If this matter isn't clarified, Su may become disheartened because of it. Xiao Xiao has long disliked me. The evidence is laid out before us. Indeed, it is. I shook my head. It's not what you think. That person is just my senior sister. Su Xiao Xiao's cold gaze fell on me. Even if she is a senior sister, such a close action should indicate a close relationship, right? It has come to this point now. How dare you still argue? Su's father slightly furrowed his brows, his emotions complex. He looked at me calmly and asked, Chen, is what they said true? Are you really with that person? I calmly replied, this person is just my senior sister. If you don't believe me, I can give her a call. Su's mother curled her lips into a cold smile. What can a phone call prove? You two can just coordinate your stories then. Can't you just deceive everyone? At that moment, Su Jingyao, who was scrolling through her Weibo, spoke in surprise. You all look at the Weibo post. Someone posted a long message. He is a foreign Chinese. He looks exactly like the woman in the photo. The post says, I already have a fiancé, and we are getting married this June. I treat Zhang Yichen like a little neighbor brother. Taking care of her is a task given to me by the teacher, so there's no need to overthink it. I hope all the netizens can be more forgiving. That little guy. The whole situation. Xia Bingshui has won many awards abroad. She is quite well known. Naturally, no one dares to easily contradict her words. Thus, the wind direction suddenly changed. Some even started to speculate. Who took this photo? Who is so bored as to want to frame Zhang Yichen? Just a moment ago, Su's mother was so aggressive, but now she went quiet. Su's father showed a satisfied smile. As expected, I knew. My judgment wouldn't be wrong. Yichen, you've been wronged. I nodded with a smile and said, Uncle Su, thank you for believing in me. Xiao Xiao felt a bit awkward as well. She rubbed her nose stubbornly and said, but I still don't like you. I glanced at her indifferently. The matter is already over, so let's not dwell on it anymore. Keep your hands safe. Contestant. Only then did the crowd disperse. Ru was not far away, watching me stand there quietly, calmly and composedly dealing with the situation. I felt something different inside. I saw her smile at her with a tilted head. You also think I have an affair with other women? Su Wanru remained silent. It could be considered as tacit approval. Consider it a game. She admitted that she indeed cared a bit, but to recognize me is to accept that I am that kind of person. I looked at her, and her smile didn't reach her eyes. This storm has come to an end. I immediately asked Ji Yu Qinghan to investigate who was behind this. Sure enough, and Yi Cheng bribed the reporter. He obtained this photo and posted it online. It seems that last time I dealt with the Yin family too lightly, so that Yi Cheng still has the energy to pull off these tricks. Ji Yu Qinghan informed everyone. All contracts between Lan Xiang and the Yin family are cancelled. There will be no more cooperation in the future. Ongoing collaborations will be cancelled immediately. Compensation for breach of contract doesn't matter. Ji Yu Qinghan had a cold expression. Sure enough, it was in Yi Cheng again. Let Zhang go. This time, I definitely won't let the Yin family off easily. This line seems incomplete or out of context. The Yin family can be said to have lost a significant source of profit. At the very least, they will lose billions. Guo Shang Company issued a notice prohibiting any collaboration with the Yin family. This also raised doubts for Su Wanru. The Yin family is about to face a crisis. Could it be that Ji Yu Qinghan is helping me take revenge on Yi Cheng? That day, I had just finalized the plan. At this moment, I was preparing to leave. Su Wanru suddenly called out to me. The Yin family is facing a crisis. Did you manipulate this behind the scenes? I paused. Suddenly, I laughed out loud. Do you think I have such great ability to bring down such a major company like the Yin family? Su Wanru maintained a calm expression. Even if you don't have, it's Ji Yu Qinghan who has it. The country enjoys it, and Yi Cheng might be a bit unlikable, but is there really a need for you to treat him this way? My gaze is icy and even colder. Su, he really is attentive to details. He has even summoned people to demand an explanation from him. Su Wanru frowned. She clearly didn't mean that. I looked at Su Wanru. Isn't Yi Cheng really as innocent and kind as you think? Su Wanru recalled that when they were young, and Yi Cheng even would feel sad for a long time overstepping on an ant. I lowered my voice. I think his true nature is not like that. I stood up. It has already come to this point. Then there's nothing more to say. I said with a calm expression. The Yin family's crisis is his own problem. The cancellation of cooperation by Lan Shang has nothing to do with me either. If Sui insists on figuring out who is behind this, it would be better to call Lan Zhang's assistant for clarification, instead of making things difficult for your employees here. I threw out these words and turned to leave. Soon it will be the Su family's anniversary gala. Many celebrities and esteemed guests will be invited to participate. Su Wanru entrusted the task of planning the banquet to Yi Cheng. I heard about this matter. My hand trembled slightly as I wrote. I like Yi Cheng. No wonder you have to protect him at all costs. So that's why your heart belongs to someone else. After work, I called Ji Yu Qinghan directly to go to the bar for drinks. In the Nightshade bar, Ji Yu Qinghan looked at the shimmering drink in his hand and smiled. I can't believe you can also feel down. What's wrong? Did that bunch from the Su family bully you? I raised my glass and drank it all in one go. I mentioned it last time. No way. Ji Yu Qinghan rolled her eyes. Then why did you call me over to drink in silence? I flicked her forehead with my finger. Drink if you want, don't if you don't. If you don't want to drink, get lost. Ji Yu Qinghan held her forehead. Drink, drink, drink. It's really I'm pouring one cup after another. Soon, I started to feel a bit tipsy. Suddenly, I wanted to play truth or dare with Ji Chinghan. Whoever the bottle points to has to flirt with someone. If you fail, you have to drink 3 cups. In the first round, Ji Chinghan lost. She went straight over with her drink to a guy. Soon, she would get his contact information. In the third round, the bottle pointed at me. I stood up, swaying slightly. I walked straight over to a group of people not far away. In the crowd, Su Wanru watched my drunken figure. I looked up and frowned. Principal. I chuckled lightly and waved my finger around in the crowd. In the end, it fell on Su Wanru. You're the most beautiful one. It's you then. Su Wanru remained silent, watching my next move. What do you think of me? I felt warm all over from drinking. Unconsciously, I undid a few shirt buttons. My whole demeanor seemed more wild and carefree. I leaned over Su Wanru, touching her silky hair. The woman's fragrance wafted into my nose. I was a bit tipsy. Su Wanru suddenly felt annoyed. She helped me sit down on the sofa. Her gaze was icy. Zhang Yichin. What do you want to do? Hearing her voice, I mumbled. Wanru. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. I struggled to get up, but Su Wanru pressed me down. I smiled. I said I didn't want it anymore. Why are you still bothering me? Su Wanru directly led me to the room upstairs in the bar. You're running around like this after drinking too much. It's easy to get into trouble. I'm already almost drunk. At this moment, I started talking nonsense. Su Wanru is the most annoying person in the world. Hearing this, she asked with a look. Why do you dislike Su Wanru? Upon hearing this question, I got excited and started to vent. Why does she never believe me? She even helps others bully me. I feel so wronged. Su Wanru said helplessly. She's not bullying you. She's not bullying you. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but frown. She likes Yi Chung. That's why she keeps helping him bully me. Su Wanru has never seen me like this. I look like a wronged little child. Every move makes people feel a bit sorry for me. Hearing my complaints, she suddenly felt that what she did might indeed be a bit wrong. In the future, she will believe you. And she won't bully you anymore. But she likes Yi Chung. She will still help Yi Chung in the future. After saying this, I completely lost consciousness. I fell into a deep sleep. Su Wanru looked at my sleeping face and softly said, When did I ever say I liked Yi Chung? The next day, I woke up to find the sun high in the sky. My head was pounding, and I tried to find messages from Juju plus countless calls. They were all from Ji Chinghan. I first sent Ji Chinghan a message to reassure her. Then I started to recall what happened last night. I remembered meeting Su Wanru. And then I crazily flirted with her. Later, I couldn't remember anything. I rubbed my temples. I tidied myself up and went back to the company. Because Yi Chung did a great job planning the banquet event. Plus, his childhood friendship with the 5 young ladies of the Su family. He received a lot of praise from everyone. Supervisor Song. You must have been childhood friends with our Su family, right? It seems that Su he really likes you. I can't describe what it feels like. I quietly returned to my seat, but I could still hear their chatter. At that moment, someone inappropriately asked, But isn't Yi Cheng the fiancé of the Su family? What if he chooses Su He then? And Yi Chung was being praised when he suddenly heard this. His expression dropped immediately. But for the sake of his image, he could only force a smile. Yi Cheng doesn't like Wanru. He told me that last time. Don't worry. I listened to him seriously babbling nonsense. Bei Wei laughed out loud. Mr. N. I'm not familiar with you. How could I possibly tell you this? And Yi Chung didn't expect me to come over suddenly. His expression was not good, but he still lowered his head and squeezed out a sentence. That's what you said last time. It's okay if you change your mind. After all, Wanru. I let out a light laugh. What do you mean? Can I like Su Wanru? And Yi Chung's words were stuck at the tip of my tongue. I was too awkward to say anything. Just then, Su Wanru came over. He walked over with a smile. Wanru. I have already set up for tonight's banquet. Do you want to take a look? Su Wanru's gaze remained chilly. She looked towards me, who was calm not far away, and spoke. Deduct 3 days' salary. I looked at Su Wanru with a gaze filled with clenched teeth and irritation. Su Wanru avoided my gaze. I followed Yi Chung to check the venue. Half an hour later, the secretary suddenly came to my side and whispered. He asked you to go to the office. I didn't want to have any contact with Su Wanru at all, but seeing the secretary's awkward expression, I could only sigh. I stood up and went to the CEO's office. He said he had something to discuss with me. As I entered, I stood at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. I quietly gazed at her. Su Wanru pointed at the gift box on the table and said, Dan Dao, you will accompany me to tonight's dinner. It was obvious that Su Wanru was inviting me to be her partner. Although her tone was somewhat rigid and authoritative, I was a bit surprised. Inviting me, your little bamboo horse, might get unhappy. Su Wanru frowned, not wanting to waste words. She picked up the gift box and directly shoved it into my hands. This is your dress for tonight. Remember to change. I crossed my arms with a smile on my face. What if I refuse? Su Wanru said in a serious tone. Then your salary will be docked for half a month. I was at a loss for words. I turned and walked out, holding the gift box. Su Wanru watched my departing figure with a deep gaze. Reflecting on her earlier firm words, I felt like I had been a bit irrational lately. And Yi Chung watched me walk out of the Kai Ban Gong Shi. I was still holding a huge gift box in my arms. My expression instantly turned cold. In the evening, I took the box to the restroom. I was preparing to quickly change my clothes here. As soon as I opened the box, I found my dress was ripped to shreds. It was obvious that someone had done this on purpose. I had no choice but to throw the clothes in the trash can. I planned to go out and buy a new one temporarily, but I found that the restroom door was locked from the inside. I just took out my phone only to find it had run out of battery and shut down. I frowned tightly. Why am I so unlucky? Meanwhile, Su Wanru was waiting here, but she didn't see me anywhere. Not love. She dialed the phone and heard the shutdown notification. She became even more uncertain. Just as she was preparing to search for me, and Yi Chung suddenly appeared. He revealed a warm smile. Wanru, are you waiting for someone? I nodded slightly. My gaze still fell elsewhere, and Yi Chung looked at her, noticing that she seemed a bit distracted. Her expression softened again as she said gently, Wanru, I just ran into Zhang Yichen. He said he needed to go to the restroom first. He was afraid of wasting time, so he let us go in first. And Yi Chung's words were sincere and heartfelt. It seemed he truly understood my request. Su Wanru nodded. She followed Yi Chung inside. The reporters gathered at the door fiercely snapped photos of the two, and Yi Chung wanted to create a public image. He even intentionally moved closer to Su Wanru. Suddenly, there was a commotion again. It was no less than the scene when the two came in earlier. Su Wanru felt a bit puzzled. She quietly watched the two who walked in. Su Luoli smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. And Zhang Yichen. The suit I was wearing was white. It made me look like a refined young gentleman of great wealth. Su Wanru's gaze was full of subtle affection. The dress she gave was a black suit. Does Zhang Yichen really dislike me? I would stand him up. And I came in with Su Luoli. Su Luoli, with her sharp eyes, spotted Su Wanru. She instantly smiled brightly. Sister, you all came so early. And Yi Chung saw me standing here perfectly fine, even wearing new clothes. He was completely stunned in place. My smile carried a hint of annoyance. Mr. N, seeing me standing here, why are you so surprised? And Yi Chung came to his senses and shook his head. No, I was just a bit surprised to see you two come over together. I turned my head to glance at them and smiled. Thanks to the second young lady for her timely rescue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it. Otherwise, I would still be stuck in there. I don't even know who is so malicious, ruining the bathroom's decor, and even cutting my clothes. And Yi Chung's fists clenched nervously. He forced a smile. That person is indeed despicable. At that moment, Su Wanru suddenly spoke up to help Yi Chung out of his predicament. Hobbies. The party is about to start. As long as it's fine, we can proceed. My prepared words were interrupted. I couldn't help but glare at her. Then, I politely extended my hand towards Su Luoli. I gave her a gentlemanly bow. The party is about to start soon. Miss Luoli, may I invite you to dance the first dance? Su Luoli nodded with a smile. Of course. I'm honored. The two stepped into the dance floor gracefully. Their every move was in perfect sync. Everyone present was completely captivated. More people chose to stop and watch. They marveled at how well the two matched. The handsome man and beautiful woman. They are truly a match made in heaven. Su Wanru found their dance a bit dazzling to watch. The rationality in her heart gradually faded away. Su Luoli is not at all compatible with him. And Yi Chung eagerly asked Su Wanru, Wanru, how about we go dancing too? He had been ready with a dance for a long time, just waiting to shine tonight. But Su Wanru was not in a good mood. She had no energy at all, except for a few words. She went alone to a corner table to drink. After a while, she felt her body getting hot and restless. A wave of heat filled her body. With her strong sensitivity, she reacted quickly, by herself, and Yi Chung followed her. He watched as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. He asked with concern, Wanru, what's wrong with you? She said with a bit of determination. While she still had some awareness, Wanru said coldly, you should go first. And Yi Chung reached out to feel the heat developing on her forehead. He naturally sat down next to her. Are you sick? How about I take you to see a doctor? It was already a bit awkward. Such a touch was even more tortuous for Su Wanru. Su Wanru stood up, ignoring Yi Chung's concern. She directly took the elevator, ready to go to the office. And Yi Chung chuckled lightly. He followed her upstairs. I finished dancing with Su Luoli. I instinctively looked for Su Wanru's figure, but I found the entire scene. Su Wanru and Yi Chung had vanished without a trace. Su Luoli seemed to see through my thoughts and smiled lightly. Are you looking for my sister? I just saw Yi Chung wrap his arm around her as they went upstairs. Maybe. If you want to go, just follow and see. Su Luoli bet that I wouldn't go up and be the so-called third wheel. That's why she dared to tell me so confidently. My voice was quite calm. I'm not going. But the next second, my phone suddenly rang. A message came from Su Wanru. Just two simple words. Go upstairs. Come to the printing room. I directly turned off the screen. Out of sight, out of mind. But after thinking carefully, I felt that something was off. Su Wanru is not that kind of frivolous person at all. How could she possibly do such a thing on the day of the banquet? I sighed. I could only stand up and hurry upstairs. Su Wanru had a limit in her heart. She did not go to the president's office. Instead, she went to the printing room. She sat up and took a drink. Using the last of her consciousness, she said a message with the last bit of her energy. She thought that this amazing man should have a way. When I rushed over, I caught a glimpse of Su Wanru's restrained expression. I have learned some medical skills. I could tell that Su Wanru's reaction at this moment was not right. It was as if someone had used a special effect on her. Y is strong. Even Su Wanru, who is conscious, is feeling scattered at this moment. Wanru softly hummed in response. She gently replied with a soft hum. Opening her eyes, she saw me right in front of her. She grabbed my wrist tightly. Su Wanru. What are you doing? I hadn't reacted yet. Su Wanru leaned her delicate body against me. Her gaze burned with intense flames. Looking at those lips getting closer, I flipped over and pinned Su Wanru down. I noticed she was still moving. I physically made her fall asleep. It was really exhausting. I stood up and coldly glanced at the sleeping woman. She's taking advantage of my confusion. She's really a beast in disguise. Calling an ambulance is too conspicuous. I made a call to summon the Su family's bodyguard, sending Su Wanru to the hospital. The next day, Su Wanru opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was my expressionless face beside her. Surprise filled her beautiful eyes. You stayed here to take care of me all night. I didn't answer her question. Instead, I mocked her. Miss Sus' vigilance is so high. She could still be why by someone. Rue knew that I was telling the truth, so she just accepted it. He had no way to rebut, quietly listening. That's enough. If you wake up, I'll head back first. After I finished speaking, I turned to leave. Rue suddenly spoke up. Are you very interested? I raised an eyebrow. So? What does this have to do with you? Personally, I like to compare and see who comes out on top. I like to compete with you. That's why I'm afraid she'll get close to you. Just because of taxes, likes and enjoys, coming from oneself. Su Wanru expressed her inner concerns. I suddenly broke into a sly smile upon hearing this. So, that means, Miss Su seems to have an interest in me. That's why Su Luoli wanted to be with you for a while. Su Wanru suddenly choked up after having her words caught. Don't you know? Wan didn't respond. I also found it dull and stopped teasing her. Su Wanru took a short break again. The two of them went back to the company together. And Yi Chung was very dissatisfied that things had been exposed. He didn't give me a good face either. Where did the two of them stay all night? Su Wanru was also in a compromised position. They won't. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. They even started to stare at me with a vicious look. Seeing him like this, I couldn't help but laugh. Sir, aren't you curious about what we did last night? And Yi Chung's face twisted in anger. What did you do last night? Last night, what do you think? On this dark, windy night, a lonely man and woman. Of course, something else is bound to happen. And Yi Chung clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were full of bloodshot veins. I don't want to go back with Su Wanru after work. So I took a taxi home by myself. At the dining table, my third sister Su Jingyao casually responded. She mentioned that she would be filming a new song MV tomorrow. Su's father thought it was a good opportunity to bond. So he suggested that I go along with them. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao led the way. Xiaoxiao said at the well, isn't that just pure chaos? During the major kidnapping incident, I've always felt like I'm a burden. Upon hearing this, I deliberately took the opposite stance. Alright then. I'll go and see tomorrow. Xiaoxiao was extremely upset. I could only shoot her a piercing glare. Early the next morning, I got up and went to the filming location with Su Jingyao. I gave some constructive suggestions. The new song MV is a gentle, melodic love song. It perfectly fits the current aesthetic. I knew this song would be a hit just from the intro. If the final tone were lowered a bit, and the singing were more lingering, it might be better. Su Jingyao was somewhat surprised that Zhang Yichen actually understood music. I noticed her expression. She smiled faintly and stopped speaking. The love song's music video naturally features a young couple. But the male lead hasn't appeared at all. The director made a phone call, not knowing that the male lead had a car accident on the way. It's likely that filming won't be possible. The director was extremely worried. This male actor was a result of many selections. It seems that finding a suitable actor for the role won't be easy for a while. Where would he find a handsome boy with a youthful campus vibe? Su Jingyao suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, Director, I have a suitable candidate. After saying this, she pointed at me sitting beside her, enjoying the breeze. The gentle wind tousled my hair, revealing my forehead full of spirit. I looked just like a young handsome man out of a Japanese anime. The director's eyes lit up. He is more suitable. The director briefly discussed with me. I couldn't refuse out of respect for Su Jingyao, so I agreed to come. A set of makeup shots. Relying on my outstanding appearance and acting skills, we quickly finished recording. I have a suggestion. How about you come with me to record the song? You're the male lead in the new song's MV. If you're involved in the song, it might be even better. Su Jingyao's sincerity makes it hard to refuse. I thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. On the day of the song's release, the song named Sweet Tea exploded in popularity online. Sales skyrocketed. It topped the sales chart directly. Most netizens sighed in admiration. The male singer's voice among them is deep and soft like velvet. His singing style is similar to that of the famous singer Shui Qian, almost identical. He must have imitated Shui Qian. Once this news was released, it immediately swept through every comment section, watching the public opinion grow more and more chaotic. The new song's listening rate was also significantly affected. Su Jingyao realized the seriousness of the situation. She came directly to the Su group to discuss countermeasures with me. At that moment, I was in the office with Su Wan, discussing the next steps for our collaboration with Ruanshu and Company. Upon hearing this news, she raised an eyebrow. I couldn't help but laugh at this remark. That's why they say I'm imitating Shui Gan. Su Jingyao frowned at my expression. Zhang Yichen. This matter is quite serious. Seeing that I remained calm, Su Wanru observed this situation. Suddenly, a bold idea formed in her mind, but she didn't speak up. She just stared at me thoughtfully, waiting for my next move. I gave Su Jingyao a reassuring smile. I'll take care of this matter. It absolutely won't affect the release of your new song. I don't know why, but seeing me so calm and composed, Su Jingyao inexplicably trusts this man deeply. Good. And Yi Chung also knocked on the office door. Seeing that everyone couldn't help but ask, I heard that there was a problem with the new song Jingyao collaborated on. What's going on? I glanced at him and didn't say anything. And Yi Chung hit a wall. He could only pretend to be calm and suggest, I think, if I really did something like this, it would be better to publicly apologize on Weibo. Maybe I could earn everyone's forgiveness. Making it public at this time is like jumping into a pit, not to mention ruining my reputation. Even Su Jingyao would be significantly affected. I simply spoke directly. I don't want to apologize. And Yi Chung suddenly got anxious. Yichen, even if you don't care yourself, Jingyao can't be indifferent. If you still have a bit of conscience, just apologize on Weibo. Otherwise, what if it affects Su Jingyao's career? I replied calmly. Don't worry. I won't drag others down. And Yi Chung pressed on. Then what other options do you have? Imitation is simply imitation. There's no way to change that. Suddenly, I became interested. What if I have another way? And Yi Chung naturally didn't believe it. He had already investigated. Shui Qian has already faded from the public eye. It's impossible for Zhang Yichen to be Shui Qian. He is already a top student studying abroad. How could he have the energy for a career in entertainment? This is simply too funny. And Yi Cheng wore a mocking expression. His gaze was filled with distrust as he looked at me. What other options do you have? Are you going to tell the public? You are Shui Gan. Who would believe what you say? I spoke calmly. I really am. As soon as those words came out, Su Jingyao next to me was astonished. This Zhang Yichen, who is engaged to them. It must be that Shui Qian, whom she admires greatly. Even Su Wanru was surprised for a moment. And Yi Cheng shook his head and sighed. Don't be stubborn. One lie after another will only lead you to ruin. I can't be bothered to argue with him over so much. I took out my phone, opened Weibo, and switched accounts. With the sudden update on Weibo, Su Jingyao discovered her only follow had suddenly posted a new Weibo after a year. The Weibo post contained only 5 words, yet every word was shocking. Zhang Yichen is me. In an instant, the whole Weibo was in an uproar. This post was reshared millions of times. Some even started cheering with joy. See? I told you Zhang Yichen is Shui Qian. You still don't believe it? Slap in the face, slap in the face. Those who said Zhang Yichen was imitating were all proven wrong. So this is what Shui Gan looks like. He looks so handsome in the MV. Handsome, good voice, highly educated. There are also 5 high-quality beauties for him to choose from. What kind of setting is this for a male protagonist in a novel? Open black lens bracket Shui Gan's new song. It's so good to listen to. My husband's voice is just charming. I want to listen to it 10,000 times. Open black lens bracket get out of the way upstairs. That's my husband. The buzz on Weibo shifted in just a minute to the other side swiftly. The listening rate of the new song not only didn't drop but actually rose. It even made a significant leap forward. And Yi Cheng's expression suddenly became very unpleasant. How could Yi Chen possibly be Shui Gan? Disappointment, jealousy, and resentment surged all at once. He clenched his fists tightly, looking at my good-looking face. He really wanted to punch that handsome face hard, but he could only suppress the impulse and squeeze out a sentence. This really is a happy occasion for everyone. I changed the topic, but Mr. N just accused me of doubting him. Shouldn't you apologize to me now? And Yi Cheng wanted to curse, but he could only force a smile to apologize to me. Sorry, Yi Chen. I misunderstood you. Bang. I have a generous heart. I originally wanted to come watch a show. Now I'm watching him proudly turn the tables on me. And Yi Cheng couldn't stay there for a single second longer. After Yi Cheng left, Su Jingyao, having calmed down, finally spoke up. Her voice barely concealed her excitement. Yi Chen, no. Shui Gan. You are my idol. I really love your songs. After a year, I won the highest award in the singing industry. Then I vanished completely. No one has been able to reach such a level since then. I'm just an ordinary person. I hope to have the opportunity to continue collaborating with my idol in my heart. Su Jingyao was feeling a bit giddy now. She even looked forward to the upcoming collaboration. I nodded, smiling silently. Su Jingyao left to handle the upcoming public relations. Only Su Wanru and I were left in the office. Su Wanru raised an eyebrow, her gaze deep. I really didn't expect this. You have quite a few identities. I couldn't help but laugh. Just joking around. Do you have to speak like that? I don't know why. Watching me politely maintain a deliberate distance from her, Su Wanru felt somewhat uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. I raised an eyebrow. So how should I put it? Su Wanru paused for a moment. In the end, she still didn't speak up. After returning to the Su family, the atmosphere between the two was quite strange. Even the Su family noticed. Xiao Xiao saw her older sister in a bad mood and suggested, I heard there's a new track at Swan Valley. Lu Min didn't follow. Not growing. After hearing this, she laughed. Since that's the case, let's take Xiao Chen along too. Little Xiao Xiao pouted. Who cares about a palace? A single trust. What will we do if it turns into a ghostly whale? Then Xiao Xiao supported her chin, her eyes sparkling with stars. I wonder if we can make it this time. That boy who broke the big sister's record last time. He must be a talented and handsome guy. Seeing Xiao Xiao with a face full of admiration, I calmly burst her bubble. That brother is me. Xiao Xiao jumped up all of a sudden. How could it be you? I don't believe it. I shrugged my hands. If you don't believe it, then forget it. If you are, come with us tomorrow. Let me see just how amazing you are. Just don't end up not being able to fit in the car. I don't want to let this little brat off easily. What if I am that person? If you are that person, I won't call you a country bumpkin anymore. I cheerfully added a condition. Then call me brother. Xiao Xiao was determined to succeed. At first glance, you should get out of the Su family. I laughed even harder. Deal. The next day, I woke myself up. I also called Su Wanru to go to Swan Valley together. Su Xiao Xiao usually loves cars the most. Therefore, she particularly admires the highly skilled Su Wanru. Until last time, that mysterious man broke Su Wanru's record. She started to imagine what that person looked like in her mind. I changed into a red racing suit. The whole person stood tall and proud. Su Wanru's was also red. Standing together, they seemed oddly well matched. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, if your skills aren't good, don't embarrass yourself. It's still okay to admit defeat in advance. I directly jumped into the car, buckled my seatbelt. Just watch. As the car started up, the car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Xiao initially had a skeptical attitude. By the end of the whole process, she was completely astonished. Su Wanru lowered her voice. I investigated the person from last time. It was Zhang Yichen. Su Xiao Xiao looked at Su Wanru with a miserable expression. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Su Wanru crossed her arms and fell silent again. When I got out of the car, Xiao Xiao had already set the atmosphere back then. She slithered over to my side, looking dejected. Our index fingers rubbed together as we whispered, Brother Shichen. I smiled and nodded. So good. Su Wanru looked at my confident demeanor. She couldn't help but speak up. How about we have a competition? I shook my head. I'm not going to compete with you. Su Xiaoxiao instantly added fuel to the fire from the side. Brother Chen, how about you go up against my sister? I've never seen anyone stronger than my sister. Su Wanru smirked. Are you afraid? My competitive spirit was instantly stirred up. It's on. It's this new track. Whoever comes back first wins. The two were ready. They slammed the gas and the car sped off. Clearly, I have the upper hand over Su Wanru. But Su Wanru is steadier. So she isn't far behind. The two maintained a distance of about 2 meters. I chuckled softly, just about to press the gas to accelerate. Suddenly, my expression changed. Su Wanru noticed too, her heart tightening as she asked. I glanced at the fuel gauge and spoke calmly. The car is running low. The speed is quite high now. It could suddenly stop. If it stops while running at high speed, the impact could throw me out. At that point, the force could throw me several meters away. Su Wanru glanced at the rear of my car. Oil was dripping continuously. Don't rush. Wait for me. Su Wanru pressed the gas to speed up. She moved forward a few meters, keeping pace with me. Hurry up and find a way to jump over here. I control the steering wheel with one hand. I unbuckle the seatbelt with the other hand. The winding track greatly affects my handling. After doing all this, I stood up and jumped over fiercely. The immense inertia caused me to crash directly into Su Wanru's arms. I heard her snort. She said somewhat anxiously. Su Wanru shook her head and gradually slowed down. The car's speed gradually returned to normal. The car that ran out of gas suddenly came to a stop. The car flew through the air and crashed into pieces. Su Wanru returned to the ground with me. Xiaoxiao had already heard the tremendous explosion. Upon seeing his return, she hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Just now, I heard an explosion from the southwest." "Did the car explode?" Su Wanru got off the car with a cold expression as I helped her down. Her voice was very cold. "I don't know what's going on. The car suddenly ran out of gas." Then she asked Su Xiaoxiao to call someone to deal with the abandoned car. I lowered my gaze and thought for a moment. I think that this is man-made. Su Wanru thinks so too. The cars here are checked every day after use. It's impossible for a leak to suddenly appear. They went to the monitoring room to retrieve the footage, but they found that yesterday's footage had suddenly disappeared. This must be the work of someone. Both of them were a bit frustrated not being able to find anyone. To avoid any further mistakes, Su Wanru suggested going back to the Su family to plan further. "Okay, I'll go to the restroom first." I nodded and then headed towards the restroom. In the restroom, I took out my phone and made a call. "Help me check the surveillance records at the entrance of Death Valley. Look into who has been here in the past 2 days." After saying this, I followed the two sisters from the Su family to leave. When I returned to the Su house, I found that the family was decorating with balloons. After asking carefully, I learned that tomorrow is the little devil's 18th birthday. I thought carefully for a moment. I was preparing to go to the mall to pick a gift for Su Xiaoxiao. I guessed Su Xiaoxiao's preferences. Seeing how much she loves racing, I decided to choose a racing suit for her. I went to a store that sells racing suits and looked around. I wasn't satisfied with any of them. I am not very satisfied with it. So, I directly asked for the store's most collectible racing suit. The manager indicated to a staff member. They brought out the most expensive racing suit in the store. I hadn't even touched it yet. A hand reached over and took the racing suit away. The one who came was none other than Yi Chung. "This outfit is really nice." The staff member, "Help wrap it up for me." The staff member's expression was a bit unpleasant. "Young Master In. This outfit was picked out by this gentleman first." And Yi Chung didn't care about that and just maintained a straight face. "I already said, I want this outfit. Can't you understand?" Back. The clerk wanted to say something else, and Yi Chung arrogantly interrupted her. "What company can what can? This mall belongs to our own family. If you don't want to work anymore, just get lost." The clerk glanced at Duan with a nervous expression. I had an indifferent expression. "I came first. Mr. N wouldn't want to steal someone else's things, right? So what if you came first?" The things I want. There's nothing I can't get." And Cheng smirked slightly. "Whether it's clothes or Su Wanru, he is determined to have them all." I suddenly stepped a bit closer. I glanced at that piece of clothing. Then I looked down and asked him, "Does Mr. N really want this piece of clothing?" And Yi Chung looked at me with an arrogant smile. "How come? The things from my family. I can take them if I want." I let out a light laugh. "If you truly want this piece of clothing, then I will gladly give it to Mr. N." Soon, the day arrived. The Su family also invited N Cheng to join the gift opening segment. When Su Xiaoxiao opened the gift from Yi Chung, suddenly, "This racing suit looks good," appeared. "Thank you, brother Yi Chung." And Yi Chung smiled. "You're welcome. This one isn't very expensive either." He then cast a proud glance at me. When he opened my gift, it was just a small box. And Yi Chung had a conflicted expression. "Yi Chung, this is just too perfunctory." Su Xiaoxiao unwrapped it. She saw that inside was a car key. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. "This is my favorite car. The Bugatti Chiron. There's only one in the world. And it's priceless. Brother Chen's, you're amazing. How come you have everything?" For Xiaoxiao, this was overwhelming joy. This surpassed all the other gifts combined. And Yi Chung looked at the racing suit. He suddenly felt that his own gift seemed shabby in comparison. I took a sip of tea and said lightly, "It looks like the Yin family is really wealthy. You don't even think this is good enough?" And Yi Chung was so embarrassed he couldn't lift his head. He could only clench his fists under the table. Su Wanru's gift took center stage. Su Xiaoxiao was even more curious about this. Inside the square box, there was an asset transfer contract. "Haven't you always liked the Death Valley? Today, you become an adult. From today onwards, it's yours." Su Wanru's gift was also surprising. In contrast, the items weren't too eye-catching. The items were not overly conspicuous. After it ended, Su's father sent a driver to take Yi Chung home. He looked at the sky outside and couldn't help but say, "Can you let Wanru come with me? I have something I want to discuss with her privately." Su Wanru politely declined. I'm sorry. I have official business to handle shortly. I might not have time to accompany you. And Yi Chung smiled awkwardly. Well, never mind. I'll just go back by myself. Mother's expression turned displeased. Wanru. Yi Chung said you were taking him home. If you're asked to take him, then just take him. But Mom. Su Wanru's gaze was deep and she did not move. There is a but. Are you furious? Breathing heavily. Holding back, starting to breathe heavily. I got up early and you guys made me so mad. Shumai was helpless, and so was Wanru. I can only take Yi Chung home. On the way, Yi Chung sat in the backseat, turning his head to look at Su Wanru. Wanru. Thank you for taking me. Su Wanru turned her head to look out the window. Not strong. Yi Chung was stunned and clenched his teeth. It's Wanru, right? You clearly liked me a lot when we were kids. You often held my hand. You let me take you to buy delicious food and have fun. Take you to the amusement park. Have you forgotten all that? Su Wanru pressed her lips together. I didn't understand things when I was a child. And at that time, I was still young. But Yi Chung suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with deep affection. But I really like you. I've liked you for a long time. Almost 10 years. A trace of surprise crossed Su Wanru's beautiful eyes. And Yi Chung's voice became even more affectionate. Open black lens bracket Wanru. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. I've liked you all my life. You've always stuck to me. Can't you see that? So my dream since I was a child has been to marry you. And Yi Chung's heartfelt confession did not move Su Wanru. Open black lens bracket her voice remained very cold. Open black lens bracket why not like someone else? And Yi Chung suddenly leaned in. He tried to kiss Su Wanru. But she pushed him away forcefully. And Yi Chung. I hope you can be a bit clearer about this. It's impossible between us. A chill flickered in Su Wanru's eyes. If you insist on this, then let's try not to contact each other anymore. They soon arrived at the Yin family home. Then Su Wanru ruthlessly ordered the driver to go straight back to the Su family house. And Yi Chung watched the car drive away. Hatred swelled crazily in his heart. It must be because of that country bumpkin, Zhang Yichen. If it weren't for him, Wanru wouldn't be so cold to me at all. Zhang Yichen. May you not live well. Then Yi Chung suppressed the anger in his heart. He took out his phone and made a call. Su Wanru returned to the Su family home at 1 in the morning. I went downstairs to get some water. I saw Su Wanru hurriedly returning. I couldn't help but tease her. Su Wanru. You're willing to come back? Su Wanru didn't answer the question. Instead, she asked back. Why are you still awake so late? I chuckled softly. I got up to drink water. What else? Did you think I was waiting for you to come back? Su Wanru felt a little stifled hearing me say this. Her heart felt slightly blocked. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, we will sign the contract. You will accompany me then. After saying this, Su Wanru didn't wait for my reply. She went straight back to her bedroom. The partner places great importance on time. I got up early but didn't go to the office. Instead, I went straight to the designated hotel. The partner for this project proposal is the Lin Group. They specialize in the jewelry industry. In the market, aside from Blue and Joy, no one else can compete with them. It solely belongs to the Lin family. Lin Mengding, the deputy of the Lin Group, came in person to discuss the contract. However, Lin Mengding was looking at the contract. Her peripheral vision kept wandering over to me. I've looked over this contract. It's well written. Is this the handiwork of Mr. Zhang? Lin Mengding smiled alluringly. She fixed her gaze on me intensely. It felt like she wanted to bore a hole through me with her stare. Though I felt uncomfortable, I still nodded. It was written by me. However, if Deputy Lin has any dissatisfaction, please feel free to bring it up. We can discuss it together again. And Lin Wanding reached out her hand to shake mine. I had already heard the rumors about Mr. Zhang before. Today, upon meeting, she truly is a beauty with both talent and looks. How about I treat you to a meal? Let's discuss the collaboration matters privately. Su Wanru looked at the woman's hand resting on mine. Her gaze instantly turned cold. She subtly pulled me back. If there's anything, Deputy Lin, you might as well discuss it with me. Yichen is my fiancé. Yichen is my fiancé. I am well aware of all his thoughts. I suddenly widened my eyes. Who is her fiancé then? In order to smoothly finalize the contract, I could only go along with Su Wanru's words. Lin Mengting's expression suddenly darkened. How come I didn't know that Sun Yan had an engagement with Mr. Zhang? Su Wanru said with a serious tone. It's only a matter of time. Lin Mengting spoke up, unsatisfied. If Su He insists on being this unpleasant, then I think there's no need for us to continue with the contract. I chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Deputy Lin, we have worked tirelessly on this for an entire week. Just because you're unhappy now, you want to overturn our contract? Lin Mengting scoffed. Our Lin family doesn't lack this contract. It's just about making a little money. Our Lin family doesn't care for it. After saying this, Lin Mengting stood up directly, pretending to leave. Suddenly, she stopped and smiled at me. If Mr. Zhang is willing to come find me in person, there may still be room for negotiation. With a gentle expression. If not, then just forget it. Deputy Lin. I could see Lin Mengting's expression change instantly. Unappreciative. From now on, our Lin family will not engage in any cooperation with the Su family. Su Wanru defended me warmly. Our family. We don't need to go this far. Deputy Lin's face turned pale with anger. She glared at Su Wanru fiercely. Let's wait and see then. After saying that, she turned and left. I didn't expect Su Wanru to suddenly stand up. The words I was about to refute were swallowed back completely. Instead, I directly replied. Is this your way of defending me? Su Wanru looked at my smiling face. She felt a stir in her heart but quickly looked away and said softly. I won't sit idly by while my employees are taken advantage of. I knew her indifferent personality, so I didn't tease her any further. So what about the company now? Lin's company has refused to cooperate. Sus company is going to face quite a bit of trouble this time. Su Wanru replied thoughtfully. I had already prepared for this. A company. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel curious. Su Wanru replied. I decided to cooperate with a foreign company, although it may involve some membership, but the company doesn't lack this little bit of money. I asked again. Why not cooperate with Lanxiang? Su Wanru paused and said. Lanxiang company has always been mysterious. Cooperation depends on the mood. If we take the time to arrange a meeting with Lan. I interrupted her. Alright, I'll take care of this. I can guarantee we'll reach Lanxiang's president by tomorrow. Su Wanru suddenly looked at me with deep eyes. And of course, I have my own thoughts. Lin and Lanxiang are evenly matched. They are strong competitors in the jewelry market. If we cooperate with Lanxiang, we can not only expand our market, but also help Lanxiang develop, while suppressing Lin. Welcome. This win-win situation. Lanxiang won't refuse. Su Wanru thought about my relationship with Ji Yu Qinghan, so she nodded in agreement without refusing. The next day, Lin and Su. The news of the failed cooperation spread quickly. It was thought that Su would be economically sluggish for a while, but unexpectedly, Su suddenly. News has spread about collaboration with Lanxiang. I'm subtly pushing things along from behind the scenes. This helped finalize the collaboration quickly within 2 days. A week later, the jewelry officially went into production. I plan to pre-sell a portion first. If the response is good, then we can officially launch large-scale production. 10 minutes. I was suddenly called into the president's office. Su Wanru was looking at my face. There was a hint of turbulence in her voice. Yin Chen. The pre-sale jewelry was quickly sold out within 5 minutes. I felt a bit surprised. Shang Zhen's. He nodded slightly. Not only that, but now many people are commenting on the official Weibo. Official sales. I opened Weibo. The news of such jewelry sale occupied the headlines. I clicked on the top Weibo post. What caught my eye in the comments section were various replies. Help. Such stunning jewelry. It's not just stunning. This newly released jewelry is simply amazing. Has crushed all jewelry of this style. I still think designer Dong Yun does the best work. This one has its noteworthy aspects too. Dong Yun's works are truly rare to encounter in a century. Now it's hard to find one with a similar style. It's also done quite well. Just be content. As I scrolled down, my gaze suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Don't you think? This piece of jewelry looks really familiar, doesn't it? On last year's International Jewelry Design Map, Dong Yun's award-winning work is similar to this. The similarity is as high as 70%. I watched as the comments section gradually exploded. I have a slight bad feeling. Then we have to return it. We don't want this plagiarized item. The one singing is just a singer. Learning how to make jewelry is really funny. Although there are still true fans defending me, most of them are actually criticizing me for plagiarizing. At that moment, the office phone suddenly rang. Su Wanru answered the phone, her brows gradually furrowing. It was only after hanging up that she started to calm down. The sales channel suddenly received a large number of refund orders. I wasn't flustered upon hearing this. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Su Wanru. Inform the sales department. The initial sales have begun. Su Wanru looked at me with determination in her eyes. Directly notify the sales department to start selling the initial design. This piece of jewelry, once sold. Weibo exploded again. What's happening? It was just sold. The similarity is so high, it's just ridiculous. This one is clearly a complete copy of designer Dong Yun's work. Is there no sense of ethics? Sus actions are truly disgusting. Let's get that designer to scram quickly. Don't tarnish the Su family's reputation. Su Wanru looked at these rumors. Her brows furrowed again involuntarily. I looked at her slightly worried expression and said with a faint smile. Su Wanru. Trust me. I will make this the first victory for the Su family in entering the jewelry market. This afternoon was supposed to be a jewelry sales event, but with such a scandal emerging, the jewelry sales event instantly turned into a press conference. Everyone wanted to know how it should be handled. The journalists all raised their cameras, unwilling to miss any detail. I slowly spoke into the microphone. This time, the jewelry design is a. Before I could finish my sentence, someone quickly interrupted me. We just want to know why you copied designer Dong Yun's work. For the designer's work, don't you have your own inspiration? I looked into the camera and said directly, I did not plagiarize. The reporter clearly did not believe me and followed up. There are already comparison images online. The two works, First Love and First Encounter, are extremely similar to Dong Yun's award-winning piece. Even at first glance, it looks like a directly copied design. May I ask how you plan to explain these matters? I raised an eyebrow, looking at her smug face. Is there a possibility that I am Dong Yun? You're talking nonsense. Dong Yun, the designer, has never shown up, and has been studying abroad all this time. I looked at her with great interest. I couldn't help but laugh inside. Then what do you say? If I prove that I really am Dong Yun? A man snorted coldly. Master Dong Yun has never shown his face. How can you prove that? How could you possibly be Dong Hong? I shook my head helplessly and took a gold pen out of my pocket, inlaid with large diamonds. It looks quite expensive. Someone in the crowd recognized it and exclaimed, this is the gold award from the International Design Competition. He really seems to be Dong Yun. Someone stepped forward to take a look. The emblem engraved on the pen is indeed the official emblem of the International Design Competition. Dong Yun. He really is Dong Yun after all. I ignored their astonishment. I asked that man back. The crow asked, are you still going to say that I plagiarized? The man's face suddenly turned pale. I still wore a smile, maintaining my poise. I hope this gentleman has sufficient evidence before questioning others. That there is adequate evidence. The reporters were snapping photos frantically. The renowned foreign artist is actually me from the Su family. This news is no less significant than my alleged plagiarism. I changed the subject. This jewelry is a couple's design. The boy wearing first meeting signifies love at first sight. The girl wearing first love represents a love that grows over time. The meaning is very good. The press conference concluded successfully. That night, the official website reported once again that sales were sold out. Then, the official media of the Royal College of Art in the UK spoke up personally. while congratulating the Su family group's jewelry sales skyrocketing. They also praised their outstanding graduates. And the name of this graduate is. 3 large characters were boldly written in Chinese. Zhang Yichen. This is also the first public reveal of the true name of Master Dongyun. Moreover, it has official certification from an authoritative organization. Weibo started to cry out in despair. Help. Why should I hesitate? I still have doubts about this work. This is a work personally designed by Dongyun. I actually couldn't buy it. Upstairs 1. I wanted to. I asked the Su family to sell it officially soon. My wife said if she can't buy it, she'll divorce me. My husband Yichen surprisingly is. I'm totally in love with him. Husband, don't choose the Su sisters anymore. Lu. I found looking at the private messages backstage frustrating. I simply uninstalled the software. Looking at these news articles. Even Su Wanru was stunned for a long time. She truly did not expect this. I actually am Dongyun. There were so many extraordinary things before. She could understand all of it. Later, it was Shui Kai again. Now, an identity of Dongyun has suddenly emerged. This man is truly elusive. The two of them returned home quite late after handling matters. By the time they got home, it was already 1 a.m. They were too busy with work to have dinner. My stomach was growling from hunger. Su Wanru. I'm going to make some noodles. Do you want some? Su Wanru paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. After a while, I came out holding 2 bowls of noodles. On top, there were 2 fried eggs. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. I never imagined you could cook. I proudly lifted my chin. There are many things you wouldn't expect. Suddenly, Su Wanru's voice carried a hint of interrogation. Yi Chung, just how much wealth do you actually have? I was taken aback for a moment and then burst out laughing. Su Wanru. To be honest, do you have a good impression of me? You've been too concerned about me lately, haven't you? Wanru's expression was unclear in the darkness. Only a hint of a dining topic could be heard. I am just curious. She was somewhat curious, and not just curious. She wanted to know more. This man seems to have a unique charm. It draws people in, making them unable to resist getting closer. I haven't continued to tease her yet. The lights by the stairs suddenly turned on. At the end of the stairs, Su Xinyan was wearing loungewear. She wore a smile that was both apparent and elusive. Older sister, why aren't you two going to bed yet? The meaning of this statement is too obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. She was implying that the two of us were flirting in the middle of the night. Su Wanru suppressed the complicated emotions in her eyes. Please contact the tax department. She said coldly. I'm going to bed now. You should also get some rest early. Su Wanru stood up and left the room. Only Su Xinyan and I were left. Su Xinyan said with a faint smile. You like my older sister. I neither confirmed nor denied. I just looked at her and said, why are you being so casual? Yi Chung. My mom specifically pointed out that Yi Chung should be my brother-in-law. If you like my older sister, then it's not going to be that easy. I replied dismissively. The things I want to do haven't been impossible yet. Su Xinyan's smile grew wider. So it is. Since that's the case, then I will know. I turned my head and felt that her smile was strange. It even felt different from the first time I met her. Back in my bedroom, I immediately called Ji Qinghan. Did you find out who did this time? I have already looked into it. The IP addresses of those smear materials are all from the Yin family. It turns out Yi Chung is behind it. Ji Qinghan continued. And there was also that incident in Death Canyon. The surveillance also caught a strange person. His last call was also to Yi Chung. A layer of frost covered my gaze. So it's in Cheng, right? The chill was piercing and wide. Tomorrow, consolidate and publish all this information online. I want to make Yi Chung pay the price. Ji Qinghan replied with a smile. Sure thing, Chen. I'll take care of it right away. The next morning, I had just gotten out of bed. The sound of arriving at the building. I stretched and walked down. And Yi Chung was earnestly explaining on the sofa. Aunt Sue, I really didn't do any of this. I was framed. I couldn't help but chuckle. All eyes around me fell on my face. I looked at the situation with an innocent expression. Why are you all looking at me? Young Wanru glanced at me. Chen, did you frame Yichu? Did you intentionally cyberbully him online? I chuckled coldly after hearing this. I smiled lightly. I laughed coldly after hearing this. I said, why is everyone looking at me? So you think I intentionally framed him? And Yi Chung immediately explained. Chen, I didn't do these things. How could you treat me like this? And Yi Chung woke up. He found out that those things he had done before had all been exposed and put online. He felt like he was going crazy. Fortunately, the internet only claimed he did these things. There was no concrete evidence. Taking advantage of the fact that Su's mother still had a good impression of him, he immediately went to the Su family. With just a few words, it made people think I was deliberately framing him. At this moment, I couldn't help but laugh. And Yi Chung, you say I framed you. Then tell me, why would I want to frame you? And Yi Chung looked up and timidly said to Su Wanru. Maybe you like Wanru. So you don't want me to exist, right? I looked at him mockingly and laughed. How can you think everyone is as vile as you? At this, and Yi Chung spoke up. But besides you, who else would treat me like this? I know everything. You've never liked me. Mother frowned. Yi Chen, quickly take down these trending searches. Explain it clearly to everyone. She doesn't want to jeopardize her future. The son-in-law should not bear the blame at this moment. It may also affect the reputation of the Su family in the future. I fixed my intense gaze on Mother Su. Is there a possibility that these things were indeed done by Yi Chung? Eggs and milk. I took them all. Yi Chung is not a person. He has always been a good person. How could he possibly do something like this? Even Su Wanru, who was beside us, responded in a low voice. Yi Chung truly would not do something like this. I cast a cold glance over. So what do you think? Am I the kind of person who would frame others? When Brother Su said such things alone, I only felt that she was being unreasonable. But when Su Wanru echoed that, I suddenly felt a dull pain in my heart. All along, I was just an outsider, isolated far away from the Su family. Besides them, even Su Wanru has never accepted me. Since that's the case, I can only release the real evidence. I posted all the evidence online. After the news was released, the entire internet instantly erupted. This time, everything in Yicheng did was confirmed. Young Master and Yicheng of the Yin Group has been repeatedly involved, which can be said to be the biggest hotspot of the year. The stock market of the Yin Group plummeted instantly. Economic stocks took a dive. In an instant, economic stability was shaken. And Yicheng thought this was just my suspicion of him. But little did he know, I actually had concrete evidence in my hands. This time, his efforts to maintain his public image vanished without a trace. He may also have to bear legal responsibility for what he has done. I really didn't expect this. I can't believe you are such a person. The one who reacted the most was actually Ri. She really didn't expect it. The Yin Yicheng she had watched grow up since childhood turned out to be so ruthless. I looked at Yin Yicheng's pale face and smiled. The trap of the Death Valley. Spreading rumors online to accuse me of plagiarism and imitation. You've done so many things. Don't you feel guilty at all? And Yicheng knew that at this point it was impossible to explain. I'm sorry. I was previously blinded. It was my friends around me who taught me to do this. They said this was the only way to keep Wanru insufficient. I just love Wanru too much. That's why I did such a thing. I know I was wrong. Upon hearing this, my heart was completely unmoved. I even felt like laughing a little. Your love for Su Wanru is to drug her, and then make it an accomplished fact. And Yicheng stared at me in a daze. A wave of unease suddenly surged in his heart. Su Wanru's expression darkened. Meal, was it you who did it? And Yicheng opened his mouth to reply. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, all his explanations were just excuses. Someone at home saw an increase, according to completely biased statistics. Based on this, completely aligned in the future. I can't even listen to what he's saying. And Yicheng hung his head, hard like dead ashes. I glanced at the Su family members. This is your matter now. Don't come to me for trouble again. After saying that, I turned to leave. At that moment, Su's mother suddenly called out to me. I turned my head to look at her and asked, "What's wrong, aunt?" Su's mother hesitantly began to speak. I know. Even though he has done so much. But he actually just likes Wanru too much. I apologize to you on his behalf. Can you take down those messages online? So he can still be himself in front of others. After all, he's the young man she's liked for so long. He has also treated her well with sincerity. Seeing his dismal ending like this. Son. I laughed in anger. His mistakes are understandable. I was accused without any evidence and am being kicked out of my home. Then I would be bullied by others. Brother Su looked somewhat awkward. He sighed and slowly said, Yichen, consider this me begging you. Is that okay? I shot a cold glance at Yicheng. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. These are all consequences of his own making. After saying that, I ignored Su's mother's apology and left directly. Su's mother, knowing she was in the wrong, didn't speak up to plead again. I know that in the end, the Su family will still help Yicheng sort things out. Watching the news about Yicheng gradually disappear online, I felt a chill in my heart. But no matter what, Yicheng's image has completely collapsed. The Su family will also develop grievances against him. This counts as a lesson for Yicheng. Indeed, for nearly a week after, Yicheng did not come to bother me again. He also did not appear at the Su family or the company. I really thought that Yicheng was self-reflecting while avoiding the limelight. That's why he was unwilling to go out. But in the afternoon, I was preparing to go home by myself. As soon as I arrived at the underground parking lot, I felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. The next second, a dozen burly men suddenly rushed out from behind me. They charged directly at me, trying to grab me. Although I have decent skills. After all, I was no match for so many people. I could only turn around and run away. Just as I was about to reach the parking entrance, a foot suddenly stretched out from the side and tripped me. The men behind me surged forward and tied me up tightly. The person who tripped me was Yicheng. He slowly raised his head. His gaze as cold as if it were drenched in venom. Zhang Yicheng, oh Zhang Yicheng. I have been waiting for you here for 3 whole days. I finally got to see you. I told you. I would never let you go. If you had been more compliant, it would have been fine. But you insisted on pushing me to the brink. And Yicheng sneered. I clenched my fists tightly. I remained relatively calm and slowly spoke up. I think all of this is your own doing. And Yicheng's slap suddenly struck my face. He put all his strength into that slap. My face instantly swelled and turned red. Shut up. If it weren't for you, how could I possibly end up like this? Wanru was so nice to me before. Ever since you came into the picture. She hasn't even bothered to give me a smile. And Yicheng was almost insane. Seeing me with no anger. His heart burned with even more anger. I knew at this moment, I had to stay calm. I couldn't easily provoke Yicheng. After venting his anger, Yicheng felt much better. He waved his hand, signaling the man beside him to take me away. I was blindfolded and thrown into a van. The vehicle bounced along the road. After about an hour or two, after entering for a short while, we finally arrived at a remote and desolate place. And Yicheng is indeed meticulous in his work. He knows that bringing me to such a place can prevent me from escaping easily. Soon, I was thrown into a dilapidated house. 3 people were guarding outside the house. The others went into the house. A few were discussing taking turns to guard. I was temporarily confined in this dilapidated house. At the same time, without the boss's permission, they can't just casually untie the ropes on me. I carefully think of a strategy. My hands are tied behind my back. I press on my ring. It is equipped with GPS signal. As long as I press it, Gu Qinghan will immediately receive my location message. Time passes second by second. I am also waiting quietly. At night, I said I would go home after work, but I delayed my return. There was even no news. This raised Su Wanru's alertness. She looked around but found nothing. I can only call Gu Qinghan. Is Zhang Yichen with you? Is Yichen together? Cheng Wanru's voice was slightly anxious. On the other end of the call, Ji Yu Qinghan sounded a bit anxious. He sent me his address. In an abandoned cabin in the south of the city. He might have been kidnapped. Su Wanru's expression turned cold upon hearing the word, kidnapped. I'm heading over right now. You should call the police. Then we will meet in the south of the city. Ji Yu Qinghan nodded and said, I'll send you the exact address. The two of us will take action. Ji Yu Qinghan went to report to the police. Su Wanru drove towards the south of the city. When Su Wanru arrived, the abandoned cabin was brightly lit. Two people were guarding the entrance. It was unclear what was happening inside the cabin. She circled to the back. Through the window, she saw me tied to a chair. There was no one in the cabin, and she made up her mind. Due to years of disrepair, the window was easily pried open. She turned and rolled in. She gently landed beside me. I gasped softly. Su Wanru. How did she know I was here? And why was she willing to come to save him? Su Wanru didn't have time to explain much to me at that moment. The rope was tied too tightly. He could only pick up a sharp stone from the ground. The sharp stone cut the rope. A few minutes later, the rope was undone. We got to the window and jumped out to escape. The door suddenly creaked open. They want to escape. Hurry, chase them. The people behind pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, Su Wanru was at my feet. I broke out in a cold sweat and frowned. Su Wanru. You hurry and go first. Otherwise, those people will catch up soon. Su Wanru ignored what I said. She helped me and continued. The calls from behind grew clearer. I said, looking anxious and urgent. At this moment, anyone who can leave must leave. Su Wanru turned to glance at me. Zhang Yichen. I will not leave you behind. I looked into her determined eyes. A ripple stirred in my heart. There was no way for both of us to escape. Just as I was preparing for us both to be caught, the worst outcome. A sudden wail of sirens pierced the sky. Those who were relentlessly pursuing us suddenly changed their expressions. They were about to flee immediately. Ji Yu Qinghan rushed over with the police to arrest these people. Yichen, are you okay? Ji Yu Qinghan instinctively spoke up. I weakly waved my hand. I'm fine. Su Wanru's voice was soft. He twisted his ankle. I was planning to take him to the hospital. If there's nothing wrong, Miss Ji Yu should go back first. I will take care of it. Listening to Ji Yu Qinghan's concern for me, Su Wanru felt an inexplicable discomfort rise in her heart. Ji Yu Qinghan knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here. He nodded in agreement. He went with the police to deal with the kidnappers. Su Wanru took me to the hospital. It is now 3 in the morning. Su Xinyan happened to be on night duty. Seeing us looking somewhat disheveled, she couldn't help but ask, what happened to you? I couldn't tell anything from the voice. Zhang Yichen has been kidnapped. I just saved him. I just rescued him. Luzeable. Kidnapping. How come there hasn't been any notification? I said with a glance. Si Wanru glanced at me and said lightly, worrying our parents will only make things more chaotic. He twisted his ankle. Can you help him with a simple treatment? Su Xinyan looked a bit helpless. He has twisted his ankle twice in a row now. He needs to be more careful next time. Multiple sprains can easily lead to lasting effects. I awkwardly touched my nose. Okay. After treating the wound, Su Xinyan was called away by a nurse. Su Wanru sat in front of my hospital bed and asked, who kidnapped you this time? I let out a cold snort. What do you want to ask me? Don't you not believe what I said? Su Wanru was taken aback and looked into my eyes. She softly spoke 3 words. I'm sorry. She did have some prejudice before. She was overly confident in her feelings. She had feelings for Yi Cheng too. I watched as the usually proud Su Wanru took the initiative to lower her head. I felt embarrassed to continue to make things difficult for her. Okay. I accept your apology. But this time, it was indeed Yi Cheng's doing. Su Wanru's gaze turned cold. It was her. I nodded. She waited for me in the underground parking for 3 days. She had a group of people kidnap me. They beat me. Su Wanru's expression changed when she heard the words beat me. Her entire aura suddenly became tense. It's time to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that Su Wanru would actually stand on her side. My heart felt slightly balanced. Suddenly, the phone rang. I answered the call. Ji Yu Qinghan's voice came through. Brother Chen. Those few people have already confessed. It was Yi Cheng who was behind it. The police have already gone to his house. They estimate that Yi Cheng will be arrested tonight. Confessing will lead to leniency. Resisting will lead to severity. A few people realized that cooperating could make things easier for them. After hanging up the phone, I slightly closed my eyes, feeling a bit tired. She saw the dark circles under my eyes. Wanru's heart stirred. You should stay in the hospital and rest tonight. I sighed. But, Su Wanru looked at me coldly, then returned to silence. Going back now will aggravate your injuries. Do you want to stay in the hospital a few more days? Then tell Bai X after you go back. Just say I'm staying with a friend for 2 days. Don't tell him about my kidnapping. I have already caused enough trouble for Uncle Su. I don't want to worry him this time. Su Wanru agreed and turned to leave. 2 days later, I was discharged from the hospital. I heard the news that Yi Cheng was taken away by the police overnight. I no longer focused on this matter. I concentrated on putting my thoughts into work. The 2 pieces of jewelry, First Love and First Encounter, were selling like hotcakes. But good brands need people to endorse them even more. And Su Jingyao is the best candidate. Su Jingyao has a large fan base. When I returned to the Su family, I brought up this matter. Su Jingyao immediately agreed. But these 2 pieces of jewelry aren't they couples items? Isn't it a bit boring for me to do it alone? Su Jingyao suddenly flashed a charming smile. Why don't you join me for the shoot, Zhang Yichen? Indeed, First Love and First Encounter are couples jewelry. If we could find a handsome guy and a beautiful girl to shoot together, it might be easier to gain exposure. I was taken aback. I carefully considered its feasibility in my mind. Suddenly, Su Wanru interjected. Can't the Su family find a suitable male star? Does Zhang Yichen have to go personally? Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao smiled. Sis, why are you being so stingy? Zhang Yichen isn't your private property. Besides, Yichen's appearance is even praised by the director. He was even discussing with me about bringing him into the crew. Su Jingyao looked at me with a beaming smile. Her eyes were full of affection. Su Wanru continued to refuse. Work-related. Changping is acting justly. Last time, I collaborated with Su Jingyao. Heart. Su Wanru was in the comments section. She saw the phrase, divine couple. It sounded jarring to hear. Su Jingyao pouted. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. After saying that, she turned to me and asked, Yichen, would you like to shoot an ad with me? I rubbed my temples, feeling a bit troubled. Let's talk about it then. If we can't find a suitable male star, I will personally handle it again. I could only vaguely agree. Hearing this was somewhat of an agreement. Su Wanru's expression suddenly dropped, but she didn't say it outright. She just gave me a faint glance, and then left the dining table. I was baffled by her gaze. I didn't understand why her mood suddenly dropped, but Su Wanru had already gone to work. I just casually ate a bit and then went to the company. As soon as I arrived at the company, I hadn't even sat down. The secretary came over with a stack of documents. The president said, you need to finish all of these within 3 days. Such a thick stack of documents. Finish it in 3 days. I felt a throbbing pain in my forehead. It seemed like Su Wanru did this on purpose, but I couldn't find a reason to refuse. I resigned myself to accepting the documents. I started to work diligently, but little did I know, the following days would be full of Wanru. Everyone has been trying to arrange work for me in every possible way. I feel like I'm as busy as a spinning top. Just when I can finally take a break for a bit, a new task is immediately assigned. Doesn't Su Wanru want me to shoot the advertisement? I silently scolded myself for being childish. A few days later, Su Jingyao still came to the company. She leaned against the door of the president's office, smiling leisurely. Sister, in the past few days, I have contacted all the available male celebrities. It's either that their image doesn't fit, or they just don't want to take the job. Right now, there really are no suitable candidates. Su Wanru had a cold expression on her face. It's not that this advertisement can't be filmed. After hearing this, Su Jingyao frowned slightly. How can you do this, sister? It's something we already agreed upon. Naturally, we cannot go back on our word. Su Wanru glanced at her. I will still pay you for the advertisement fee, but this advertisement doesn't need to be filmed anymore. At that moment, I had just knocked on the office door. I then heard the conversation of two people. Su Jingyao hurriedly stepped forward. Yichen, you're here. I can't find a suitable candidate for this advertising collaboration. You promised me last time. If we can't find a suitable candidate, you'll have to shoot with me. At these words, I twitched my lips. Looking at Su Wanru beside me, who was surrounded by a low-pressure aura, I suddenly didn't know what to say. You don't have to worry about my sister. She has already agreed for you to shoot with me. Kaya Zhang Wanru replied. That's right. I can definitely do it. Since that's the case, why don't I give it a try? If Sus Company wants to successfully enter the jewelry industry and make a strong debut, relying on the star's ability to promote products, then becoming popular quickly won't be a problem. I don't want to easily give up on this plan. I cautiously looked at Su Wanru. Seeing that she didn't react much, I spoke again. After all, it's also for the Su family. This plan is still quite reliable. Su Wanru didn't speak for a long time. She made a sound of agreement. With Su Wanru's approval, the cooperation can proceed smoothly. Su Jingyao pushed her upcoming drama shoot. She focused on shooting a jewelry advertisement. The shooting location was not at the Su family's place, but in a large lawn. Supervised on site. Meiba Pharmaceutical. Rogon. Meimei Z. Meimei's real name is Yu. It's inevitable that there will be intimate actions during the shoot. Su Jingyao and I were immersed in the atmosphere. I didn't notice that Su Wanru's face had turned increasingly pale beside us. After the first scene, I went to drink some water. Su Wanru's cold voice came over. It's really not bad. I was startled and turned around suddenly. I saw Su Wanru standing to the side. Her eyes were swirling with emotions that were hard to describe. Su Wanru lightly coughed. As a member of the Su family, I will pay attention to any activities conducted by the Su family. This includes filming advertisements. I nodded in understanding. I watched as Su Jingyao walked towards us. She smiled and handed me a bottle of water. Drink up. Su Jingyao opened the bottle cap, took a sip, and said with a smile. Sister, I can't believe you came to see this boring stuff too. Shu Wanru's eyes. Shu Chia's eyes. Hearing this, Su Jingyao couldn't help but laugh. I filmed quite a few advertisements for the Su family before. No matter how I called you, you were unwilling to come. And now you actually came. Truly a rare guest. After saying this, she suddenly squinted her eyes and asked curiously. You're not really here, are you? Who would have thought? You actually have a day like this. Shu Wanru looked at me, her tone sinking. Jingyao, you're talking a bit too much. Su Jingyao shook her head with a smile. Sister, Yichen is the one I had my eye on first. This time, you can't fight me for it. I don't even know if it's yours. The atmosphere between the two of them was becoming increasingly awkward. I found an excuse and fled in a hurry. I went to a nearby public restroom. As soon as I walked in, I encountered a familiar figure. It was Lu Jia, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Lu Jia looked at me with cold eyes. Truly, it's said that enemies don't meet without reason. I looked at him, filled with disdain, too lazy to get entangled with him. How has Manager Lu been? Have you found a new job? Hearing this, Lu Jia felt a sharp pain in his heart and became furious. Zhang Yichen, don't think that just because you made me leave Sus, I won't be able to get back up. Just you wait. One day, I will make you pay for this. I won't even bat an eye. Do as you wish. Looking at me as if I'm invisible, Lu Jia suddenly felt a surge of courage. He stepped forward and swung his hand toward my face. I quickly grabbed Lu Jia's wrist with my faster reflexes. My gaze was cold and piercing. Lu Jia's expression. Do you still want to make a move? Lu Jia shot me a fierce glare. I really want to take action. Zhang Yichin, do you know how I've been living since then? I was fired from the Su company. No company wants to hire me anymore, and it's all because of you. You've made my life so miserable. I will repay you double for this. Lu Jia still wanted to come forward and hit me. He was suddenly pushed back by me. His balance was off. He fell back suddenly. His head hit the sink hard behind him. The intense pain caused him to panic slightly. I watched as blood trickled down his neck. Lu Jia panicked. He took out his phone and immediately called the police. Zhang Yichin, you intentionally hurt me. Just wait and see, you'll be going to jail. I remained silent, quietly watching him in a state of frustration. The police car arrived quickly. They took Lu Jia and me away. Lu Jia was injured in the head. We first went to the hospital for a bandage. Then we went to the police station to make a statement. Su Wanru and Su Jingyao were waiting outside for me to return from filming. Suddenly, they received news that I had been taken by the police. The atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned cold. They also rushed to the police station. Inside the police station, Lu Jia and I were sitting to one side. The officer noticed we weren't speaking and asked, "What's going on?" I didn't say anything. Lu Jia beside me immediately replied with tears in his eyes, "Officer, you have to take charge of this for me. I was pushed for no reason. And I got this serious injury. You must punish that person properly." The officer saw that he had such a serious injury on his head. A grown man crying like a distressed flower. He handed him a tissue to wipe his tears. Then he turned his head to ask me, "Mr. Ku, is what Mr. Lu said true? Do you have doubts about him? That's why you would intentionally push him." I said Dan Dao. I was acting in self-defense. Lu Jia knew there were no cameras in the bathroom. Even if he turns black into white, I can't do anything about him. Thinking of this, Lu Jia became a bit bolder. It's better to admit to intentional harm earlier. I could get the judge to reduce your sentence by a few years. But if you keep being stubborn, then don't blame me for being rude. Uncle Hat frowned and looked at me. Confess honestly. I repeated my words once again. I was acting in self-defense. Lu Jia couldn't help but raise his voice. Uncle Hat, there's no need for further questioning. This person is so stubborn. Just lock him up directly. I chuckled lightly. What if I have evidence? Lu Jia seemed to hear the biggest joke. If you can bring out the evidence today, I will follow your last name. He naturally doesn't believe I have any evidence. He must be trying to buy himself some time. I leisurely turned it on. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Jia proudly raised his head. What could he be looking at me for? I took out my hand from my pocket. I opened the player. Suddenly, Lu Jia's domineering voice came out from the phone. Besides the speaking, there was also noise. No matter how you listen, it's Lu Jia who deliberately acted first. Uncle Hat, I think these words should be quite clear now. It was not my intention to harm Mr. Lu. Rather, Mr. Lu acted first. I was simply acting in self-defense. My voice remained calm. Hearing this recording, Lu Jia's face turned even paler. How is that possible? How could he possibly know I was going to act? He even turned on the recording device in advance. You are framing me. You're just trying to provoke me on purpose. You want to seize the opportunity to record it and then frame me. Lu Jia suddenly understood in his heart. His gaze towards me instantly took on a hint of malice. I actually didn't care what he said, I just smiled. What did Mr. Lu just say? You take my last name, right? I even think that this last name is dirtied. After saying that, I turned around and smiled at Uncle Hat. Uncle Hat, I believe you will make the right decision. Uncle Hat felt a bit guilty for doubting me just now. He cleared his throat lightly. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. I waved my hand and said, but how does Uncle Hat plan to deal with Mr. Lu? Uncle Hat replied calmly. According to the constitutional provisions of our country, intentional injury crime, punishable by imprisonment for a fixed term of not more than 3 years. The specific sentence will depend on whether Mr. Zhang is willing to press charges. I raised my eyebrows. It depends on my will, right? Lu Jia felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. He suddenly stood up, grabbed my shirt sleeve, and cried out, Brother Chen, grow up. I beg you, spare me. I'm still young. I can't go to prison. I frowned. Mr. Lu, please calm down. At this moment, Lu Jia understood. Brother Yi Chen. I know I was very lovable before. I bullied you a lot when we were kids. I've also done things to wrong you at the company. I'm willing to make amends for all of this. But please, don't file a lawsuit. I don't want to go to prison. I'm begging you. Upon hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. Mr. Lu. So you do realize you're utterly despicable. You should save these words for reflecting on in prison. I've never been a good person. Especially after being bullied. I certainly won't let those evildoers off easily. Lu Jia looked at me with a determined gaze. It felt like a bucket of cold water poured over me from head to toe. He slumped down on the ground. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Uncle Hat found a few people and had Lu Jia taken away for detention. Uncle Hat smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I misunderstood you today. Now I'll have someone take you back. I waved my hand. It's okay. I'll go back by myself. Uncle Hat didn't insist either. He had someone take me to the door. I had just stepped out the door. Su Wanru and Su Jingyao rushed over anxiously. Seeing that I was unharmed, Su Wanru sighed with relief. Su Jingyao directly approached and linked her arm with mine, asking, Yichen, what happened to you? I smiled awkwardly. I just had an encounter with Lu Jia. He wanted to frame me, but he ended up getting himself into trouble. Su Jingyao perked up and asked curiously, I've heard about that Lu Jia too. He's not someone to be messed with. How did you make him suffer? I chuckled softly. He wanted to hit me. I pushed him a bit. Later, he falsely accused me of intentional harm. During the recent filming, wanted to hear my performance, so I started recording on my phone. Then I kept it off. I just happened to record the part where he was threatening me. Su Wanru knew I was smart and could protect myself. But when it came to Lu Jia, she couldn't help but frown. Wasn't he already driven away a long time ago? She was frequently notified about Lu Jia leaving. A notice was released forbidding any company from hiring her. Otherwise, they would be against the Su family. TAED. The stock thought of individuals in death too. Actually still in this city festival. I nodded slightly. But Lu Jia harbored resentment against me. He insisted on making a scene. Su Wanru had a cold expression. She decided in her heart to deal with this person properly this time. Su Jingyao relaxed when she saw I was fine. In that case, let's pause today's filming activities for now. We'll find another day to film. I shake my head. As a star, your schedule is usually packed. I can't afford to waste more time because of this. Alright, let's hurry back. We might still finish everything before dark. We quickly rushed back to the filming location to continue the next shots. 3 days later, the advertisement officially aired. 2 PR. In just the first hour of airing, the sales of First Love and First Encounter instantly surged by 30%. It clearly shows the strong fanbase behind Su Jingyao and Nanji. The online fanbase is indeed buzzing. The online comments are flooding our official Weibo with crazy comments, hoping the two can be together. It naturally makes sense for them to be together. They really do match perfectly. Even with Su Jingyao, it feels so staged. She's definitely going to marry for wealth. She's bound to marry for fame. Look at this advertisement. It's just so well matched, isn't it? Together. I think these comments are normal when I see them, so I didn't pay much attention. But Wan Ru felt extremely uncomfortable inside. She didn't talk to me for a whole day. By evening, I got home late after working overtime. As soon as I opened the door, a wave of alcohol smell hit me forcefully. Su Dan went on a trip. Su Luo Li is on a business trip. Su Jingyao's schedule is full, so she can't leave. Su Xinyan is on duty at the hospital. Su Xiao is staying at school and hasn't come back for now. So the source of the alcohol smell can only be Wan Ru. Zhang Yi Chen. Hearing the sound, I turned my head to face Wan Ru's clear and beautiful eyes. I watched Wan Ru, whose gaze was cold under the dim light, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wan Ru has been drinking. She's a bit different than usual. Her gaze is deeper than before. Zhang Yi Chen. Do you like Su Jingyao? I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this question. Why do you think I like Su Jingyao? Su Wan Ru moved a little closer. I don't like Su Jingyao. Why would you be willing to accompany her in shooting ads? I'm not rejecting my feelings for her. There was a slight tremor in her voice. I gently placed my hand on his shoulder and said, Su Wanru, you are drunk. Su Wanru responded to the word, drunk. She suddenly became a bit more alert. She stepped back half a step. I'm not drunk. I just wanted to remind you. Don't be with Su Jingyao. What happened last time was just like this. My thoughts suddenly went back a few months. I was held hostage by a fan in the bathroom. I nodded without saying a word. I understand now. Thank you for reminding me. However, I really have no interest in Su Jingyao. I smiled slightly. If there's nothing else going on, I'll head back to sleep first. The atmosphere here is a bit subtle. Su Wanru seems lost in her thoughts. Her expression is a bit strange. I have an impulse to escape. Su Wanru's silence is a form of consent. Good night, get some rest early. I quickly returned to my room. The next day, I went to the office. Su Wanru didn't call me to the office as usual to discuss the new quarterly plan. I felt a bit strange, but I also have many questions, yet I'm hesitant to ask. When it was almost noon, I suddenly heard a shout from a nearby desk. A cry of surprise echoed. Help! My computer is malfunctioning. I shot a skeptical glance over there. The next second, all the computers in the planning department went black. At the same time, the whole room was filled with alternating cries of alarm. The plan I had just completed hadn't had a chance to save it yet. Seeing the planning department complaining along, I stood up and cleared my throat. Alright, everyone, calm down. How can anyone stay calm in this situation? At this moment, a girl spoke softly. What? Chen Ji's computer is fine. Everyone looked over following her gaze. My computer is running smoothly. There's not a single problem. All of our computers are broken. Why is it that only your computer is fine? Could it be that? Although the girl didn't finish her sentence, everyone understood what she meant. She implied that I tampered with something behind the scenes. Once this was said, even the others began to harbor doubts. My cold gaze fell on her face. I looked at her calmly and spoke. What do you mean? The girl named Xia Ling. When Yi Chung came before, she had the best relationship with Yi Chung. She tried to raise her chin to show her composure. Chen Zhe. I didn't speak ill of you. I'm just expressing my thoughts. If it weren't for you, then you should prove it. What does threatening subordinates even mean? I diverted my gaze and turned to ask others. Do you need proof? A man slowly responded. Chen Ji Yu. Considering your character, you wouldn't naturally do something like this. At this moment, Sha Kaya interrupted again. How could that not be the case? Who doesn't want their performance to be the best in the company? This way, you could directly defeat others and steal the spotlight, right? After hearing this, I suddenly understood something. Miss Sha, listening to you so serious. You understand the motivation behind this matter better than I do. Sha Chia's face turned pale. I certainly didn't. Don't slander me. My computer was the first one to break down. Plus, I have a very important project that's only half done. I raised an eyebrow and asked her, can I take a look at your computer then? Sha Kaya confidently nodded. Of course, feel free to look around. Anyway, it's already a broken computer. There's nothing that can't be shown to others. He specifically chose this computer. It was embedded with an extremely difficult to crack virus. She doesn't believe I can bring a broken computer back to life. A hint of an almost imperceptible emotion flickered in my eyes. Don't regret it later. I stepped forward to check her computer. I discovered it was infected with a virus called Aphira. Aphira is notorious, and only 5 people in the world can crack it. Coincidentally, I'm one of them. I quickly typed code on the computer. A string of incomprehensible letters and mathematical symbols floated by. It was dazzling to watch. Finally, under everyone's gaze, I cracked the virus. and in an instant, the computer came back to life. Everyone saw on the screen. Suddenly, I heard that Sha Kaya hasn't completed her creation yet. A simple sketch of a little frog. So, your creative plan was this. It's this little frog. I mercilessly mocked her. Sha Kaya was still trying to argue. Maybe it was a computer invasion. It changed my creative plan into a little frog. Looking around, I saw suspicious gazes directed at her. She continued to explain, blushing. I really do have a creative plan. If you don't believe me, I can show you my backup. Sha Kaya was too nervous and let it slip. This indicated that she has a backup. I directly exposed her lie. There is a backup. Miss Shaw is really something. She actually acted like a prophet, knowing that the computer is going to get a virus. So, I made a backup in advance. Sha Lian saw that she could no longer keep up the act. So, she shouted with a distorted face. It was the virus I released. So what? If it weren't for you, waiting for Lu Jia to be promoted. This supervisor position was originally mine. I have worked diligently in the company for so many years. Why should a newcomer like you reap the benefits? I am not convinced. She dedicated herself to the company. You could say she has exhausted all her efforts. Even if there are no achievements, there is hard work. Why should I end up with nothing in the end? My gaze turned icy. Because of this, you sabotaged everyone's computers and framed me. Is that so? Your own heart is not pure. Not only will you not get the supervisor position, but you also won't keep your job. I glanced and looked directly at the assistant beside me. Tell him. There is someone here who poses a threat to company security. No clear translation. Likely a name or a placeholder. Sha Kaya heard it was going to escalate to the president. Suddenly, she lost all her arrogance. She became increasingly dejected. When Wan Ru rushed over, in her position, she watched the unfolding drama with great interest. Meanwhile, Sha Kaya was squatting on the ground, crying uncontrollably and looking very pathetic. I joked. Box. Your old employee is trying to frame me. As a result, it was discovered. What do you think should be done about this? Her gentle voice carried a hint of sarcasm. I already know. According to company policy. Get out. Sha Kaya cried and rushed over to hug Su Wanru's thigh. Su-hee. Please, I beg you, don't make me leave. I've been with the company for so long. I don't want to leave the company. I'm begging you. Just let me off this time. The temperature around Su Wanru dropped sharply. I'll give you 1 second to let go. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just getting kicked out of the company. Sha Kaya knows Su Wanru's methods. Panicking, she loosened her grip. This farce ended with Sha Lian leaving the company in disgrace. After it ended, I looked at my colleagues and smiled. Don't worry about everyone's computers. Now, I'll help everyone restore them. The colleagues around were left speechless. Brother Chen, you're amazing. You can even crack computer viruses. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? I smiled slightly. I'm recreating a code on my computer. It can be transferred to your computer. Everyone, don't worry. Brother Chen, where did you learn this technology? It feels so cool. Colleagues around gathered with amazed expressions. Zhang Yichen looked like a hacker. This is exactly like what is portrayed in movies. This is just too cool. I gave an embarrassed smile. But it's just the surface, really. What's so impressive about it? I was surrounded like a star here. Su Wanru looked at the scene before her. She inexplicably found it a bit blinding. Aren't you all working? Who hasn't returned to their position yet? Everyone knows it's a month's salary. Hearing this, the male colleagues around shrank their necks. They awkwardly returned to their positions to work. I looked at her frosty appearance and smiled thoughtfully. Strong. Are you jealous? Cheng Wanru glanced at me. There was a hint of movement in her eyes. You are actually a guest. Others think I only know a little. But Su Wanru doesn't think so. I can easily fix computer viruses. I can even restore it to its original state. Only top hackers can achieve this. I shrugged my hands. You found this out. In the evening, I had just exited the company's door. I was preparing to take a taxi home, but I was stopped by someone. It was Su Jingyao, whom I hadn't seen for 2 days. Su Jingyao revealed a radiant smile. Yichen got into the car. I'll take you to a place. I shook my head. I still have something to do later. Su Jingyao displayed a pleading expression. Come on, let's go. There's a place where the night view is particularly beautiful. You will definitely like it. Other boys would definitely not be able to refuse. But I'm different. I vaguely guessed Su Jingyao's thoughts, but I can't accept it. At this moment, Su Wanru suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Garden campus. Come home with me. The scene suddenly became awkward. I was faced with 2 cars. I didn't know where to go. Su Jingyao got anxious and raised her voice quite a bit. Sister, I was the one who made plans first. You can't take this from me. Su Wanru remained calm, looking determined to succeed. There's also a plan. Let's go back. It was almost a matter of life and death, but the reasons were so flawless. I gritted my teeth. I carefully said sorry to Su Jingyao. I directly got into Su Wanru's car. Su Wanru immediately drove off in a cloud of dust. On the way, I didn't know how to start the conversation. I looked at Su Wanru's beautiful profile. My heart felt uneasy. Su Wanru. I mean no harm. We spoke at the same time. I suddenly choked. The words I was about to say got stuck in my throat. We fell silent for a long time again. Su Wanru replied softly. Let's buy some time first. Didn't I tell you? Don't get too close to Jing or to Fei. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. I was taken aback and shook my head. I didn't. Su Wanru continued speaking. Try not to go out alone with Su Jingyao. You two have done couple ads together. If you get photographed, it could be very troublesome for PR. I nodded and looked out the window. I suddenly noticed a car following them neither too close nor too far. Its speed even seemed to change accordingly. Su Wanru. I felt something behind us. Su Wanru lowered her voice. The Su family is located in a remote suburban area. We were driving along that deserted path. Something unexpected could likely happen. Su Wanru stepped on the gas to accelerate. As expected, the person behind also slammed the gas pedal. A chase began. Su Wanru, be careful. I was somewhat worried. Such speed is obviously dangerous. Worry. The place is remote, and Su Wanru's speed was steady. But the car behind clearly had good driving skills as well. They were almost catching up. The next second, the car behind suddenly accelerated. It cut off Su Wanru's car and came to a stop. Su Wanru, get out. The person behind got out of the car, cursing. Su Wanru knew they were coming for her, turned her head and said to me, "They are here to cause trouble for me. I will go down and attract their attention. You worry about yourself." My gaze was very serious. Su Wanru, you have saved me so many times. How could I possibly leave you behind? I chuckled softly and stretched my wrist. Cheng Wanru, don't underestimate me too much. Su Wanru looked at my confident face with piercing eyes. A different emotion surged in my heart like waves. We got out of the car together. I quietly pressed the ring to send my location to Jiyu Qinghan. A crowd was standing outside the car. At this moment, they were glaring at us menacingly. The scarred man, with a cigarette in his mouth, was watching us. Su Wanru, with a cold expression, let out a sinister laugh. I bet you must be Su Wanru. Su Wanru's gaze sharpened as she calmed herself and asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that someone sent me to teach you a lesson." Su Wanru raised her eyes, a cold light flashing. "Do you know who I am?" The scarred man laughed loudly. "Who doesn't know about our Su Dahikai? Su, he is known far and wide." "Of course I know." Su Wanru frowned tightly. "Offending the Su family, you must not want to live." The scar-faced man suddenly made an exaggerated expression. "Oh, don't mention the Su family to me. The Su family is nothing. I'm not afraid at all," I said coldly. "They're just a bunch of useless people. Why say so much to them?" The scar-faced man glanced around. "You say we are useless? Everyone, attack. Beat those two to a pulp. Let them know who the real useless ones are." A few people rushed over quickly. They swung their clubs wildly. I dodged a bit. Su Wanru also dodged to the side. At the same time, she kicked that person's back. I grabbed the man's neck and threw him out. My right foot flew and kicked him in the forehead. Our collaboration was seamless. Like the perfect partners. Soon, this group could not withstand the assault of the two. They lay on the ground wailing. "Pa, it's really useless." Scarface spat and waved his right hand. Dozens of big men emerged from the nearby woods. They had been lying in wait all along. Su Wanru's gaze turned icy. Dozens of big men charged again. This time there were more people and it had taken longer. The two of us felt somewhat powerless. We gradually fell behind the opponents. Scarface saw that the fight was nearly over. He smiled and drew his knife. He fiercely lunged the knife at me. My pupils dilated. In the next second, Su Wanru reached out her hand directly. She grabbed the hilt of the knife and kicked Scarface away. An overwhelming sensation of pain spread from my palm. Drops of blood fell to the ground. It was a horrific and shocking sight. Even the usually calm Su Wanru couldn't help but frown. "Are you okay?" I widened my eyes. I really didn't expect that. At the crucial moment, Su Wanru actually reached out to grab the knife directly. Su Wanru shook her head. She had lost so much blood that her face and lips appeared slightly pale. I turned around. I looked at the scar-faced man groaning on the ground. My gaze was chillingly cold. At that moment, Jiyu Qinghan finally arrived with his men. He looked at the scene before him and said coldly, "Arrest them all." The people behind him subdued these thugs one by one. Jiyu Qinghan walked to my side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, are you okay?" I shook my head. I pointed at Su Wanru, who was bleeding profusely nearby. My voice carried some concern. Su Wanru is injured. Jiyu Qinghan walked over to support Su Wanru. He looked at her bloodied and mangled palm. He gasped in shock. How much courage must it take to grasp a knife without hesitation? "I'll take you to the hospital." Jiyu Qinghan took them to the hospital. She will handle the payment. I stayed behind to take care of the somewhat confused Su Wanru. The nurse was bandaging him, occasionally touching the wound. Just looking at it makes me hurt. Su Wanru didn't even furrow her brow. The nurse left after finishing the bandaging. I looked at her weak face and asked, "Su Wanru, are you okay?" Su Wanru lifted her eyelids slightly. I paused. I seemed to already know what she wanted to ask in my heart. "What exactly is your relationship with Jiyu Qinghan? Why is it that Jiyu Qinghan always arrives in time? Why does Jiyu Qinghan have such a hard time pinpointing your location? Why would Jiyu Qinghan accompany you to drink and relieve your worries? Why does it happen? Why does it seem like he's always watching you? Why almost like it's for the audience? Just like a subordinate?" These questions swirled in Su Wanru's mind for a long time. I know Su Wanru is meticulous in her thoughts. Sooner or later, she would realize this problem. But he did not expect that Su Wanru would actually ask so directly. "Didn't I say so? It's just a friendship. We knew each other when we were abroad. We had quite a good time." At this moment, I still didn't want to reveal the situation. Su Wanru said coldly, "You tell me, are you the one from the country?" My heart tightened, and I wanted to deny it. But Su Wanru is too clever to avoid her disbelief. I showed a teasing smile. "What a coincidence that you found this out." Su Wanru looked at my reaction, suddenly unsure if her guess was correct. Lan Zhang's box was worked diligently without complaint. Working as a small employee in your company. Su He, don't you feel honored? I shrugged and continued speaking. "Do you believe it if I say it out loud?" "I don't even believe it. However, I do have some reasoning. Lan Zhang's box design really has no reason to be in her company." Su Wanru lowered her voice, still skeptical. "I hope you're not lying to me." I rolled my eyes. "Su Dai, don't be overly sensitive. Can't good friends be a bit closer?" Thinking of how worried Jiyu Qinghan looks about me, I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Then it was too obedient. "If you come, it also changes. You're Su family's fiancé, having close relations with another woman. Do you think that's appropriate?" Hearing this, I laughed unabashedly. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "Su Wanru, you don't really want to marry me, do you?" After saying that, I glanced at her. I found it extremely interesting. I looked over. Su Wanru looked over. Of course not. Then Su, he can't interfere with my relationships. Just then, Ji Yu Qinghan returned. Su Wanru didn't say anything more. Ji Yu Qinghan naturally heard everything clearly. She suppressed a smile and said to me, Chen Jie, I'm heading back first. You just stay here and take care of Su He. I naturally understood her teasing. I shot her a fierce glare. Ji Yu Qinghan mouthed something I understood. Then she left with a smile. The room was left with just me and Su Wanru. You should go home first. Su Wanru opened her eyes and spoke softly. It's late. I raised an eyebrow. I'll stay to take care of you. After saying that, I smoothly sat down beside her. After all, your hand was injured to save me. If I just went home like this, wouldn't that make me very heartless? I sat down and picked up an apple nearby. Are you eating? I'll peel one for you. Su Wanru didn't respond to me. She took out her notebook with her other good hand and started working. I found it pointless and stopped insisting. She also took out her notebook that she carried with her. She prepared to investigate who the mastermind was. I identified them based on the facial features of that group. I found out about their criminal organization. Then I checked their recent call records and their transfer records. All the clues pointed to the Lin group. Su Wanru. Do you know who is behind this targeting you? I asked cautiously. Su Wanru's fingers gently tapped the keyboard. She replied without blinking an eye. The Lin group. I was somewhat surprised. You do know. Su Wanru said in a calm and unhurried tone. The Lin group resented the failure of our last collaboration. They wanted a share of the spoils. And they are envious of our current achievements. So the Lin family has the most motive. I was surprised by Su Wanru's strong logical ability. But at the same time, he had another issue. So what are you planning to do? A glint of darkness passed through Su Wanru's eyes. Of course, she wouldn't let the Lin family off so easily. Knowing that Su Wanru would take action, I felt relieved. Su Wanru stayed in the hospital for 2 days. The family called. I started to cover up the lie, saying that the two of them were working overtime at the company. They couldn't go back for now. And Su Luoli was working overtime out of town these days. The lie wasn't exposed. Su Wanru returned to work at the company formally after her hand had mostly healed. Su Wanru hadn't come to the company these days. I wasn't there either. When I returned again, I clearly felt the company's atmosphere. There were some unfamiliar faces. Just returned to the company. Su Wanru immediately convened an executive meeting to discuss the next phase of cooperation. At this stage, I plan to solidify the low-end jewelry production. Then, I will invest a large amount of funds to develop high-end jewelry. Su Wanru proposed her plan. After listening, my eyes lit up. I gained considerable recognition for Su Wanru's planning skills. I think that's not right. In the quiet conference room, a voice of doubt suddenly emerged. Ru glanced at the man not far away. Her gaze landed on Ba. So what would be your solution? I also shifted my gaze over. It was Sha Ziyong, the head of the company's HR department. Usually, he is very condescending. Now he is even more arrogant and rude. Have you not been to the company for a few days? You can't even make plans anymore? Our low-end products are not yet stable. Moreover, low-end products are selling so well right now. If we hastily develop high-end products, if the development is bleak or incurs losses, what do you say? Who will bear such responsibility? Sha Ziyong was aggressive. His words were obviously quite rude. Su Wanru continued speaking. Will not 3. Merely developing low-end products will only lead to aesthetic fatigue, and be limited to that. We'll lose the best opportunity to develop towards the high-end. Sha Ziyong seemed to be unable to take it in, his voice sharp. Idle Kai. Anyway, I disagree. How about you ask everyone? Let's see what they all think. Su Wanru glanced around and asked, does anyone have any questions? One of the supervisors spoke softly, with a hint of difficulty. Box Kai. I think Supervisor Shaw is right. It's really at a loss. If something unexpected happens. The others began to discuss softly. Seeing this, I stood up with a bright smile. Let me share Su He's perspective with everyone. Sha Ziyong gave a cold laugh. Zhang He monitor. I know you stand with the idle Kai, but if you blindly support the box Kai, wouldn't that put us in an unjust position? I continued speaking without caring. My mentor is an internationally renowned jewelry designer. I believe everyone has heard of her. The internationally acclaimed jewelry designer, Joanna. A single design can even sell for over 100 million. Everyone was stunned. Listen to me as I continue. She often tells me, her work starts from the very basics. But if we only focus on low-end products, the work will never reach the next level. What we need is a qualitative change. We need to make our products known to more people. Jewelry itself is a luxury brand. Its consumers are not just the general public. There are also wealthy individuals with substantial assets. They can bring greater benefits to the company. As for affordable jewelry, they naturally do not belong to their wear. Therefore, we can only develop high-end products to attract consumers, to increase purchasing power. After I finished speaking, the venue immediately fell silent. Sha Ziyong sneered. There's some truth to it, but not much. Who knows if what you said is just casual talk? I stared at him and replied coldly. I study marketing abroad, and I ranked first in my major. I suppose I don't need to elaborate further, right? Sha Ziyong was left speechless. His face turned pale for a moment. Does anyone else have questions? After saying that, I scanned everyone's faces. I watched as they lowered their heads in shame. Finally, I focused my gaze on Su Wanru's face. I smiled. I noticed a fleeting look of amazement in Su Wanru's eyes. I felt a wave of happiness in my heart. Su Wanru made a decisive statement. Then it settled. After the meeting, everyone began to disperse. Sha Ziyong casually walked over to me. Zhang Hejian. I have some things I want to discuss with you. I gave a polite smile. Supervisor Shaw said it was no problem. What is your relationship with the Box Kai? My relationship with the Box Kai is just a normal superior subordinate one. Does Supervisor Shaw have a different opinion? I smiled mysteriously. This left Sha Zhijiang somewhat confused. However, he did not forget his purpose. He suddenly displayed a flattering smile. Director Zhang, there are some things I must say. This Box Kai person is usually strict and harsh. You must have suffered a lot following her, right? I raised my eyebrow. Oh, it seems Supervisor Sha's intentions go beyond just drinking. Director Zhang is a smart person. He should understand what Supervisor Sha means. I hope Director Zhang can think this over carefully. Don't let Supervisor Sha down. I touched my chin as if in deep thought. Supervisor Sha wants to win me over. Sha Ziyang laughed heartily. Director Zhang truly impresses me. After saying this, Sha Ziyang pinched his business card and slowly pushed it onto my desk. I really admire Zhang Jian's abilities, and I think you shouldn't just limit yourself to one supervisor. Doesn't Zhang Nian want to be respectfully called deputy director? After Sha Ziyang left, I silently pondered. No translation needed. It seems that Sha Ziyang's ambitions are quite significant. He has already begun to eye the position of director. When I got home in the evening, the rest of the family was already asleep. Only Su Wanru was working on documents alone. I stretched and casually sat down next to Su Wanru and asked, "How's your hand?" Su Wanru's fingers paused slightly as she turned the page, her voice as calm as water. "It's nothing." I found it hard to believe. I grabbed her hand to have a look myself, but she barely dodged away. "Let me see, it won't cost you anything." Su Wanru directly changed the subject. "Today, Sha Ziyang was looking for you. What did I say to you?" I leaned back on the sofa and smirked. "What do you think he wants from me?" Shu Ru glanced at me. "To win you over." I curled my lip. The real meaning is truly interesting. Shu Ru, noticing my reaction, asked quietly. I looked into her eyes with great interest. Of course, I agreed. He promised me that I could be the deputy box. Such a generous deal. Only a fool would refuse. Su Wanru naturally didn't believe it, her expression blank and voice flat. "Then why don't you reveal this matter? Aren't you afraid of me knowing your plans?" I yawned. "Su-hee, don't pretend anymore. Just state your plan directly." Su Wanru didn't expect my reaction to be so quick, her eyebrows slightly raised. "I think you agree." I suddenly became interested. "Elaborate, please." Su Wanru continued speaking. "You first agree to cooperate with him. Collect evidence. I replaced his people at the company. At that time, we'll catch them all at once." I said with a smile. "So you noticed too. Many people in the company have unfamiliar faces. I thought you only focused on work and didn't recognize anyone." Su Wanru glanced at me and said, "All right, hurry up and take a break. The next few days will be another tough battle." I nodded, stood up, and walked upstairs. Su Wanru suddenly called out to me from behind. I paused, turned around, and had a teasing expression. "What's wrong?" Su Wanru hesitated for a moment. "You are really special. This man seems to excel in every field. It's hard to figure him out. You never know what surprise he will create for you in the next moment." My voice had a hint of laziness. "If you say that, I would think you have fallen in love with me." Wanru's face suddenly changed. "Don't overthink it." Watching Su Wanru's expression change so quickly, I couldn't help but laugh as I turned back to the room. Su Wanru watched his back. Her gaze gradually deepened. To speed up Sha Ziyang's actions, Su Wanru and I planned to put on a good show, to make Sha Ziyang think that we were fighting and our relationship was breaking down. The next morning, I was in Su Wanru's office. The two of us were initially discussing the plan peacefully. I suddenly raised my voice. "I already said. What I meant wasn't this. Why can't you understand what I'm saying?" Su Wanru's voice was as cold and sharp as a knife. "I'll tell you too. You are not a planning director. You don't have the right to interfere with my actions yet. The box cutter can act recklessly. It's really laughable. At most, I won't. Who wants to stay here and take your anger?" A segment of. It sounded like a cup was suddenly smashed onto the ground. It made a thunderous sound. Everyone in the company heard it clearly. "If you're willing, then do it. If you don't want to, get out of the company. The company will still run without you." Everyone was shaking and afraid to speak. I originally wanted to throw another one, but I was stopped by Su Wanru. She said softly, "Just one. It's too noisy. Instead, it might raise suspicion from Sha Ziyang." I nodded with a smile. "You indeed thought this through." I stopped talking. The office fell into a deathly silence. After a while, I walked out with the documents. I slammed the door with a loud bang. Back at my desk, I called Sha Ziyang. I told him that I was willing to cooperate with him. The premise is that Sha Ziyang must agree. After the deal is done, give me the position of the deputy box. He originally wanted to agree directly, but if it's without any ulterior motive, it might raise some suspicion from Sha Ziyang. So, I specifically emphasized this deal. After hearing this, Sha Ziyang smiled brightly. He felt increasingly confident inside. "Zhang Hejian, don't worry. Once the matter is accomplished, I will not treat you unfairly. Now even I am willing to cooperate with myself. Isn't it easy to take down the Su family?" Sha Ziyang started to take action. He made some small moves in the financial aspect, creating a financial environment. A bleak situation with a huge gap appeared. Su Wanru and I both saw it, did not take action to stop it, quietly watching him cause destruction, and left his evidence behind. The second meeting. Sha Ziyang directly slammed the financial report on the table and sneered. "Su-hee. This quarter's financial report. Have you seen it?" Su Wanru had a hint of compliance. "Issue. The company lost 100 million this quarter. Do you know what 100 million means?" "President, I told you a long time ago. Don't casually develop high-end products. It has been said. The company owes so much money. What do you think we should do?" I echoed. There should indeed be an explanation. After hearing this, Sha Ziyang felt even more pleased. "I believe that with your current level, the president no longer has the capability to handle the company's affairs. It would be better for you to step down early. Let someone more capable take over." Su Wanru's gaze showed a hint of coldness. "So what you mean is, this company should be handed over to you to manage?" Sha certainly did not mean that. Let's see what the others have to say instead. Sha Ziyong looked around at his colleagues and smiled. Everyone feels that the president should give way to someone else. It was silent all around, no one spoke. Sha Ziyong felt something was off. He asked once more. The response was still complete silence. I slowly stood up with a smile on my face. Supervisor Sha has finished speaking, right? Why not let me say a few words? Sha Ziyong felt a sudden anxiety, sensing something was wrong. Just listen as I slowly explain. If I'm not mistaken, you are likely doubting now why the colleagues you bribed did not rebut Sugi as you expected. Sha Ziyang's expression changed slightly. Zhang Hejian, what do you mean by that? I gave a cold smile. Manager Chang AVZ, what do you mean by using me? Don't you know in your heart? Sha Ziyong began to speak carelessly, a bit flustered. Stop talking nonsense. I smiled and said, I still don't know if I've been talking nonsense. How about we take a look at this evidence? I took the documents and photos out of the folder. I slammed them onto the table with a thud. The documents spread out, revealing photos of Sha Ziyong entering the finance room, and the specific amounts he embezzled. What else is there for Manager Sha to say? Sha Ziyang's face turned particularly pale upon seeing this evidence. The fear in his eyes gradually spread. These are all forgeries. How could I possibly do something that harms the company? Don't slander me. As if he had grasped a lifeline, Sha Ziyong suddenly shouted excitedly. It must be that you all want to drive me out of the company. That's why you deliberately staged this act to frame me. You will get what you deserve. I don't pay any attention to his resistance. A slight raise of my eyebrows determined his final outcome. If there's nothing more to say, then Manager Sha can have a good chat with the police. I leisurely sat upright, supporting my face with my hand and smiling. When Sha Ziyong heard the words, the police, he bolted to run away, but he was promptly detained by the arriving police at the door. I will not let you go. Sha Ziyang's fierce gaze burned with anger. After Sha Ziyong was dragged away, Su Wanru said a few simple words. She told them to disperse the meeting. She shifted her gaze to my face. I felt it wasn't that simple. Sha Ziyong was not so easy to defeat. Su Wanru pondered for a moment. Then she slowly uttered this sentence. I wiped the smile off my face, deep in thought. Are you saying that Sha Ziyong is still causing trouble? But wasn't he already taken to the police station? Su Wanru did not say a word. I recalled in detail the look Sha Ziyong gave before he left. He must have some other tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, the next day, news came that Sha Ziyong was cleared of suspicion and released. I sat in Su Wanru's office, frowning deeply. This Sha Ziyong really has some backup plan. He went to the Lin Group and became an executive. Given his personality, he definitely made a deal with the Lin Group using sus secrets as leverage. I gritted my teeth in hatred. This Sha Ziyong should have been beaten back then. I should have knocked him into a vegetative state. Su Wanru pressed her lips tightly together, her expression serious. It was necessary. It doesn't matter where Sha Ziyong goes. The important thing is, he has a lot of important information about the Su family in his hands. If he goes to the Lin family, he will surely have to share this information with the Lin family. This would be a huge disadvantage for us, the Su family. He fell silent again. But I already knew in my heart, the jewelry planning proposal for next quarter, and the development plan layout, would be completely known to the Lin family. How did you handle the Lin family last time? Su Wanru's eyes flickered slightly, causing their company to lose 3 points on the contract. They cannot afford this. The Lin family suddenly took a big hit. They have long wanted to seize the opportunity to bite back at you. Sha Ziyong just happens to be a powerful weapon for them. Seeing Su Wanru's serious expression, I emphasized. If that's the case, the Lin family will soon retaliate. We must be prepared at all times. Su Wanru continued. Let's wait and see. Until the Lin family makes a move. Then we can plan accordingly. I nodded with a complex expression. The two of them had just finished talking in the morning. In the afternoon, I saw on my phone that Lin's group was preparing to launch a new piece of jewelry. I couldn't be more familiar with this jewelry. It was designed by me. It was intended to serve as a stepping stone for sus transformation into high-end products. I didn't expect it to be taken by Lin's so quickly, and launched rapidly by their group. But then I thought to myself, and my furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Although this jewelry looks novel and unique, it has a major drawback. That is, it's extremely uncomfortable to wear. Recently, I have been busy dealing with Sha Ziyong, and I haven't adjusted its comfort level yet. This hidden issue is something the designer naturally overlooks. Lin's might very well be shooting themselves in the foot. Thinking of this, I picked up a sheet of draft paper to sketch and write. The jewelry has undergone certain adjustments. At the same time, the shape and style of the jewelry have also changed slightly. Then I took the design draft directly to the tailoring office. I stated directly, he is also preparing to launch this jewelry. It's just the adjusted version. Upon hearing my plan, Su Wanru's eyes flickered slightly. Are you sure? Doing this won't make others misunderstand that sus is plagiarizing. After all, it's a product that Lin's launched first. I have certainly accounted for that. It indeed may raise some suspicions when it is first launched. It may arouse some people's doubts. Since I am doing this, I am fully prepared with a complete strategy. I have absolute evidence to prove that this original design draft belongs to sus. Seeing Su Wanru silent, I rarely showed a reassuring smile. You must not underestimate my abilities. The design draft was drawn by me personally. Don't worry. I believe in you. I'm just afraid Lin's might play dirty. You might not be able to handle it then. In the next few days, I will have the Su family's bodyguards keep a close eye on you, so that you don't run into any trouble. What on earth is going on? You're still laughing and joking. I was a bit surprised and then chuckled mockingly as I asked, Wanru, why are you so concerned about my safety? A hint of awkwardness appeared on Su Wanru's face. Clear those thoughts from your mind. I'm just afraid something might happen to you. It could affect the company's performance. I persisted relentlessly and continued. I don't care. So you mean that I'm very important? Listen, as I kept teasing Su Wanru, she angrily said in a cold tone. Get back to work. I rolled my eyes. It's really boring. Only after I left did Su Wanru calm down. Recently, her emotions have become increasingly influenced by me. I don't know if that's good or bad. This feeling of being out of control really makes me irritable. Soon, I was secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes. The new products were released. As Su Wanru expected, on the first day of the launch, attentive people found similarities between the two products, and they were astonished to discover that the newly launched products from the Su family were just old products in new packaging. They were direct copies of the Lin family's products. Oh my gosh. Is the Su family really planning to tarnish their own reputation? Online opinions were overwhelming. Everyone was discussing why this farce occurred. The online sentiment had almost turned in favor of the Lin family, except for a few who held onto their initial beliefs and their fervent admiration for me. The rest were accusing me of being a copycat. As the person involved, I was not worried at all. The next day, during the weekend at home, I could even chat and laugh with the Su family members. This made Su Xiaoxiao beside me extremely anxious. Bone, aren't you at all worried? This matter has caused such a big stir. It could lead to irreversible consequences. I took a sip of soup and asked slowly. I am the one who plagiarized, right? Snack. I don't believe you would do such a thing. Su Luoli was pouring cold water on the situation beside me. What if we can't save it? It would be a different matter then? Then what insight does Vice Su have? I gave her a casual glance. Su Luoli chuckled lightly. So this is your problem now. I really can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Su Xinyan just smiled and said nothing. Su Jingyao has been in the entertainment industry for years. She is quite worried about the consequences of such online bullying. Fangarden. This is not an easy problem to solve. And now it's under Su's authority. The situation has escalated. Can you handle it yourself? I gave her a reassuring glance. The two of them mutually felt inexplicably uncomfortable inside. Yi Chen isn't as foolish as you think. I smiled broadly upon hearing this. Indeed, it's Su Wanru, who has spent a long time with me, who truly understands me. Su Wanru said solemnly. I'll return to the company in the afternoon. Are you ready? I nodded and revealed a determined smile. Today's cake. I'm going to make Lin's company know the consequences of stealing my work. My family was stunned for a moment. The moment. They couldn't understand what we were up to. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Wanru and I appeared at the product launch as scheduled. This incident caused a huge stir online. Therefore, many gossip reporters arrived at this press conference. They aimed their cameras at me, hoping to capture some sensational news. Hello everyone. I am Zhang Yi Chen. I'm very happy to meet everyone again. To share our new product, the floating bead. I haven't finished speaking yet. The entertainment reporter couldn't hold back any longer. There are rumors online that Sus floating beads and Lin's ocean pearls are the same product. May I ask if you admit to plagiarism? I raised my eyebrows slightly, revealing a professional smile. Of course. Because this is my work. The reporter was aggressive. Work. But it was Xi's new product announcement that was released first. According to the timeline, it was indeed you who released it later. Every question from the reporter hit the nail on the head. However, this aligns perfectly with my thoughts. If we follow the timeline, then it was indeed Lin's who released it first. I smiled and looked at the reporter. The timing of the release doesn't prove who the creator is. I can provide some evidence to prove that I am indeed the creator. After saying this, I opened my notebook and projected it on the screen behind me. You can see that, in September of this year, which was 3 months ago, I had already begun preparing this design. The next second, the screen switched. It's my chat record with someone. This is a conversation I had with my mentor in October. In the conversation, my mentor told me what I should do. It can make the design more precise. Our discussion included a lot of descriptions about the work. The level of understanding cannot be faked. Finally, I would like to borrow some public resources. Say a few words to Mr. Sha Ziyang, who is far away in the Lin family. I cleared my throat and spoke word by word. Mr. Sha Ziyang. I wonder if you're satisfied with this outcome. Are you satisfied? This press conference is being live-streamed online. Almost all the netizens erupted when they heard this statement. Sha Ji. Isn't this the former supervisor from the Su family? I know him. He is currently working for the Lin family. I am an internal employee of the Su family. I tell you, this Sha Ziyang is winning people over. He misappropriated public funds and still wanted to usurp power. In the end, he was kicked out. Such a big scoop. This time, I stand in the field of gossip. I can't even tell if it's a cow or a horse. I looked at the shocked expressions on site. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look at them. Don't they look like a weather vane? My lazy voice suddenly rang out. Su Wanru knew I could walk away unscathed, but she didn't expect my meticulousness. She nodded lightly and replied, "It really does look like that." I was a bit surprised. This is your first time answering me with a question like this. If it were before, you would definitely say I was boring, but I'm quite satisfied with the current state. Su Wanru couldn't even be bothered to give me a glance. I didn't care about her actions either. After all, she is inherently an indifferent person. Wanting to see her do something with human warmth, it's harder than climbing to the sky. However, this time the Lin Group has completely lost. From now on in the jewelry market, the Lin Group can no longer dominate. In the few days after the storm calmed down, I felt very calm. Even too calm to feel right. According to Sha Ziyang's vengeful nature, after suffering such a great blow this time, he will surely come up with an even more vicious plan. It's been a whole week now, yet there has been no sign of him. I am filled with doubt, but I still remain vigilant. Tianan. I went to the office to deliver documents to Su Wanru. As soon as I stepped out, I saw the fire alarm lights on the ceiling begin to flicker. Immediately afterward, a loud siren began to sound. It's on fire. I don't know who shouted. Everyone in the room started to get restless. They all rushed outside. The office is on the 8th floor. The elevator is definitely out of the question. As everyone ran down, they discovered that the fire had already reached the 4th floor. Thick smoke rolled in, blocking the stairwell. It was impossible to see the situation and it was choking. The group had no choice but to turn back. I did not follow them down. As soon as I turned around, I saw Su Wanru standing beside me. She was holding 2 fire extinguishers in her hands. She was holding one. Don't inhale the smoke. I took out my phone to dial the fire emergency number. I looked at the people in the company who were in chaos. I instantly raised my voice. Everyone, don't panic. Being anxious right now is useless. In fact, it could lead to danger. If you don't want to suffer. Hearing my voice, a group of people looked up. Although frightened, they still chose to trust me. Now everyone, take out whatever you have nearby. Or the fabric of your clothes. Soak it and cover your nose. Then soak yourself as much as possible. To avoid being burned by fire, it can also lower the temperature. Finally, everyone lined up properly. One by one, they slowly moved forward. Don't crowd together. If the flames are too intense, just stop. Let's think of other ways. According to my method, everyone went from being in chaos just now, to starting to descend in an orderly manner. They were on the verge of a successful evacuation. The shy girl at the back saw the fire starting to blaze. Panicking, she lost her handkerchief. In an instant, the thick smoke choked her throat. Her eyes rolled back as she began to cough violently. I frowned and handed her my towel. The girl gratefully covered her mouth and nose, looking at me covering my face with my hands, feeling somewhat worried. Thank you. Then how do you? I waved my hand and said, it's no big deal. My physical condition is a bit better. I can hold on and get through this. Then I turned around and held Su Wanru's hand, and walked out step by step. Under the guidance of scientific methods, we successfully escaped the fire scene. Just after stepping outside, Su Wanru felt a wave of dizziness, and she fell onto a stone bench by the roadside. Su Wanru, how are you? Just hold on a little longer. The ambulance is on its way. Su Wanru shook her head. Although weak, her voice remained steady. I'm fine. This fire came too suddenly. Without even thinking, I know it was Summer Ziyang's doing. Just mentioning Summer Ziyang's name, my gaze instantly turned cold. Su Wanru lowered her eyes, hiding the chill within. Once the results are in, Su Wanru continued speaking. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit her. The pain was so intense that she almost fainted. I could see something was wrong with her. I glanced at her back. I found a large area of burn with flesh exposed on her shoulder. Her clothes had melted and stuck to her skin. It looked utterly horrific. My expression instantly turned serious. My tone also carried reproach. Wanru, why didn't you say anything about your burn? She just got burned like this inside. She didn't even grunt at all. She forced herself to walk out. I looked at such a wound. A mix of heartache and guilt surged in my heart. Su Wanru looked at me, slightly out of control. Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived promptly. It diffused our tense atmosphere. Su Wanru was taken to the nearest hospital for treatment. After the doctor finished examining her wounds, he said, this is serious. Complete recovery would be a total surprise. Complete recovery is possible. She might have to keep this scar for a long time, but if she could use more medication, the scar could be manageable. Wanru replied softly with an She seemed to care about it. What did she bring up? But there was a scar on her body. But it was a big one. For a girl, this is a serious matter. I looked at Su Wanru, who was sitting on the bed, and said earnestly, Wanru, I can completely heal your scars. Su Wanru looked at me with some surprise. You can recover well. I observed the severity and size of the burn. A treatment plan automatically formed in my mind. The doctor, after hearing this, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Young man, I know you are eager to save your beloved. I can understand that. But you can't just say nonsensical things to save her. Just listen to me. Cheng Wanru's heart slightly sank. I still insisted. It's not nonsense. The doctor paused, his tone adding a hint of mockery. Young man, I really don't want to accuse you. From the way you look, you probably haven't studied medicine, have you? Even if you have studied it, based on the current level of medical treatment, it's fundamentally impossible to properly heal her skin. I shot a glance at the doctor. Doctor, your inability doesn't mean others can't do it either. Your perspective is too narrow. My words directly stirred the doctor's competitive spirit. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. Immediately, he laughed and said, he coldly chuckled and called me, young man. What you say comes at a price. Nodding in acknowledgement. I know that. The doctor looked at me, calm and composed. Furious, he puffed his beard and glared. Truly, you're a naive young man. Really, I don't know who gave you this confidence. I gave the doctor a polite smile. Since you don't believe me so much, how about we make a bet? If I succeed, I will apologize to you. But if I heal his burns, the doctor agreed immediately. If it's healed, that's great. I will retire immediately. Retirement is not necessary at all. Please give me an herbal remedy. A glint flashed in my eyes. Hearing that I wanted Chinese herbal medicine, the doctor frowned. You? I smiled and continued speaking. Naturally, it is useful. Just say whether you will or not. The doctor rolled his eyes. He nodded in agreement. I smiled with satisfaction. I pulled out a porcelain white bottle from my pocket. It was crystal clear and even had a slight blue tint. I opened the bottle. I took out the jade green medicine from inside. I gently rubbed it on Su Wanru's back. A wave of coolness washed over her. Su Wanru immediately felt the burning sensation on her back lessen significantly. I will give it to you every day from now on. It should be almost healed after about a week. The doctor gave me a glance. After a week, it's impossible for skin graft surgery to fully heal in just a week. I tidied up the bottle. I put it back into my pocket. Let's wait and see. After the doctor packed his things and left, Su Wanru stared at my face deeply and asked, how do you respond to him? Although she knew I was amazing. But when it comes to treating extensive burn scars, besides Micah's treatment, other than skin grafts, there's nothing else that can be done. Could my miraculous medicine actually grow new flesh? Just kidding. Because I have the confidence of my promises. When I spoke, my gaze was piercing, filled with confidence, seemingly fearless. I hope you won't regret it by then. I let out a cold snort. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. Su Wanru remained silent. During these 7 days, I applied medicine to Su Wanru every day, from the initial cold sensation, to the gradual complete numbness later. Is this really a rescue? I doubt this is the case. But, she couldn't quite stand the situation. They could only wait for the final result after 7 days. 7 days later, the doctor arrived as promised. 7 days. He arrived at Su Wanru's bedside. He lifted her back's clothing. With just one glance, she couldn't close her mouth again. Are you sure it wasn't a different person? She saw it very clearly that day. Su Wanru's backburn is quite severe. Even he can't guarantee to fix it well. That's why he dared to gamble with me. But looking at a back with faint scars, she even hesitated to go back. She couldn't help but admire my excellent medical skills. A teenager just over 10. A young man in his early 20s. I can't believe this book exists. I can't believe such incredible things happen. Coming from the doctor's change in tone, she couldn't help but be surprised as well. So what you said back then, does it still count? I don't care whether I win my bet or not. I only care if the stakes will be honored. The doctor nodded excitedly. Of course it counts. What do you want? I stroked my chin. I thought carefully. I want 100 years worth of stinky fungus. Just like that. It's a bit difficult, isn't it? I smiled at the doctor. Once a word is spoken, it can't be taken back. Dr. Zhang, are you having second thoughts? Dr. Zhang felt a bit embarrassed. In the end, she sighed deeply. Come with me. She took me to the hospital's Chinese medicine warehouse. As soon as the light was turned on, a furious roar echoed through. Are you trying to get yourself killed? It came out of nowhere like a ghost. Dr. Zhang gave me an awkward smile. Then, there was a hint of excitement, stiffening further. The junior is here. Can you give me something good? Junior. Hearing these words, I suddenly saw a gust of wind swirl over. The next moment, someone grabbed my hand tightly. You must be the junior that old man Zhang mentioned. I nodded, but it was neither a yes nor a no. I had no idea who this person in front of me was. My hand was also tightly gripped, unable to move. This young guy. This kid is not just a kid. He can treat burns. He can almost restore the skin to its original condition. It's incredible. After dozens of years. Scene 1. The first time seeing such a strange scene. Fang Riyue chuckled. What is so magical? In terms of traditional Chinese medicine, it can be cured on its own. However, he changed his tone. Just a simple one. Young man. Who taught you this rice? I answered Dan Li. My master is the renowned Feng Xian. Unexpectedly, Fang Riyue's expression changed when he heard this name. He is the well-known master of traditional Chinese medicine, Feng Xian. You are his disciple. I was slightly stunned but still nodded. The renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. He just lost a game of chess. A little rascal who loves to drink. Dr. Zhang interjected appropriately. He wants 100 years, he wants heat. You see if you're going to give it or not. Fang Riyue smiled. Hee hee. Of course, you can. Don't hold back, young man. Can you lend me your burn ointment for research? Fang Riyue has loved traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. He has studied it for decades. Encountering such a novel thing, even less willing to let go. I readily agreed. There is no specific formula. It is almost impossible to replicate the exact same medicine. If this kid really manages to formulate it, then it shows that this person is also very talented. Such talents holding such formulas wouldn't be considered a waste. Obtaining the Ganoderma, I left with satisfaction. I first went to find Ji Qinghan, temporarily entrusted the Ganoderma to her for safekeeping. Then I returned to the hospital. A farce was unfolding at the hospital entrance. It seems that 2 women are arguing. One woman was yelling like a rural villager, continuously cursing, loudly scolding, even mixed with unpleasant profanity. I didn't want to meddle, but as I passed by the 2 of them, that coarse woman suddenly couldn't catch her breath. She collapsed directly onto the ground. It looked like she had an asthma attack from anger. The whole person is lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and breathing heavily. It seems like they are about to stop breathing in the next second. The noblewoman opposite was taken aback. Just as she was about to step forward to check, she was stopped by the friend of that uncouth woman. She started to angrily accuse him. I turned around and took a closer look. I felt that the woman's face looked somewhat familiar. It seems to be the woman who gave flowers at the concert of Su Jingyao last time. The woman who I met after the choir performance who gave flowers. When I thought of this, I decided to stop standing by and watching. I stepped forward and said softly, why don't you let me give it a try? You, a young man. Do you know anything about medicine? If anything happens to my friend, none of you can escape. I ignored her incessant chatter. I walked over to the woman having a seizure. I was prepared to administer first aid, but I was suddenly grabbed by the hand. That bone skill, that big movement. One of them is close. The less you send people away. I said don't sweet talk me. If you can't save him properly, you will have to take responsibility. I shot her a cold glance. The lady was taken aback by my gaze. She trembled and relaxed a bit. I take responsibility. But if you stop me again, if anything happens to her, then it will be your responsibility. The lady was startled and stunned. He didn't dare to stop me anymore. I squatted down to carefully check his condition. I found that the situation wasn't very serious. I then took a pill out of my pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. The mother screamed, Auntie, what a peek. What did you give him as punishment? Unable to tolerate any longer, I turned back and threatened. This is a hospital. If you scream again here, I'll have security kick you out. The lady shrank her neck nervously. I didn't. The main issue is who knows what you gave her. If it gets better, then you would be a murderer. I stopped paying attention to her. I turned to observe the woman's condition. The woman seemed to be gasping even more. Her body was shaking violently. It seemed like she was having some kind of reaction to the medication. You see, I said this long ago. She would definitely get into trouble. This one is completely ignorant of the consequences. The fetus has died, do you know that? An adult has the confidence to scold others. Someone come. It's outrageous, a doctor has killed someone. She sat on the ground throwing a tantrum. One wail after another. My gaze flickered slightly. Whether something went wrong is still unknown. As soon as the words fell, the woman's rapid breathing suddenly stopped. She slowly opened her eyes with a puzzled look, uncertain about the situation, not knowing what. Seeing this, I slowly stood up to take care of my duties. You. Remember to control your emotions. Always carry asthma medication with you. Next time, you might not run into me. Look, I only used one little pill to bring the woman back to life. People around started to exclaim. This young guy really has skills. Much better than my grandson who only plays games. Yeah. Aren't doctors just like this? Could he be the doctor here? There's no doctor this young. He looks like he hasn't even graduated high school yet. Everyone's admiring gaze is on me. Leave the cold stares for the fussing old lady. Real person. Still crying and making a scene here. That old lady knows she's embarrassing herself. She got up from the ground again, sneaking away. I saw more and more people gathering and waved my hand. Alright, it's over. Everyone, disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only I and 3 women were left. The woman with asthma felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have saved her. I waved my hand. No need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank her. I pointed at the elegantly dressed woman beside me. I know him. I asked for your help because of her. After saying that, I glanced at the time. It's getting late, I need to go back. Then I turned and rushed towards the hospital ward. In a place where I couldn't see, the elegantly dressed woman had tears in her eyes. She silently watched me leave. Su Wanru was handling documents in the ward. She spoke in a low voice when she saw me approach. When I see, the doctor said, my condition has improved quite a bit. I should be fine soon. That's quite good. I nodded slightly. I was a bit distracted. Su Wanru looked at me, somewhat in a daze. She spoke the truth. Is it about the fire incident at Fu's? I nodded in agreement. I haven't thought about this matter for the past few days. I suddenly remembered it just now. I find it very strange. Shu Wanru said. Of course it's strange. The company's preventive measures are very thorough. There are people checking every day. A welcome incident is simply impossible. The fire first occurred in the circle. The first floor is a shopping mall. It's very likely that someone took advantage of the crowd. With that thought, I squinted my eyes. It couldn't be Sha Ziyang, could it? In the past few days, I investigated the surveillance on the first floor. I discovered that in some vague corners, Sha Ziyang's shadow indeed appeared. Shu Wanru opened her computer and played that segment of surveillance for me. This Shi Yang seems like he's just broken and reckless. I let out a cold laugh, then let him know what it means to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. I returned to the company at noon. I went to the rooftop and dialed Ji Yu Qinghan's number, thinking of the insane things Sha Ziyang had done. I couldn't help but lower my voice. Qinghan, help me deal with someone. You Sha Ziyang. He set the company on fire. You know what to do, right? Ji Yu Qinghan immediately agreed after hearing this. Alright, Chen Shi, brother Chen. I will make him pay for this. After hanging up, I returned to the company. Just as I sat back down, my colleague, Xiao Lu, immediately came over. He was holding his phone, grinning foolishly. Brother Chen, you made the news. I was a bit confused. What news? Release the top news story. Here it is. A stranger in the hospital. Saved an asthmatic patient. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Although it's hard to see your face in this photo, I can tell at a glance that it's you. Anyone familiar can recognize you instantly. Not just Xiao Lu, even netizens dug me out. Isn't this Zhang Yichen? How can you do everything? I looked at this news. I can't describe how I feel about it. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a corner of the photo. The elegantly dressed woman stood not far away. She kept looking in my direction. Although I couldn't see her expression clearly, I could sense a hint of warmth in her presence. Xiao Lu noticed I was dazed. He couldn't help but wave his hand in front of me. Cheng Jie. I shook my head. I revealed a faint smile. A breath of relief. I let out a sigh. As long as it's nothing serious. I heard the local TV station is coming in the afternoon. The afternoon broadcast? Not entering. Xiao Lu looked around, noticing people's attention. Y returns Y value. But the host from this station is a fan of Su Jingyao. You previously shot a couple video with Su Jingyao. You'll probably be targeted by him. I didn't mind at all. In fact, I was looking forward to the noon interview. Let's see then. What tricks does this female host have? Sure enough, at 3 in the afternoon, the TV station people came over to interview me. The man was dressed in a full business suit. Hello. I'm from the local TV station. My name is Yang Lan. I nodded slightly. Hello. Yang Lan nodded. If there are any questions, then I will start the interview. Yang Lan glanced at the photographer, signaling him to start. Ask. Water meets. Why did you choose to save that woman at that time? I answered without hesitation. Because I was bored at that time. It was just a coincidence that I saw it. Yang Lan continued to ask. Did you later accept the thanks and money from that woman? I waved my hand. Thank you is fine. As for the money, forget it. Yang Lan asked again. Don't you expect anything in return? Don't you expect anything in return? I looked at his aggressive demeanor. I knew he was deliberately targeting me. After a moment's thought, I replied. Does the government give rewards for acts of bravery? Yang Lan secretly mocked me for being unrefined. Yet there was still a hint of a smile on his lips. And the bonus is quite substantial too. Then I'll ask another question. You will answer me too, right? Yang Lan was extremely confident. I smiled and asked. So, when exactly will this money be distributed? Yang Lan had never considered this question before. A qualified host would not let the interviewee's topic shift in this direction. But he, in order to make me, deliberately asked him a question that was unprofessional. I didn't expect that I would hit his weak spot. Yang Lan's expression changed slightly. I'm not quite clear about this question either, for now. I pretended to be puzzled and bewildered. Didn't you say you could answer any question I ask? How come you don't even know this? You're the newly appointed host, right? Yang Lan was at a loss for words. His face turned slightly dark. The government rewards those who act heroically. Government rewards brave builders. A one-time reward of 1,000 yuan per person. Each person is rewarded 1,000 yuan for a single instance. Stand. I glanced at him and said, I wouldn't go out of my way to do good just for 1,000 yuan. I don't lack money. As for Mr. Yang, I suggest you prepare well for the next interview. Make sure not to make a fool of yourself. After I said this, I looked at the photographer beside me. Make sure not to air this segment. It's too much like Mr. Yang's face. Yang Lan's face turned purple with anger. He could barely control his image. The photographer awkwardly replied, This is a live broadcast. It's not a recording. I smiled and continued. Well, that won't do. Look how angry Mr. Yang has become. Yang Lan was taken aback when his name was mentioned. He realized this was a live broadcast, so he quickly composed himself. Sorry about that. There were some mistakes during the live broadcast, so I'm not very satisfied. I hope everyone can forgive the errors. Alright, that concludes today's live broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your cooperation. See you next time. Yang Lan gave the photographer a look, signaling him to turn off the equipment immediately. Here, I lazily stretched and said, if there's nothing going on, then I'll head back to work. Yang Lan's small face alternated between blue and purple. Why did you intentionally make me look bad just now? I was a bit surprised. There are still thieves calling out for thieves in this day and age. Why did I say that? Mr. Yang should know best. Yang Lan let out a cold laugh. So you're not stupid either. Apparently, you know everything. Then I won't hide anything anymore. I'll give you a chance. Forever scenic route. Otherwise, I won't let this go. I waved my hand and said, I'm just friends with Su Jingyao. Mr. Yang is overthinking. Hearing this, Yang Lan glared at me fiercely. You're talking nonsense. Friends shooting a couple's advertisement. Stop pretending. Just remember, if I catch you trying to sneak close to Su Jingyao again, then you can just wait for your demise. I casually glanced with my peripheral vision at the camera beside me. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but lift. I forgot to tell you something. There's something I forgot to tell you. It seems your camera is on. Yang Lan suddenly froze in place. He turned his head and saw the flashing red light on the machine beside him. His face instantly turned pale. That means everyone heard what he just said. Everyone heard it. His unabashed affection for Su Jingyao and his fierce threats towards me all fell on others' ears. Yang Lan stepped forward to turn off the camera. He turned around and glared at me. Did you do this on purpose? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. You knew the machine wasn't working well. I smiled but didn't say a word. Although the machine was off, many people still had a general idea of what had happened. Originally, due to my popularity, many people were gathered in front of their TVs to watch his interview. Now, Yang Lan's reputation was completely ruined. Yang Lan was too embarrassed to stay at the company after losing face. He fled in a hurry, taking the photographer with him. I shook my head helplessly as I watched him leave. The next second, I suddenly remembered that there was still a document I hadn't given Su Wanru to sign. So, I took the document and went to the editing office. Su Wanru. I hadn't finished my sentence. I quickly saw Su Wanru's phone on the table. It was surprisingly still on the live stream interface from just now. She was smiling brightly. I smiled at her. You actually peeked at my interview. Su Wanru. Why do you care about me so much? I had just finished saying this. Su Wanru directly exited the interface and said lightly. It popped up by itself. Suhi mobile phone is truly user-friendly. I smiled meaningfully. So, what does Su Box think of my answer? Average. If it's about stocks, I should get back to work. Su Wanru tried to prevent me from saying anything inappropriate again. Comprehensive. I clicked my tongue and turned to leave. However, I suddenly saw Su Luoli walking towards me. This year, a total of 100 people participated in the interviews. 80 were eliminated in the written test. There are still 20 people waiting in the interview room. You see when you might go over. Originally, this should have been handled by Xia Ziyang, but after he left the company, it's hard to find a suitable person to take over as the HR manager. The recruitment can only be done personally by Su Wanru. I was taken aback. It seems that it really is the annual recruitment day. Su Luoli saw that I was also there. She couldn't help but tease me. You two are together every day and don't get tired of it? I think Zhang Yichen doesn't need to hang out with us anymore. He might as well just marry you, Su Wanru. Although these words seemed to bring Su Wanru and me closer, I could still sense the strong sarcasm. Su Wanru's eyes glimmered with coldness. You've said a bit too much. Su Luoli shrugged, feeling bored. She turned to me and advised. Su Wanru has this kind of temperament. If you really end up with her, you'll get bullied later on. Don't say I didn't warn you. I replied with a forced smile. You don't need to worry about it. Su Luoli pouted sadly. Yichen, I'm doing this for your own good. You're still saying that? It really makes me so sad. After saying that, I turned and saw Su Wanru looking at me coldly. I could no longer pretend. I walked away in defeat. I'm going for an interview. Do you want to come with me? Su Wanru suddenly invited me. It took me by surprise. Are you sure you want me to go? Didn't you always not want to see me? Su Wanru stood up and walked out. I think your judgment might be good. If you're willing, then go ahead. If not, then forget it. I smiled upon hearing this. The interview was held on the second floor of the company. About 20 people were waiting. They were all fresh graduates entering the workforce. Now, they were being called in according to their numbers. One by one, they entered. They interviewed a few people in succession. Su Wanru obviously wasn't very satisfied. Her frown never relaxed. During a brief intermission, I asked her with confusion. Box? Could it be that you were too strict? I felt a few of them were quite good. She shook her head. I don't think so. The few people we just interviewed, a few of them, either lacked experience, or spoke with hesitation. They were arrogant and conceited. Shallowness. It's not a good sign for the company to have people like these come in. If they aren't qualified, then they shouldn't be hired. There's no need to fill the ranks with these people. I could understand Su Wanru's words. However, regarding the matters in my company, it seems that Ji Yu Qinghan handles everything single-handedly, except for some major decisions that cannot be made without consultation. I really haven't had to worry about the rest. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The next person to enter was a handsome young man. As soon as that boy walked in, I could clearly sense that Su Wanru's body seemed to suddenly become stiff. I gently teased, "He's quite the catch. She must be mesmerized by the handsome guy." To my surprise, Su Wanru suddenly snapped back to reality. She silently opened her documents. Eventually, she began to ask, "Why did you suddenly come back?" I was taken aback. It turned out we were acquaintances. The boy smiled lightly and replied, "Suhi, that seems to be unrelated to the interview. I think it would be better if you ask me some questions related to the interview." Su Wanru's expression soured as she closed the documents. She looked upset. "I know you don't really want to come for the interview. Tell me what your true purpose for coming back is." The boy smiled and looked at her. "I came back this time to check on you for Fanjay. What do you think?" Gemini. Hearing the word, sister-in-law, Su Wanru's breath clearly faltered for a moment. "I am not your sister-in-law. Don't call me that." The boy raised an eyebrow. "Looking at you like this, it seems you've already given up. Then I won't waste any more time here." Su Wanru remained silent, but she had already lost her previous calmness. "I'm leaving. I will tell Brother Fan to let him forget you." After saying this, the boy stood up and prepared to leave, but he was stopped by Su Wanru. "Song Jingnan, I have nothing to do with your brother anymore. If there's nothing else, from now on, we are just strangers." Song Jinian sneered. "Stranger. It's as if Brother Ji has gone blind." After speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Even if I don't know the background, after hearing these words, I understood the gist of it in my heart. This Song Jinian is most likely the brother of the person Su Wanru likes. Su Wanru may have broken up with him due to some uncontrollable factors, but both of them have always kept a place for each other in their hearts. Seeing that she was usually calm and composed, Su Wanru suddenly lost control. My heart skipped a beat. Although she verbally claimed it was just a person, she still revealed a hint of concern. Yet her behavior still showed a bit of concern. I called out loudly. In her cool eyes, there was a trace of unknown pain. Her eyes had been indifferent for a while. The upcoming interview was temporarily cancelled. "Let's go back first." I stared blankly as Su Wanru nodded. A perfectly good interview was ruined because of this. The boy, Song Jinian, caused a scene and they parted unhappily. I felt a mix of emotions in my heart. Confusing emotions surged within me. Just in time for the end of work, I decided to skip today's overtime. I took a ride back to the Su family. I returned home early. Only Yan was at home. "What do you mean? Don't you need to stay at the hospital?" A light laugh about the food. "I'm taking a day off today." I nodded. I was just about to turn and head back to my room, but my steps instinctively paused. I turned my head, feeling a bit conflicted. "Su Xin Yan, I have a few things I want to ask you." Yan looked at me and said softly, "Go ahead." I looked at her and asked, softly, "Did she have a boyfriend before?" Su Xin Yan was slightly surprised by the question, but she still inquired, "How did you know?" I thought about it carefully. I thought it should be fine to tell Su Luoli. There shouldn't be any big problem, so I revealed everything. It was during the interview today. A girl named Song Jinian called Su Wanru sister-in-law. She also reacted strongly. Su Xinyan smiled and raised her eyebrows. Su Wanru did indeed have a boyfriend before. Replying to Song Mafan, Song Jinian is Song Mafan's younger brother. I then asked, "So why did they break up?" I glanced to the right. Only then did I lower my voice. Because Song Mafan has his own dreams to pursue. He doesn't want to be limited to his home country. And Su Wanru is unwilling to let him go so far away. It was Song Mafan who suggested breaking up. But Su Wanru hasn't looked for anyone else all these years. I understood the cause and effect. So that means, Su Wanru really liked this guy back then. She smiled noncommittally. Naturally, she liked him. If she didn't like him, how could she have gone so long without dating anyone? Speaking of which, Wanru is not the only one. But she often smiles too. Let's leave it at that. Yan looked at me with a somewhat distracted expression. She smiled and reassured me. "I know. You might have some feelings for Su Wanru. But this ex-relationship, who can say for sure? Not caring, I don't know your thoughts. Su Wanru is also quite special to you. Maybe you are the one." Before I could finish my sentence, I interrupted. "No need to say more. Su Wanru likes him so much. How could I possibly have room in my heart for anyone else?" After saying that, I turned and went upstairs. I returned to my own room. Sitting in the room, I still felt uneasy in my heart. I couldn't help but open my computer. I started to search for information about Su Wanru's past. For me, a top hacker, digging up any information is not a problem. Soon I found information about Su Wanru. Everything between her and Song Mafan. They met in college. They were each other's first love. The two of them spent 4 happy years in college together. But after graduation, Song Mafan wanted to develop his career abroad, so he broke up with Su Wanru. I saw a photo of Song Mafan. He was indeed handsome. The current situation is not growing at all. He was just as good-looking as Song Jinian, whom I met in the afternoon. There were photos of him and Su Wanru holding hands, eating together, riding bikes together. Various scenarios. It formed the complete first love time of Ming Wanru. I lifted my head and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the computer. I pulled my thoughts back. I saw that it was a message from Ji Yu Qinghan Island. "I have already processed this Ganoderma for you. You can come pick it up whenever you're free. I just remembered to make a medicine for that old man Feng Xian. I still have the Ganoderma with Gu Qinghan. I will go pick it up shortly. Let's meet at the bar. After saying that, I started packing up my things to go out. I happened to run into Su Wanru, who was going home. Where are you going? I replied softly. It shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Su Wanru didn't understand why. She frowned at the change in my attitude. It's already 7 o'clock. It's so late and you still have to be discharged. I looked at her coldly. I'm still saying the same thing. What I go to do has nothing to do with you. You should take care of your own matters. Su Wanru's mind turned. She instantly understood my meaning. Are you talking about this afternoon's matter? I gave a mocking smile. Su, he is extremely busy. I have no right to ask about your matters. Su Nian should care about your ex-boyfriend, Song Mafan. Su Wanru reacted upon hearing that name. The atmosphere around her suddenly turned cold. Who told you his name? I saw her show impatience, and I coldly replied. I can't find anything. Su Wanru took a deep breath to calm herself. Whether someone else told you, or you found it out yourself. Don't pay attention to his matters anymore. And don't mention him in front of me. My gaze was indifferent. Heart Su Wanru. I'm not interested in your ex-boyfriend at all. After saying that, I turned away from Su Wanru. I left the Su family. On the way to the Dark Night Bar. I can't describe how I feel. Su Wanru was cold and distant before. I could understand it all. But today she actually got angry at me for her ex-boyfriend. I think about it and feel the gas prices. When I arrived at the bar, Gu Qinghan noticed I was in a bad mood. He opened a bottle of wine for me. What's wrong with you? Did you get bullied at the Su family? I picked up the wine glass and took a sip. My matters. Stay and drink with me tonight. I'm not going back. But now there's still something important. Through cooperation with the Su family, Lanjiang's development momentum in the country has surpassed that abroad. We could consider moving the headquarters to the country, to develop domestically. My mind is completely not on work. That's fine. Just handle it as you see fit. I had a few glasses of wine. I still wasn't drunk. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew in. I looked up. A figure stood right in front of me. A strange yet familiar face smiled brightly. You must be Zhang Yichen, right? I didn't show any emotion. Song Jinza. What brings you here to find me? He took the opportunity to sit properly beside me. I came to see you. Naturally, I wanted to have a chat with you. After saying that, he turned to look at Gu Qinghan beside him. He revealed a somewhat conflicted expression. I said softly, you should avoid 1,000 first. After Gu Qinghan left, only then did Song Jinian reveal his true purpose. Mr. Ku, I know you. It's because your reputation is indeed quite prominent. I glanced at him and said, Mr. Song is overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. Song Jinian smiled lightly. An ordinary person. That may not be the case. Mr. Zhang can attract so many women around him. He must have his own skills. Moreover, Mr. Zhang is exceptionally talented. Don't mention those young ladies from the Su family. If I were a woman, I would be moved too. I listened to what was said. Although it was a compliment, it carried an undertone of sarcasm and mockery. I feel uncomfortable all over. So what? Mr. Song is here to see me this time. It shouldn't be just for some business flattery, right? Song Jinian's eyes flashed and he sneered. Mr. Zhang is indeed a smart man. In that case, I won't beat around the bush with you. I answered without blinking. You should know my identity as well, right? My brother has been with Su Wanru for so long. They mutually like each other. I hope Mr. Zhang won't interfere in other people's feelings. I couldn't help but laugh at this. I have no relationship with Su Wanru at all. How can I interfere in someone else's feelings? Song Jinian continued speaking. Mr. Zhang is very smart, but I still have my own judgment. When Mr. Zhang is with Su Wanru, I can still see the hidden feelings between them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come specifically to find Mr. Zhang. I looked at him coldly. Don't worry. I definitely have no relationship with Su Wanru. Song Jinian nodded. There's no best. I'm leaving tomorrow. The flight is at 8 in the morning. But there's one thing I need to remind you of. My brother will be back soon. In less than half a year. So, I suggest you keep your distance from Su Wanru. Otherwise, you'll end up getting hurt. With that, Song Jinian stood up and left. Song Mafan is coming back. My gaze was vague and hard to discern. I lowered my head and took another sip of alcohol. By the time Gu Qinghan came back, I was already so drunk I could hardly tell where I was. He could only take me to the lounge upstairs first. When I woke up, I found myself lying in the lounge room upstairs in the bar again. Gu Qinghan had already left. There was a new set of clothes beside me, and a bottle of ground reishi mushroom powder. I got up, washed up a bit, and changed my clothes. Only then did I leave the bar. I took my things and went back to the Su family first. As soon as I walked in, I saw Su Wanru sitting on the sofa reading. She was wearing a set of pink loungewear. Ru seemed to have forgotten last night. We had a huge argument. She even took the initiative to talk to me. Don't go out drinking at night anymore. The smell of alcohol. I frowned. Su Wanru. Did you send someone to follow me? Su Wanru's gaze was calm. It wasn't me. It was my father who sent someone to follow you. He was afraid something might happen to you. I yawned and went upstairs. Since that's the case, then you don't need to worry about it. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. I had just prepared to go upstairs, but my wrist was suddenly grabbed. Zaxte. Su Wanru spoke out for the first time. Talk to me properly. I turned around and glanced at her. Su Wanru. Why does it matter to you whether I'm angry or not? Su Wanru lowered her voice and continued speaking. Today, hidden. Today is bad. It lasts for 2 days. Dad said to let you accompany me. You have to accompany me. I originally wanted to refuse outright, but after hearing that Su's father personally named me to go, the words that were on the tip of my tongue were swallowed back. But why did Uncle Su specifically want me to go with him? Su Wanru saw that I wasn't that angry. Although I really didn't want to be alone with Su Wanru, especially after what happened in the last couple of days, I developed an inexplicable aversion to Su Wanru. but if I refuse this matter, Sus father will probably try to play the sympathy card with me. At that time, I still won't be able to refuse. I sighed in resignation. What time in the afternoon? Ru responded. Just go to the sky. No need to bring too many things. I quickly packed my luggage. I went to the airport with Su Wanru. It only takes a 2-hour flight to Beicheng. Su Wanru booked a first-class ticket. There were only a few scattered people. Most of them were typing on their laptops. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently during the flight. The broadcast began to issue reminders for passengers to remain calm. I felt the turbulence becoming more pronounced. I couldn't help but become serious. Su Wanru next to me also closed her laptop. She began to assess the situation. I felt a sense of unease. Su Wanru calmed her nerves. There wasn't much turbulence at that moment. Let's wait and see. Just wait for a bit longer. The next second, the plane suddenly shook violently and began to dive downwards. Everyone, please remain calm. Keep quiet. The captain is in control of the aircraft. The announcements in the cabin became more frequent. I sensed the seriousness of the situation. Bent for about a minute and then walked to the left for about a minute. The plane seemed to descend at a slower speed, but the direction was still downward. I'm going to ask what the situation is now. I unfastened my seatbelt and stood up. My wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Su Wanru. Zhang Chen. Life is not a small matter. Moreover, the cockpit is the most dangerous place on the entire plane. The most dangerous place on the entire plane. You know? I nodded and looked at Su Wanru earnestly. I know. Su Wanru. Do you trust me? My gaze was firm. I pushed her hand away. I have flying experience. Su Wanru still refused to let go. It's not safe. The repeated announcements suddenly changed. Hello, passengers of flight G1254. May I ask if anyone has experience flying a plane? Su Wanru's heart tightened as she looked into my determined eyes. But she still slowly released her grip. I'll go with you. Let's meet together. Without a second thought, I refuse. Don't go. The cabin pressure is unstable. If you go, there might be an accident. Why not take me along? Don't bring a blanket. I turned around sharply. I found the source of the voice was an unfamiliar girl in the back row. The girl looked to be around 25. She claimed to have a tall figure. She looked at me with a smile in her eyes. I squinted my eyes at her. Why do you want to go with me? Murong Shui smiled slightly. Just like you. I have driving experience. I could tell she wasn't lying when she spoke. So, I agreed to go with her. In the cockpit, the co-pilot was slumped in his chair, and the captain was particularly anxious. This plane is a new model that was just updated 2 years ago. He hasn't had much flight time on this type of aircraft yet. Just at this moment, the co-pilot with ample experience on this aircraft type, for some unknown reason was in a daze. Now, faced with this situation, just the mentality has already collapsed. Not to mention how to turn danger into safety. When Murong Shui and I arrived, the captain was anxious and restless. Upon seeing the two of us looking quite young, he couldn't help but scold us. This is not a place for fun. Quickly return to your seats. I took a step forward and asked patiently. Hello, Captain. I have experience flying planes. May I give it a try? Young man. I see you're about 24. This is civil aviation. It's not your private plane. You should just go back and sit down. Naturally, the captain doesn't trust me. He impatiently told me to go back. I glanced at him. I haven't tried yet. How do you know I won't? Furthermore, there's a problem with the plane's flight now. Are you really going to disregard everyone's lives? Because of your subjective judgment? At this moment, I can't afford to speak politely. Beside me, Murong Shui spoke up. Anyway, there's no chance left, is there? The plane has been in a downward plunge for 2 minutes. An irreversible downward dive situation. At your level, it's temporarily impossible to turn the crisis into safety. It's too late to be polite. The captain seemed somewhat embarrassed. He cannot handle the current situation. That's why the flight attendant announced for someone experienced to help. Thinking of this, I still allowed Murong Shui sat in the co-pilot's seat. She began to manually operate the plane. I helped her check the aviation situation from the side, and the plane's flight path. The plane has sufficient fuel and stable air pressure. What caused that? Has the plane encountered any problems during flight? Murong Shui seemed a bit confused. Clearly, all the indicators are normal. Why would such a situation occur? I stared closely at the value indicators. The values of the plane's flight path had been tampered with. Murong Shui was somewhat surprised. Are you saying it's been manually altered? I pointed at the instrument panel in front of me. Look at the current flight path. It was clearly set to fly towards the northern latitude, but the plane is heading straight towards the nearby mountain at high speed. Murong Shui was somewhat skeptical about the reliability of this statement. But this is civil aviation. I raised my eyebrows slightly. So what if it's civil aviation? Altering the flight data of a single aircraft. As long as one has top-notch hacking skills, it should be possible. Duration also spoke out. This gentleman is not wrong. I also noticed that the system's set flight path was incorrect. It also turned off the autopilot. But I don't know why. There was a constant downward dive action. Saying this, I pulled the control stick upwards. The plane once again jolted violently up and down. I looked at the plane's speedometer and after a moment of contemplation, I spoke up. Miss Shaw, let me take over. Murong Shui nodded. She stood up and gave the co-pilot seat to Zan. After I sat down, I first adjusted the airspeed and altitude to match the data from the captain's seat. Then, I pressed the button to turn off the automatic trimming system. The next second, something happened. The current cold momentum. The plane was no longer in a downward position. The current momentum. The up and down turbulence also completely disappeared. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The captain snapped back to reality, his voice still slightly trembling. It turned out that the trimming system had malfunctioned. I shook my head. No, that's not it. The MCAS system was activated. The captain looked a bit confused, clearly unfamiliar with this system. It's a kind of waterway. Is it that system? I replied while assisting the captain in maneuvering. That's an enhanced feature system added to this aircraft. It's designed to prevent the aircraft from stalling. The automatic control commands the nose to push down. There are 3 conditions for this system to activate. The aircraft's nose is at an angle higher than the normal level. Second, the aircraft's flaps are retracted. Third, the autopilot is disengaged. The captain nodded thoughtfully. The gazes directed at this young man were filled with shock and admiration. Mirang Shui squinted her beautiful eyes. She carefully stared at my profile. After the plane stabilized, my gaze gradually deepened. This accident really had too many coincidences. The co-pilot was unexpectedly bewildered. The captain had not yet familiarized himself with this new model in advance. Moreover, the flight data had been tampered with. This forced the captain to disable the autopilot system. So many coincidences happening at the same time clearly indicates that this accident was not an accident. Rather, it was meticulously planned by someone. Lost in thought, I couldn't help but speak up. It seems this enhancement system needs some improvements. The captain slightly tilted his head to look at me. Excuse me, what did you just say? I quickly shook my head and smiled. It's nothing. However, Mirang Shui was fixedly gazing at my profile. Her pink lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Soon after, I followed Mirang Shui back to the first-class cabin. We had been gone for quite a while. However, Su Wanru felt that the waiting time was exceptionally long. Watching me return unscathed, and successfully stabilizing the plane, Su Wanru couldn't describe how she felt inside. You weren't hurt, right? I smiled lightly. Of course. There's nothing I can't handle. Mirang Shui beside her was also very excited. It's hard to believe. Although the gentleman looks young, he is so talented and brave. When Mirang Shui spoke, the amazement and admiration in her eyes were completely unmasked. Watching it made Su Wanru feel a strange discomfort inside. As a woman, she naturally understood what Mirang Shui's gaze meant. I politely praised her. You're quite impressive as well. You know so much. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought of these things, and I wouldn't have been able to complete the rescue. Shu Ru hummed a little. You. Su Wanru's voice sounded particularly abrupt. It wasn't until I reacted that I realized. Su Wanru was competing with Mirang Shui. She wouldn't be jealous, would she? I couldn't help but chuckle internally. I still explained on behalf of Su Wanru to Mirang Shui. Miss Shah, my friend has a bit of a strong personality like this. Don't take it to heart. Mirang Shui almost understood our relationship. I know. She can naturally see it. Su Wanru is interested in me. Seeing this, Mirang Shui stopped chatting with me. She went back to her seat to rest. Soon we arrived at Beicheng. Su Wanru adjusted her position on the plane with me, and then parted ways with Mirang Shui. I suddenly realized. It seems we still don't know that lady's name. Su Wanru listened to this. Her eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know her name. Do you still want to know her name? I didn't realize anything was wrong. I continued to respond. After all, we are friends who have fought side by side. I am still quite curious about her identity. Shiro went. She no longer talked to me. I didn't expect that when I arrived at the hotel. I saw that familiar face again at the registration desk. What a coincidence. You're staying at this hotel too. Mirang Shui turned around and saw Su Wanru and me walking towards her. She had a sweet smile on her face. So, you guys are here too. Then we can be short-term neighbors. I asked curiously. I still don't know your name. Mirang Shui chuckled. My name is Mirang Shui. I am the young lady of the Mirang family in Kyoto. The Mirang family has made great achievements in the aviation industry. In recent years, the development of drones has also made their company even larger. However, this young lady acts with low profile. She has never shown up in public. I was a bit surprised but still introduced myself. My name is Zhang Chen. This next to me is Su Wanru. Mirang Shui smiled slightly. I know. Mr. Zhang is famous all over the country. I have seen it multiple times on the news. Medicine segment. I have long admired your name. She extended her hand waiting for Wanru to shake it. Su Wanru's deep gaze quietly fixed on Mirang Shui. After a long time, she finally extended her hand to shake back. If something happens, I will go back to my room first. Mirang Shui faced Su Wanru's hostility without fear. Instead, she smiled with interest. After Mirang Shui left, I couldn't help but ask. Su Wanru, did you have a conflict with Mirang Shui before? Su Wanru's face turned serious. No, I continued to ask. Then why do you look like someone owes you millions? It's as if they owe you several million. Su Wanru looked at me with deep eyes. She didn't explain, just said Dan. Alright, go back and rest. We'll discuss the collaboration at 8 p.m. I responded with a casual, UHHUH. Suddenly, I thought of something and turned to ask. Su Wanru, do you know why the plane had an accident this time? Wanru paused for a moment and then replied. I looked at her in astonishment. How do you know? Su Wanru's voice was calm as water. It doesn't seem like a normal accident. I nodded. Then what do you think? Was this accident possibly caused by Xia Ziyang or the Lin family? I threw out the idea. Who could hate Su Wanru and me this much? Someone who desperately wants to put us in danger. Apart from Xia Ziyang or the Lin family, I can't think of anyone else. Su Wanru paused and slowly responded. It's not something they did. I don't quite understand why. Why? Xia Ziyang just set fire to the Su family. I've already found someone to suppress him. For a while, he won't dare to stir up any trouble. This matter is complicated. I only found out that it's decades of prison disaster. He doesn't dare to take such a big risk. I admire Su Wanru's meticulous thinking, but I still can't help but want to know the truth behind it. Then do you know who is behind this? 8. Su Wanru shook her head. I don't know. It might not have been directed at us. I nodded, deep in thought. Let's hurry back. See you at the hotel entrance in half an hour. We returned to our own rooms. I was just about to wash some clothes first. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hotel service. I didn't think much and opened the door. The next second, a burly man rushed in. He reached out to choke me. I took a step back. I kicked him in the face. I grabbed the big man's collar. I yanked him up forcefully. Then I kicked him down to the ground. Who sent you here? My voice carried a dangerous tone. Luckily, I switched rooms with Su Wanru at night. At that moment, Su Wanru heard the commotion next door and came over. The big man, worried about his safety, tightened his lips. He refused to make a sound no matter what. I squatted down, my eyes filled with coldness. So you're not going to speak, huh? The big man felt a chill from my terrifying gaze. He was somewhat afraid, but he still forced himself to respond. What can you do to me? He didn't know Su Wanru. He just knew someone paid him to come and defile the woman in this room. He was instantly moved when he saw Su Wanru's photo. That's why I rushed over eagerly. I glared at him fiercely. I will make you disappear from this world without a trace. The big man looked at me, and my expression didn't seem fake. He suddenly became scared. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to. There is someone. Someone instructed me to do this. I knew someone was manipulating this behind the scenes. Tell me who it is. The big man started to recall the man he had dealt with. I don't know his name. I only know his last name is Shah. He said he would give me 500,000 yuan once it was done. At that time, I saw the photo of this girl. I was completely captivated. That's why. Su Wanru looked at me. With a look. We shared a look of understanding. I instantly understood who the mastermind behind this was. I really can't believe it. Challenging my bottom line again and again. Did he think I wouldn't dare to touch him? I was filled with rage, grinding my teeth. If I hadn't switched rooms with Su Wanru today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then Can I leave now? The big man slowly got to his feet. He wanted to make a quick escape, but I kicked him hard in the knee, causing him to fall again. The man shouted loudly. I've already told you about the mastermind behind this. Why can't you let me go? I shot him a fierce glare. If you say any more, it won't just be a matter of serving time. The man shut his mouth in fear. I reported it to the police and had the big man thrown into the station. Then I tidied up a bit. I planned to deal with Xia Ziyang after finishing the business negotiations. We agreed to meet in a private room on the first floor of the hotel. As soon as I walked in, I saw Marong Shui. She greeted me with a smile. Nagano. It's good to see you again. I was somewhat incredulous. I turned to look at Su Wanru. It seemed to be asking why the partner would be Marong Shui. Su Wanru explained leisurely. The partner is the Marong Group, but I only found out an hour ago. She is the executive vice president. Marong Shui chuckled softly. Indeed, we are extremely fated. The three of us took our seats. Su Wanru started discussing the cooperation with Marong Shui. I can offer you this piece of land, but you need to give the Su family a 10% dividend. A glimmer flashed in Marong Shui's eyes. Su, he really is asking for a lot. 10% is too high. How about 5%? Su Wanru was unwilling to yield, her attitude firm. 10% is already the lowest limit. Marong Shui suddenly stopped responding to her. Instead, she stared at me and smiled. Uncertain. If it's for Mr. Yang's sake, then a 10% dividend shouldn't be considered too much. Su Wanru couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. I immediately waved my hand and said, Miss Marong, you don't have to consider my feelings. You can talk among yourselves. I already felt the low pressure coming from around us. I don't want to get involved in this situation at all. I really admire you, but I never easily let. This is my first time. Su Wanru's voice turned cold upon hearing this. Miss Marong, Zhang Yichen is our Su family's fiancé. Isn't what you're doing a bit unethical? Marong Shui smiled slightly. Mr. Zhang is so outstanding. Which woman wouldn't be moved by that? I'm just an ordinary person as well. If Su Dai is unhappy about it, it's better to just make it clear. There's no need to be so anxious. Su Wanru's tone mixed with a hint of reality. Of course, I wouldn't be unhappy. Also, not everyone would find him desirable. I felt helpless inside. Why do you have to bring me into your own bragging? Marong Shui withdrew her smile. Her expression looked somewhat unnatural. Su, he doesn't have to act so aggressively. Today's cooperation. Considering Mr. Yang's involvement, I agreed to Su He's unreasonable request. Let's consider it as giving Mr. Zhang a favor. Su Wanru interrupted her. He doesn't need anyone's pity. Marong Shui stood up. If Su He is unwilling to cooperate properly, then this cooperation should be put on hold for now. When he brings sincerity, we can continue our discussion then. After saying that, she left the private room directly. I knew Marong Shui was upset, so I nudged Su Wanru's arm. Su Wanru, what's wrong with you? Why are you always so rude when you speak? You are here to discuss cooperation, not to argue or compete with others. Su Wanru fixed her piercing gaze on my face. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a sentence. Do you feel? I was taken aback. Why are you scolding me? Su Wanru couldn't be bothered to explain to me. She also stood up and walked out. Su Wanru returned to the hotel room. I didn't want to go back. So, I walked alone to the garden outside the hotel. I walked to a deserted corner. I dialed Xia Ziyang's number. Who is this? Xia Ziyang's voice came through weakly. What bad luck. He just set fire to the house. That night, someone set fire to his home. He was sleeping in his room at the time. Fortunately, he survived the fire by a stroke of luck. Xia Ziyang. Do you know who I am? Xia Ziyang almost instantly recognized the voice. He let out a cold laugh. Zhang Yichen. Are you here to see me make a fool of myself too? Yang. You sent someone to tarnish Su Wanru. Do you really think I would let you off so easily? Xia Ziyang didn't understand and repeated himself. Bright. Don't slander me recklessly. Proper. You know best whether you did it. Crazy laughter came from Xia Ziyang's side. Zhang Yichen. You guys aren't being framed by someone else, are you? You can't find someone to pin the blame on me, right? Zhang Yichen. Oh Zhang Yichen. How come you have so many enemies? If I were you, I might as well just die to end it all. I listened to him say that. Suddenly, I sensed something was off. It really wasn't you who did it. Xia Ziyang let out a cold laugh. How could it possibly be me? You all have driven me to ruin. I've lost my house and my job. I can barely afford to eat. Where would I find money to hire someone to take revenge on you? I hung up the phone, my thoughts in disarray. Sha Ziyang didn't sound like he was lying. It seems this matter wasn't initiated by him. Then who would use Sha Ziyang as a pawn? To do bad deeds in Sha Ziyang's name? I immediately locked onto the answer in my heart. I wanted to understand this matter clearly. I returned to the hotel and knocked on Su Wanru's door. Su Wanru. I have something I want to discuss with you. Before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted coldly by Su Wanru. I have something to do right now. I don't have time. I could see that Su Wanru was not in a good mood. I fell silent and said no more. The two of us for a while realized our emotional fluctuations. Shu Ru seemed to realize that her tone was a bit sharp. She was just about to open her mouth to ease the situation, when a phone call suddenly came in. Su Wanru answered the call. On the other end, Su Luoli's voice came through clearly. Su Wanru. Song Mafan is back. These three words were like a stone thrown onto a calm lake. They created ripples on the already tranquil lake of Su Wanru's heart. Ming and Song Muki were university classmates. The two of them are doing well. Their relationship is quite good. Su Luoli's words shouldn't be wrong. Su Wanru instinctively blurted out without thinking. Where? Tell me. The environment is very quiet. I, sitting nearby, heard everything clearly. See. That first love she's liked for many years has returned. It seems Su Xinyan was indeed right. Su Wanru really can't forget him. On the other end of the phone, Su Luoli's voice continued to come through. He's only back in the country for a short time this time. The flight back to the US is tomorrow morning. Su Luoli's words are already very clear. The flight tomorrow morning. This means it might still be possible to go back now. Su Wanru replied with an and then spoke. I will go back soon. After hanging up, Su Wanru lowered her head. Suddenly, she saw my dazed expression. Her heart tightened unexpectedly. I took a deep breath and asked, how to cooperate? Do we still need to talk? The way Su Wanru looked at me, her gaze gradually deepened. Let's go for cooperation. That's the principle of cooperation. I said in a deep voice. Collaborating with the Morong Group would be hugely profitable for the Su Corporation. Are we really going to give up? The Su Wanru I know is not like this. Su Wanru is someone who cares deeply about the company's interests. But at this moment, she nodded. I have something urgent to attend to. Let's cancel for now. I glanced at her. Your so-called urgent matter is to go back and see him, right? Go ahead. I can still secure the cooperation without you. Su Wanru frowned. It's not what you think. I waved my hand. It's up to you. That's your business. After saying that, I turned around and left without looking back. The light in Su Wanru's eyes dimmed a bit behind me. She suppressed the urge to chase after me. Still, she left the hotel. I returned to my room. Just then, Ji Qinghan called. I answered with a slightly displeased tone. Is there something you need? Ji Qinghan was taken aback by this voice. What happened to Brother Chen? I frowned and continued. Just say what you need to say. I'm fine. Ji Qinghan continued. Brother Chen. Lan Shang has encountered some issues recently. I think you need to come back personally to take a look. Her tone was serious, as if the situation was grave. I recalled Su Wanru's uncontrolled reaction when mentioning Song Mafan. I immediately agreed. However, the collaboration with Sus side is not over yet. I decided to find Morong Shui to negotiate the collaboration before leaving. When I found Morong Shui, she was drinking coffee behind the screen in the hall. Sir, I knew you would come looking for me. Morong's expression was already one of knowing. It left me somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by that? You are a smart man. You naturally know that collaborating with us will create substantial profits. I replied with a smile. So, what? Miss Morong, what is your opinion on the collaboration with the Su family? Morong Shui intentionally made a play for sympathy. It left me feeling quite cold. However, if Mr. Zhang could throw out something that interests me, I would also consider the collaboration with the family. As for the chips, I believe Mr. Zhang himself is a huge asset. A trace of surprise quickly crossed my face. I don't understand. What do you mean? Morong Shui smiled and explained. For so long. You don't need to be so nervous, sir. I am impressed by Mr. Yang's strength. I want Mr. Zhang to come to the Morong Group. When the time comes, I will definitely give you an executive position. If Mr. Zhang is not willing, I certainly won't force you. But if it's a collaboration, we wouldn't be willing either. Hearing this, I stood up. I revealed a faint smile. I understood everything Miss Morong said. Since that's the case, I won't insist. After finishing, I turned around to leave. But I was suddenly called back by Morong Shui behind me. Mr. Zhang, please hold on. I smirked and turned to ask. What's wrong? As expected, Morong Shui would definitely not miss this opportunity for collaboration. I was right in my gamble. He Shang. The cooperation between Su Corporation and Morong Group is progressing smoothly. I will prepare the contract and send it to Mr. Zhang shortly. I look forward to the collaboration with Su Corporation. I showed a genuine smile. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Morong Shui smiled slightly. To be honest, I like you even more now. Thank you for your affection, Miss Morong. I hope you not only like me, but also like Su Corporation. My words instantly eased the awkwardness. Morong Shui chuckled. This line appears incomplete and seems to lack a coherent context. Having dealt with Morong Shui here, I booked the earliest flight back. I first returned to Su Corporation. I planned to take a few days off to handle matters at Lanxiang. As a result, I ran into Su Wanru head-on. Garden. Wanru spoke up first. I couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Shouldn't you be with your first love at this hour? How come you're here? Su Wanru explained. It's not what you think. She just returned last time, only to be told by Su Luoli that she mistook someone. Song Mafan hasn't returned yet, and she walked out that door so quickly. It's not that she can't forget Song Mu after a few days. Rather, there's a question that hasn't been answered for years. She needs to confront Song Mu to resolve her entanglement. Su Wanru wanted to explain, but I interrupted her directly. Suhi, you don't need to explain to me. I don't have time to talk about your ex right now. After saying that, I left for the HR department without looking back to take a leave. Su Wanru watched my resolute back. A ripple stirred in her heart. Just then, the phone rang. Su Wanru looked at the phone screen. The two characters, Murong Shui, were flashing on the screen. She answered the call. Murong Shui's voice carried a hint of laughter. Box. Did you receive the contract? Su Wanru frowned. Contract. This cooperation might take a long time to finalize. Don't you know? Murong said. Murong Shui, surprised, then said, my husband will first relay this news. I didn't expect it to be so unusual that it wasn't mentioned. Su Wanru ignored it and asked, why did Miss Murong refuse to cooperate before? Why is she so quick to agree now? Murong Shui raised an eyebrow. A bit irritated. Gave me leverage. Murong Shui has always shown me goodwill. Saying this now, Su Wanru instinctively thought of some strange ideas. She couldn't believe her own thoughts. She asked calmly. Smiled. This is still a thought. I have something to do. I'll talk to you later. After saying that, Murong Shui hung up the phone. It left Su Wanru with an unsolvable puzzle. Su Wanru heard from the HR department about me. I want to take a 1-month leave. I'm leaving today. After thinking it over, Su Wanru called me. Where are you? I listened to her voice with a hint of questioning and Lang Xiaodao. Where I go shouldn't be your concern. Su Wanru almost concluded about me. What conditions did I agree to with Murong Shui? Otherwise, I wouldn't have left so suddenly. You are not allowed to take leave. Come back and continue working. I immediately said. Su Wanru. I took leave through the proper process. You shouldn't have the right. The voice added another note. Don't make me say it a second time. I am somewhat speechless. Su Wanru. What are you going crazy about today? Su Wanru suddenly let out a lock. You are on your way to Murong Shui's company, right? I was taken aback. I don't understand why she would think that. Su Wanru took a deep breath and continued. I know that Murong Shui gave you a lot of advantages. You left sus because of this, didn't you? Right? I was so furious that I laughed instead. Even if I really went to the Murong group, that would still be a case of a good bird choosing its roost. Su Nian doesn't need to get so angry out of embarrassment, right? Then go ahead. After Su Wanru said this, she hung up the phone directly. I certainly wouldn't tell Su Wanru that I was handling matters for Lanxiang. It's better to let her misunderstand like this. Anyway, she has never cared about me. All she has for me are reproaches and doubts. I returned to the office. Ji Yu Qinghan was waiting there. Upon seeing me return, he seemed to relax a lot. What on earth happened? Ji Yu Qinghan hurriedly said. Lanxiang has recently encountered problems with the Overseas Genesis Group's collaboration. But that company is strange. They specifically requested to see you. I frowned. Meeting. Ji Yu Qinghan nodded. Yeah. Specifically asked to meet with Lanxiang. To have tea and discuss philosophy together. Said that if they don't agree, they would terminate the cooperation. It doesn't matter how much money they lose. Ji Yu Qinghan sighed after speaking. This partnership is a big deal. Although the other party will pay a lot of liquidated damages if it's terminated, our company will also incur significant losses. Lanxiang has recently invested in a new project and is short on cash. This could be a heavy blow to Lanxiang. I instantly understood after hearing this. This time, we must meet. Brother Chen. Presumably, this president is skilled in tea culture. Are you sure? Ji Yu Qinghan finished speaking. Immediately stopped, leaving it at that. I gave her a reassuring smile. When have I ever embarrassed myself? As soon as this sentence came out, Ji Yu Qinghan, who was just drooping his eyelids, suddenly had his eyes light up. Yeah. What is it that he cannot do? I smiled. No longer speaking. The president of the Genesis Group made an appointment with me at the tea house on Sunday afternoon. There weren't many people in the tea house. When I arrived, there were only a few people scattered around. I stood at the private room door and knocked. A strong voice of affirmation came from inside. I then pushed the door open to enter. In the middle sat an elderly man in his 60s. He stood tall like a black bamboo. He pinched the cup and took a sip of tea. When he saw me push the door open, he smiled and said, the reputation of Lanxiang He Kai is indeed well deserved. Every move and action exudes an extraordinary charm. I smiled. It's still Elder Li. He doesn't look like someone in their old age at all. He looks quite youthful. Ha ha ha. Elder Li burst into hearty laughter. Come. Since we're here for the tea ceremony today, let me see your insights. I anticipated this matter long ago. Smilingly blurted out. The tea ceremony is divided into two tools. Preparing, pouring, serving, and drinking tea. Each type of tea has its own characteristics. Some are robust, while others are gentle. Our country has countless varieties of tea. They vary greatly according to local customs and conditions. Old Li chuckled softly. Very good. The basic principles of brewing tea are well understood. I wonder who taught you this way of brewing tea. Mentioning this makes my thoughts drift far away. This was taught to me by my father when I was very young. My father's tea brewing methods were also taught by my grandfather. My grandfather was skilled in the art of tea. I have many friends around me who love tea art like you. Old Li suddenly became interested. What is your grandfather's name? I immediately replied. Storm. Upon hearing this name, Old Li was stunned, as if struck by lightning on a clear day. Gradually, his eyes became moist. So you are actually the grandson of Wei Feng. Your grandfather and I were close friends. He couldn't help but step forward, take my hand, and sigh. You're actually Lan Zhang's box cutter. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. I believe Wei Feng is at peace in the afterlife. I cautiously asked. Grandpa Li, what about this collaboration? Before I could finish, Grandpa Li directly interrupted. Don't even talk about this collaboration. For every collaboration afterwards, I collaborated with Lanxiang. The assistant beside us widened their eyes upon hearing this. Li He. This cannot be tolerated. Some collaborations depend on the capability of the partners. Grandpa Li was so angry he puffed out his beard and glared. Are you saying that our Xiao Chen lacks ability? Or are you questioning my old man's judgment? The assistant shrank back in fear. They fell silent. I smiled after hearing this. Thank you, Grandpa Li. No need to thank me. Come visit the Li residence more often when you have the chance. You really do carry some of your grandfather's charm. Grandpa Li continued to hold my hand and spoke many heartfelt words. Finally, the sky was getting dark. Only then did they reluctantly let me go. The crisis at Lanxiang has been resolved. And now there is a strong and solid support. I suddenly felt much more at ease. I should return to work at the Su company early. But when I think of what Su Wanru said to me that day, I don't want to go back to the company at all. After all, Su Wanru should be with her first love again. The two of them must be very passionate. It would be very awkward for me to suddenly go back. Just as I was struggling with when to go back, a call came in first. Brother Chen. Xiao Yin asked. Where have you been these days? Where have you been lately? Aren't you coming back? I was taken aback and was about to explain. On the other end of the line came Su Wanru's familiar voice. Aren't you going to review for the exam? The exam is the day after tomorrow, you know? I replied pitifully. I know. Sister. Am I not asking Brother Yichin for help? He can definitely help me review. Su Wanru continued speaking. Not studying. Cramming at the last minute. You deserve to fail like this. Xiao Xiao shrank into a ball. Shu shrank and then got back to Shu. Xiao Xiao shrank her neck. When will you come back, brother? I can't review at all. I heard Su Wanru's voice. I was just about to hang up the phone. But hearing Xiao Xiao sounding so pitiful, I suddenly couldn't bear to refuse her because of Su Wanru. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Xiao Xiao instantly beamed with joy. Good. Thank you, Brother Yichin. I replied with a sound and hung up the phone. The next day, I returned home as promised. Xiao Xiao hadn't woken up yet. Only Su Wanru was in the dining room eating breakfast. I don't know when he will come back. Su Wanru was slowly eating her breakfast, still not forgetting the cold freeze. I didn't respond to her with a good attitude either. What I do has nothing to do with Miss Su, right? It's better to worry about your own matters. Su Wanru took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. I was waiting for Dad's order for you. No one wants to be a housekeeper every day. Every day a housekeeper. Hearing this made me feel a bit more irritated. Since you don't want to, then just mind your own business. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the room, rubbing her eyes. She looked at us, sensing the odd atmosphere. She asked with some confusion. Why is everyone frowning so early in the morning? Like others do. I smiled at Su Xiaoxiao. Eat up. You should hurry and eat. I will go to your room later to help you review. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. She hurriedly finished her breakfast and quickly returned to her bedroom. Brother Yichin. I haven't studied this knowledge much in the past 6 months. Can I really finish my review? I leaned on my hand, biting down on my pen. I was nervously biting the tip of my pen. I asked. I bluntly pointed out the truth. Of course, I won't finish reviewing. I let out a small sound. Only then did I come back to my senses. So, what should I do? I won't be worried. I rubbed my forehead and sighed. Of course, I won't fail. Your basics are actually fine. It's impossible for you to fail. But you probably won't be able to score high. I heard that Xiao can't fail. Instantly, I broke into a smile. So, what about Yi Chen? Let's get started quickly. I opened the book. I started highlighting the key points for her. I had almost the entire book memorized. While highlighting the key points, I was smooth and fluid. I seemed as confident as the one who sets the questions. I was a bit surprised. Xiao seemed relieved. After all, the teacher highlights the key points in class. They were all large segments highlighted. But I highlighted just a sentence across several pages. I even managed to highlight it within 10 minutes. I finished highlighting the key points of that thick book. Trust me, these are all essential knowledge points that never get outdated. As long as you are willing to spend time memorizing it, it shouldn't be a problem. Little Chuang. Thank you, Brother Yichin. The next day, Su Xiaoxiao went to take the exam. I haven't had the chance to go downstairs yet, when I suddenly heard a scream coming from downstairs. The scream came from Su Jingyao. I went downstairs to ask what was going on. Su Jingyao frowned and said, Su Xiaoxiao has been reported for cheating. She is currently in the principal's office. The school said they would handle it seriously. They want to expel her. I recalled Su Xiaoxiao's stubborn face. No matter how you look at her, she doesn't seem like someone who would cheat. I went downstairs and asked, so where is Su Xiaoxiao now? Su Jingyao frowned. She is currently at school. The teacher called home. But I have a launch ceremony that I can't postpone right now. Otherwise, the impact will be particularly significant. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. A look of conflict appeared on her face. Why don't you go find Su Xiaoxiao? See what the situation really is. I didn't expect Su Jingyao to make such a request. Suddenly, Su Jingyao's phone rang. She glanced at the emergency message on the screen. She began to walk outside. Yichin, I'm counting on you. Once I'm done here, I'll go find you immediately. Although I was a bit at a loss, but thinking about what Su Xiaoxiao might be facing, I still decided to go take a look. I arrived at the school. Just as I reached the principal's office door, I heard Su Xiaoxiao's voice coming from inside. I've already said, that's not the note I copied. Do I have to say it a few more times? I was surprised to hear this. Su Xiaoxiao is very likely being wronged. The principal slammed the table in anger. Su Xiaoxiao, is this how you speak to a teacher? Xiao Tu scoffed disdainfully. That's it. It wasn't me. You are what I use now. Even if you ask 100 times, it's not me. The counselor chimed in next to me. Xiaoxiao, although you are a member of the Su family, your identity is primarily that of a student. No matter how strong your family background is, it cannot shield you from this. I couldn't listen any longer. I walked straight in. Hello, principal. I heard that Xiaoxiao plagiarized. I came to understand the situation. I offered a polite smile. Surprise. To deal with it, The principal and counselor naturally recognized me from the news. I was quite polite in my speech. Mr. Zhang is here regarding Xiao Xiao's matter, right? Xiao Xiao has always had a rather stubborn temper, so I think it would be better if you ask her personally. Principal, are you sure the person who plagiarized is definitely Xiao Xiao? This note was picked up from Xiao Xiao's desk. Moreover, the handwriting is identical to hers. More importantly, this was reported by Su. Xiao Xiao's friend, Qin Yao, reported it personally. So, that means, it's basically a done deal. As soon as I heard it, I felt something was off. I reported it myself. Can I meet that person? The counselor immediately found someone and called Qin Yao over. When Qin Yao saw so many people, she began to act pitiful as soon as she walked in. Teacher, principal, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? The counselor gave Qin Yao a reassuring look. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Qin Yao, just explain clearly what happened this afternoon with Su Xiaoxiao's plagiarism. Be honest and straightforward about it. Qin Yao swallowed hard. Here's what happened. This afternoon, I felt that Su Xiaoxiao was acting strange, so I decided to pay special attention to her. As a result, I didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to be writing a cheat sheet, and my heart was in turmoil. I felt that as her good friend, I should help her get rid of this bad habit, and for the fairness of the exam for everyone. So, I took the cheat sheet from her desk, submitted to the teacher. Su Xiaoxiao directly shouted at Qin Yao upon hearing this. I've been friends with you for such a long time. You're the one who set me up like this. Qin Yao looked very regretful. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's fierce expression, I shrank back in fear. I didn't set you up. Xiao Xiao, turn around. Plagiarism is wrong. The principal almost made a final decision. Alright, Su Xiaoxiao. At this point, don't try to argue anymore. Qin Yao is your friend. What she says is more credible. Su Xiaoxiao plagiarized and shows no remorse. After a unanimous discussion among the teachers, it was decided to expel her. After saying this, the principal turned back to look at me. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. The impact is really too negative, so I have no choice but to do this. I looked at the principal speechlessly and said, isn't it a bit too early to make a conclusion now? I personally tutored Su Xiaoxiao, so I think her level shouldn't be low enough to resort to plagiarism. The principal listened and smiled helplessly. Mr. Zhang, that's not how it is. You need to understand. I interrupted the principal and continued speaking. If you think it's not acceptable, then let's test Su Xiaoxiao on the spot. There should be backup exam papers, right? The principal was taken aback. It seemed he hadn't fully grasped the situation. The counselor responded after listening. There indeed is. The exam is divided into A and B papers. The A paper is used. However, the B paper is a bit more difficult. I said without hesitation. Take it out and let her take the test. The principal laughed after hearing this. That's fine. Let Su Xiaoxiao leave with full conviction. And it won't lead to any gossip. The teacher took out the exam paper and placed it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. This set of papers is a bit difficult. I'll give you 150 minutes. This line seems to contain non-standard characters or maybe a part of a name, phrase. Xiao Kaikia pushed it away. I won't do it. I frowned at Su Xiaoxiao. Do it. The weather changed. Brother Yichin. It's not my plagiarism. Why should I have to do this? I smiled and patted her on the head. Just do it seriously. Leave the rest to me. Looking at my gentle smile. It was settled then. Then I'll do it. Xiao Xiao is doing the questions. The other few people are quietly waiting aside. One is done. The paper was handed to the principal. The principal took a look at the answers. Following the answers, he was stunned, his jaw dropped. Did this exam paper leak out? How could it have only 2 mistakes? The counselor also couldn't believe it. He took the paper and carefully checked the answers again. He murmured to himself. This is impossible. The students didn't even know there was a version B of the paper. At this moment, I coldly replied. Now Xiao Xiao's level can be demonstrated. Now let's talk about classmate Qin Yao. Qin Yao suddenly shivered when her name was called. What is there to talk about? And she might have just gotten lucky this time and answered correctly. My voice became colder. Xiao Xiao really made a good friend. Qin Yao felt somewhat guilty and avoided eye contact. There should be surveillance cameras in the classroom, right? Industry. Watching the footage would reveal the truth about Su. Was Xiao Xiao truly framed? Upon hearing that I wanted to check the surveillance, Qin Yao suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. The principal shook his head upon hearing this. No way. It seems there was an issue with the surveillance today. It wasn't saved. There's no footage. So Xiao Xiao was suspected. She couldn't clear her name at all. Plus, she tends to be a bit rebellious on a regular basis. So the principal instinctively thought Xiao Xiao must be making excuses. I waved my hand and said, symptoms. The principal opened the computer to check the surveillance. I walked over to check it. Sure enough, the footage from today wasn't saved. It was maliciously deleted by someone. I handled it briefly. I set the code to recover the data on the computer. The deleted surveillance footage was also restored. Principal, look at this. I pointed at the image on the surveillance video and smiled. This figure seems a bit familiar. It can't be a classmate, can it? It's obvious in the footage. Qin Yao took advantage of the class break when no one was around. She secretly placed the note on Su Xiaoxiao's desk. Then she pretended to leave casually. The principal also appeared somewhat incredulous. How could that be possible? How could Qin Yao be the one to frame Su Xiaoxiao? Xiao Xiao, a segment. It really is you. I knew it. Qin Yao's voice trembled. No, it's not me. This video of yours is fake. I raised my eyebrows and smiled ambiguously. Whether it's true or not, only you know the truth. Qin Yao seemed to realize she couldn't hide it any longer. She suddenly started laughing. I know for myself. Why should everyone be human? Why does she get to have a noble background? Such a strong financial backing. Even in this exam, everyone did not review. How could she score so high? I gently shook my head. Regardless, it's ultimately wrong to harm others. Her plagiarism is a minor issue. You are framing others. But the situation is far from minor. At this moment, the principal naturally understood everything. However, I did not stop. I turned my head and smiled at the counselor beside me. Teacher, you must have some connection with this Qin Yao, right? Since you came in, your gaze hasn't shifted. Moreover, just now when Qin Yao was exposed, your nervousness is no less than Qin Yao's. The principal felt ashamed of his earlier misjudgment. He first apologized to Su Xiaoxiao, then turned and sternly scolded Qin Yao. Qin Yao, I truly didn't expect this. You, who are usually so well-behaved, could actually do something like this. Starting tomorrow, you are not to come to school anymore. Such things should not happen in school. This is truly a scandal. Qin Yao's face was ashen. She turned to leave. I was clearly not pleased with this outcome. I reached out to stop Qin Yao. Wait a moment. Accusing others of plagiarism. This is a criminal act. I wore a smile on my face. But the smile was colder than ice water. The police should be arriving soon. You should think about how to explain this to the police. After saying this, Qin Yao gave up completely. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Once things were settled here, I took Xiao Xiao home. On the way, Xiao Xiao looked at me. After a long time, she finally managed to say thank you. Watching her awkward demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Xiao, the way you look now. You look like a little bride. What little tears. I'm just thanking you, it's 1,000. Xiao Xiao's face turned bright red. After thinking for a moment, I decided to speak up. I pondered for a bit. It was a response. Thank you for helping me out today. I smiled and patted her head. Just focus on studying well. Su Xiaoxiao looked at me like this. There was a hint of understanding. No wonder my sister likes you. I was taken aback and didn't react right away. After I figured it out, I chuckled. Your sister has someone she likes. Didn't you know? Su Xiaoxiao was a bit taken aback. Are you talking about Song Muji? He's my sister's first love. She hasn't liked him for a long time, okay? I let out a sound. That's something you didn't know. Just a few days ago, your sister refused to collaborate for her. She went straight back to see him. It was a mess. My sister has been cooped up at the company for days. She hasn't interacted with any men at all, you know? I suddenly froze. Could it be that everything before was just my illusion? While driving to school, I saw the two of us. So I slowly came to a stop. It's already done. Otherwise, I think I would be penalized now. A hat of plagiarism has been placed on me. The hat has been taken out of school. Su Wanru turned her gaze towards me beside her. After a long while, she spoke softly. Thank you for helping Xiao Xiao. This sentence directly separated the two, as if they were strangers. I felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but I still replied with a relationship statement. If there's nothing else, you can go home first. I still have some things to do. I asked. Where are you going, Yi Chen? Su Wanru replied indifferently. Mind your own business. I forced a smile and turned to leave. The more I walked, the angrier I became. I wonder who Su Wanru is always showing her cold face to. Suddenly, I didn't want to return to the Su family. I even thought about moving out of the Su house. This way, I would never have to deal with Su Wanru again. At that moment, a call echoed from behind me. I turned my head. I found Su Xiaoxiao panting as she caught up with me. Xiao Xiao quickly walked to my side. Her eyes flickered. Brother Yichen, did you have a fight with my sister? Is it with Da Yu and Y? I smiled faintly. Wild. I never had much of a relationship with your sister. How could we have had a fight? Xiao Xiao pouted. Don't say things in anger. I know you guys seem to have had some problems lately. But why can't you take the initiative to solve it? I sighed. Smooth. Xiao Xiao directly interrupted. And I understand my sister well. Even though she speaks to you coldly, she still cares about you. I waved my hand. You don't need to say anymore. I have already prepared to move out of the Su family. Xiao Xiao looked shocked with wide eyes. Moving. Watching her shocked expression, I explained out loud. Just as you said, my relationship with your sister isn't good. Being together would only make it more awkward. Xiao Xiao gave me a glance. You like my older sister. I immediately retorted. If you don't like her, why are you avoiding her? Not liking her while being alone? But I never avoided it. I was stunned. For a moment, I couldn't find words to argue back. I thought for a long time. I still went to the company. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw a familiar figure added to the company. It was in Yi Cheng. I stopped in my tracks, just about to turn and leave. And Yi Cheng spotted me with his sharp eyes. He walked over with a smile. Zhang Yichen, long time no see. I forced a smile. Long time no see. I thought you were still undergoing transformation. I thought Yi Cheng would definitely get angry at such words. But he just smiled. Thank you for your concern. I know I did many wrong things before. So this time I came back. To atone for the things I did before. I replied coldly. I know that Yi Cheng is not an ordinary person. So I didn't take his words to heart. Zhang Yichen, how about I treat you to lunch today? And also, let's have a good chat while we're at it. I immediately declined. I have something to do at noon. And Yi Cheng showed a face full of disappointment. Are you unwilling to go because there's still a barrier between us? Garden. I have truly turned over a new leaf. Industry. Can you forgive me? His appearance drew pity from many around him. Actually, I think Yi Cheng is also quite likable. After all, he just became infatuated with someone. I think Director Zhang is a bit too emotional. Shish. Don't let Zhang He overhear. Otherwise, there won't be any good outcomes. I heard these discussions. Looking at his pitiful yet detestable appearance, I instantly understood everything. And Yi Cheng is playing the sympathy card this time. The goal is to make everyone empathize with him to renew their goodwill. Sure enough, he spent a few months in prison. He has indeed transformed a lot after returning. You say, what should we eat for lunch? And Yi Cheng instantly beamed with joy upon hearing this. I also have an appointment with Wanru for lunch. At that time, the three of us can go together. We can discuss where to eat. I heard that Su Wanru is going too. My heart skipped a beat. But before I could speak up to backtrack, and Yi Cheng left the office. I could only go have lunch with them. Su Wanru had to work overtime during lunch. so I waited at the door with Yi Chung for her. Su Wanru hadn't arrived yet, and Yi Chung brought up a few topics to pass the time. Zhang Yichin. During the time I was away, I heard that the Su Corporation has reached a new height. Thanks to you. I waved my hand and said, this is all the result of everyone at Su Corporation. It's the hard work of over 100 employees together. It's not just my achievement. Before I could finish, and Yi Chung continued. Don't be modest. Wanru has told me. She said you are particularly hardworking and capable. Wanru. We are here. He saw Su Wanru waving her hand to signal her to come over. Rufu thought of me as well. Her eyes flickered slightly. Wanru. Just now, Yi Chen and I were still discussing what to eat later. Do you think we should have Japanese food or French cuisine? Or Chinese food? Su Wanru glanced at me and said, I'm fine with anything. And Yi Chung turned back to ask me, Zhang Yichin, what do you think? I casually mentioned Japanese. Who knew that in Yi Chung's gaze suddenly became complicated? But Wanru's stomach isn't good. Japanese food is too raw and cold. She can't eat Japanese food. This was clearly trying to stir up trouble between me and Su Wanru. I knew it. And Yi Chung used to want me to stay far away. Now he actually wants us to go out together. He definitely has some ulterior motive. I shot her a glance and said, then let's just go with whatever. And Yi Chung suddenly became melancholic. Zhang Yichin. Do you not really like me? Is that why you don't want to have dinner with me? I'm a bit irritated. Are you going to eat or not? Who knew that in Yi Chung's voice would become even hoarser? Zhang Yichin. I've already apologized to you. Even if you won't forgive me, you shouldn't be this cold towards me, right? I felt extremely disgusted hearing those words. Su Wanru suddenly spoke up. She sounded aggressive. I let out a cold laugh. Su Wanru. I don't need you to instruct me. Since you all think I'm the one being unreasonable, then you can go eat by yourselves. Su Wanru glanced at me. Dan. She turned her head. She turned and said, let's go. I was stunned. I didn't expect Su Wanru would actually make me leave. More than surprise, I felt disappointment. Disappointed that she actually listened. I couldn't come out with those words, and Yi Chung said. I went back to the office and drafted my resignation letter. Then it was directly sent to Su Wanru's email. After doing all this, I returned to the Su family. I packed my things and prepared to leave with my suitcase. Su Luoli, who was at home, witnessed all of this. She couldn't help but chuckle. Do you no longer want to stay at the Su family? I spoke in a flat tone. I just feel that I don't belong in the Su family. I mean nothing else by it. I've said it a long time ago. Su Wanru doesn't have any feelings at all. Her heart only has work. In other words, her heart died 3 years ago. Even if she really had some feelings for you, it would still be insignificant. You're very smart. You should understand what I mean. I nodded and asked, so, would you consider spending time with me? I promise. I will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Su Wanru. After saying that, she threw me a flirtatious glance. I looked at her smiling eyes seriously. Su Luoli. So, do you like me? The smile on Su Luoli's face stiffened slightly. Is it really that important whether you like someone or not? Su Luoli's words made me find it a bit amusing. Of course it's important, naturally, it is. If you don't like someone, why be with them? What else in this world can be so important that you would forsake emotions altogether? Su Luoli was taken aback for a moment. She seemed unaware that I would say that. Of course there is. People live in this world. How could one possibly only care about emotions? In Su Luoli's values in life, emotions are the most useless things. She doesn't even have emotions. I hope you don't speak to me about this before you figure out what liking someone really is. Don't bring this up with me again. I smiled at her. In the end, I still picked up my suitcase and got ready to leave. Just after exiting the Su family's gate, I was stopped by the Su family's butler. Mr. Zhang, you cannot do that. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain this to the master? The butler looked troubled. He watched me dragging my luggage, ready to leave the Su family. I was so worried that I felt like pulling my hair out. I'm just moving out of the Su family. It's not like I'm cutting ties with the Su family. The butler, you don't need to be so agitated. I watched the butler block my way, preventing me from leaving. I felt helpless yet wanted to laugh. Just then, Su Wanru came back. She looked at me as if I was about to leave. She frowned for a moment and then returned to an indifferent expression. Where are you going? I couldn't be bothered to respond to her. I walked straight ahead. And Yi Chung looked bewildered. The campus. Why do you want to move out of the Su family? I watched him put on a phony expression. I found it somewhat amusing. There's no need for Mr. N to worry. I'm moving out of the Su family. Isn't it a good thing for you? And Yi Chung suddenly looked aggrieved. Zhang Yichin, you misunderstood me. I really didn't mean it this way. Su Wanru's voice came back cold and distant. Don't bully Yi Cheng anymore. Wanru. I'm too lazy to bully your little bamboo horse. I won't disturb you two in your romance. I'll take my leave now, so as not to waste your time. Anyway, whatever I do is bullying in Yi Cheng. Since that's the case, I might as well leave early. Hearing this, and Yi Cheng immediately said, Zhang Yi Chung, don't think too much. There's nothing between me and Wanru. I just came back to see Auntie. Wanru brought me back along the way. It's really not what you think. I said coldly. I didn't think too much about it. What you do is your business. Su Wanru watched me leave resolutely and firmly. Are you moving to Mu Rongshue's place? My anger flared up immediately. Wanru, don't talk nonsense. I have no relationship with Mu Rongshue at all. And Yi Cheng immediately interjected from the side. Yi-chan, you have someone you like now. I thought you liked Wanru. It seems I was overthinking it. I watched them harmonizing with each other. I couldn't hold it in any longer. After saying goodbye, I walked back.